Chapter 1838. Fantasy Village, Lost Bamboo Forest, Forever Pavilion. Even in this bright and sunny weather, the Lost Bamboo Forest was still filled with a dense fog that made it difficult for people to see clearly. The incoming sunlight was completely blocked outside the bamboo forest, causing the light within the Lost Bamboo Forest to be somewhat dim. Forever Pavilion was an exception. No one knew how it was done, but the sunlight that shone down from the sky and shone on the surroundings of the Forever Pavilion was not blocked by the heavy fog. Instead, all of it poured in like a pillar of light descending from the sky, enveloping the entire Forever Pavilion. This scene could not be described as not beautiful. If someone was nearby and looked at the Forever Pavilion from a distance, they would see that the Forever Pavilion was shrouded in a beam of light descending from the sky. Although the style of the Forever Pavilion was an ancient Japanese style, it exuded an otherworldly temperament, as if it was a secret residence in a paradise, making one's heart surge. In the courtyard of the Forever Pavilion, there were many extremely fat rabbits, at least much fatter than their peers. They were about half the size of an adult dog. They were like lazy cats nestled in various corners of the courtyard, as if they were basking in the sunlight. No matter how one looked at it, this was quite an incredible scene. Not long after, a door in the corridor above the courtyard slowly opened. A young girl carried a huge box and moved it with some difficulty. She walked out of Forever Pavilion. This was a rather strange girl. She was wearing a white short-sleeved shirt, a uniformed coat, a red tie, and a pink pleated skirt. The girl had a pair of wrinkled rabbit ears that were at least 20 centimeters long. They looked like ornaments. Her long purple straight hair swayed in the wind. Her delicate face was a little rosy. Obviously, she was using a lot of strength. This girl was a member of Forever Pavilion, the pet of Mount Penglai, and the disciple of Yonglin. Not long ago, in front of Wu Yen, Ling Xian bore the last sin of the 7 deadly sins. After a few days, Ling Xian had already borne all the 7 deadly sins. She was no longer the dissatisfied and depressed rabbit who had been eager to touch the opposite sex a few days ago. But now, Ling Xian was behaving like a cow. It seemed that even if she did not bear the 7 deadly sins, her life did not seem to be any better. That was why Ling Xian was the victim of his fantasy, wasn't she? She struggled to move the box that was half as tall as her. Inside the box was a large pile of carrots. She walked into the courtyard and slammed the box down as if she couldn't hold on any longer. Huff, huff. It was unknown if she had done a lot of work before this, but Ling Xian was panting slightly. She wiped the sweat on her forehead and complained. "Why do I have to do the work of the emperor?" Di was the other member of the Eternal Pavilion, and also the last member of the Eternal Pavilion. She was also the pet of Mount Penglai's Bright Knight. At the same time, she was the leader of all the untransformed rabbits in the Eternal Pavilion. Usually, the work of feeding rabbits was done by Di. Ling Xian's job was to assist Yonglin in making medicine. However, this rabbit demon named Di was extremely mischievous and active. Not only did he like to bully Ling Xian, but he also liked to run around and tease people he didn't know. It was precisely because of Di's bullying that Ling Xian received the title of rabbit. She must have gone somewhere to tease people again. Ling Xian sighed. "I really hope the princess can teach her a lesson." As she said this, Ling Xian actually didn't have much hope. It was not that Emperor would not be punished, nor was it that Mount Penglai and Yonglin doted on Emperor so much. It was just that Mount Penglai only cared about playing games and reading comics all day long, while Yonglin only cared about her pharmaceutical work and did not care about Emperor's misdeeds at all. That was why Ling Xian was so tragic. "Let's hurry and feed these rabbits." After saying this, Ling Xian clapped her hands and raised her voice. "Everyone, come and eat." However, Ling Xian's shout only caused the rabbits in the courtyard to lazily open their eyes and glance at her. Then, all the rabbits closed their eyes again and continued to bask in the sun. Ling Xian was startled at first, then she became angry. "Even you all want to bully me." It was clearly a reprimand, but Ling Xian made it sound like she was sobbing. She even had tears in her eyes. Not only did she not look dignified, but she also made people want to tease her even more. Thinking about it, it was because of this that Ling Xian was always bullied. Oh, Ling Xian's eyes were filled with tears. Why does everyone like to bully me so much? Suddenly, the teary-eyed Ling Xian heard some light footsteps coming from the bamboo forest not far away. "Who is it?" Ling Xian's body trembled, and her vigilant eyes became timid under the influence of her tears. However, she still turned to look in the direction of the voice. Ling Xian saw it immediately. On the mountain path, not far away, two figures appeared there. Hand in hand, they walked in the direction of the Forever Pavilion. It was a man and a woman. The man was wearing a casual suit, except for the white shirt under the jacket. The rest of his clothes were black. His eyes were wine red. He wasn't charming, but his aura was deep and unforgettable. The woman wore a blue sleeveless dress with a white shawl draped over her shoulders. The dress reached her ankles, and her shoulder-length golden hair exuded an enchanting luster under the sunlight. Her appearance was one of a kind, and she was exceptionally beautiful. Looking at the man and woman duo, Ling Xian was completely stunned. There were two reasons why she was stunned. The first was because of the woman. Apart from her princess, this was the first time Ling Xian saw such a beautiful girl. Her appearance and aura were comparable to Mount Penglai's Hui Yi. The other reason was because of the man. If Ling Xian wasn't mistaken, the man was the one who came to Yongyuan Pavilion a few days ago. He seemed to have done something with Mount Penglai's Hui Yi and Yonglin. He was pushed to the ground by her, and was almost pushed back by her. Yes, it was Wu Yan and Alice. Holding Alice's hand, Wu Yan slowly walked in the direction of Yongyuan Pavilion. He didn't say a word to Alice during the process, so Alice's doubts remained unanswered. Why did he bring her to Yongyuan Pavilion? Alice didn't ask this question out loud. She just obediently followed Wu Yan in silence. Soon, Wu Yan and Alice saw Ling Xian standing behind a big box of carrots in the courtyard of the Forever Pavilion. Ling Xian stared at them blankly from behind a box of carrots. Looking at Ling Xian, who was staring at him, and Alice in a daze, Wu Yan recalled the scene of him being pushed to the ground by Ling Xian a few days ago. He scratched his cheeks, and he grinned. "Hello." Ling Xian finally reacted. She realized her inappropriate behavior and remembered what happened a few days ago. She blushed and bowed awkwardly. Hello." Alice couldn't help but grin at Ling Xian. Even Wu Yan couldn't help but feel amused by her. "Miss Rabbit, do you remember me?" I'm not Miss Rabbit. I'm Ling Xian." Ling Xian puffed up her cheeks. Her face was still red. She spoke in an uncertain tone. "I remember, you're Lady Yakumo, right?" "Oh." This time, Wu Yan was surprised. "Do you remember my name?" Yes. Ling Xian lowered her head shyly. Although I was in that state, I heard Lady Bai's conversation with Her Highness and Master. I still remember. In other words, Ling Xian still remembers how she pushed Wu Yan to the ground when she lost control of herself. Wu Yan was a bit embarrassed. He asked Ling Xian in front of Alice's confused expression, Are you all right?" Yes, I'm fine." Ling Xian's face turned redder and redder. She couldn't help but change the topic. Are you here to see Her Highness?" Wu Yan was about to nod in response to Ling Xian's question when a voice suddenly sounded in the Yongyuan pavilion. "It's you again." Chapter 1839. Sure enough, it's you again. As the voice echoed, a tall and plump figure walked out of the Yongyong pavilion. She came to the wooden corridor and attracted everyone's attention. First, she looked at Wu Yan and Alice, who were holding hands. Then, she waved her hand at Ling Xian, who is standing beside her. Her expression is as mysterious as ever. She waved at Ling Xian, who is standing beside her. Adumbra courtyard. Go back to work. Yes, master. Ling Xian answered in fear and trepidation. She didn't want to disturb Wu Yan and Yonglin. She lifted the box full of carrots and staggered to the other side of the courtyard. Wu Yan, Alice, and Yonglin looked at each other. No one spoke at once, which made the atmosphere a little weird. Just when Wu Yan thought Yonglin was going to give him a hard time and send him away, Yonglin sighed and waved her hand in a bored manner. "You're here for the princess, right?" Wu Yan was stunned. He didn't react to Yonglin's sudden change of attitude. "The princess is in her room. She should be either sleeping or playing games." Yonglin said with a dull expression, "If you want to find the princess, go by yourself." Wu Yan, who just came back to his senses, was stunned once again. He was surprised by what he saw. "You're not here to stop me?" Hachia Yonglin dotes on Kagaya, or rather, she spoils him. A few days ago, Wu Yan forcefully took Kagaya in as his summon in front of Hachia Yonglin. Hachia Yonglin should be hostile towards Wu Yan since he performed life fusion with her. He didn't know why. With Yonglin's wisdom, what exactly did she think about the matter of him accepting Mount Penglai's Kagaya as a summon? Did she secretly try to remove the situation where Mount Penglai's Kagaya's life force-fused with him? But logically speaking, Yonglin shouldn't let him come into contact with Mount Penglai Hui so easily. After all, last time, Wu Yan took Kagaya of Penglai Mountain as a summon in front of Yonglin. Yonglin didn't have the power to stop him. In that case, even if Yonglin didn't feel regretful, she would feel unwilling. Logically speaking, he wouldn't let Wu Yan get close to MT Penglai anymore, right? Who knew what Wu Yan would do? Even if Yonglin didn't take Wu Yan down last time, her favorability towards Wu Yan must have dropped to the negatives. That's why she chased Wu Yan out of Yonsei Pavilion in such a hurry. This time, why did he compromise without a second word? Yonglin glanced at Wu Yan as if she saw through Wu Yan's thoughts. "Do you think that the princess would hide all the facts from me?" At this point, Wu Yan understood. Kagaya of Penglai Mountain must have told Yonglin about Wu Yan and the system. Also, and it was the kind that didn't leave out anything. This Kagaya. Wu Yan was dissatisfied. Speaking of such an important matter so carelessly, aren't you afraid of attracting unnecessary trouble? First of all, even if the unnecessary trouble comes, you forced her to do it. You are also the one who forced it on the princess. Yonglin said without changing her expression. Second, compared to the so-called unnecessary trouble, having that kind of relationship with you is the biggest trouble for the princess. With Yonglin Yatsuki's wisdom and the explanation of Mount Penglai, it was impossible for Yonglin Yatsuki to not think of anything. Yonglin sensed that after becoming Wu Yan's summon, Kagaya's peaceful life in Penglai Mountain is coming to an end. She's the worst. In the future, she might have to leave Fantasy Village. She would follow Wu Yan to another world. That was the biggest trouble. Yonglin didn't think so. Wu Yan would let Kagaya live a good life in another world. At least for now, it was impossible. It was more likely that she would be involved in some unnecessary disputes. Although Huey of Mount Punlai was an immortal from the moon and had taken the medicine of Mount Punlai, his immortality was superb, and no one should be able to kill Huey of Mount Punlai. But even something like the system, which even Yonglin couldn't understand, appeared. What else was impossible? In other words, Kagaya's life might be in danger if she went to another world. Yonglin is angry at Wu Yen for bringing about an uncertain future for Kagaya of Punlai Mountain, but she's also thinking about it. To Mount Punlai's Huey, perhaps this was also a chance to change his current situation and enter a new realm in life? In other words, fortune and misfortune came hand in hand. Yonglin chose to wait and see. Yonglin glanced at Alice, who had been silent all this while, and suddenly said, "This magician is also your summoner." Summoner? Alice was stunned. She didn't understand what was going on. Not now. Wu Yen smiled. Definitely in the future. Really? Yonglin narrowed her eyes and asked another question. Then, what about Yakumo Yukari? Yukari? Wu Yen didn't expect Yatsuki to bring up Yukari, so he reacted a little slower. Did Yonglin already know about his relationship with Yukari? But regarding this part, even if it was the system, it wouldn't instill the relevant memories into Mount Punlai's Huey, right? How did Yonglin of the 8 wills know? Looking at the surprised Wu Yen, Yonglin seemed to have gotten her answer. She laughed in a very joyful manner. "I see. Even that guy couldn't resist becoming your summoner. Then, it's not that hard for me to accept that I can't stop you from doing what you want of the princess." Hearing this, Wu Yen understood the situation. Yonglin was just trying to get information from him. After getting confirmation, she felt better from Yukari. Yonglin was still upset that she couldn't stop Kagaya from becoming Wu Yan's summoner. She only accepted it after knowing that Yukari couldn't do anything about the system. However, Yonglin didn't know that. Back then, Yukari couldn't resist the system and refused to become Wu Yan's summon. She used her realm power to slow down her condition, allowing her to stay in Silveria for a long time even though she can only summon for a short period of time. This was something that Yonglin definitely couldn't do. Yonglin wasn't as powerful as Yukari. In terms of strength, Yonglin was about the same as Yukari. However, Yukari's ability was special. That was why she could resist the system a little. From this, it could be seen how powerful the power of one's cultivation level was. "I just want to tell you something." Yonglin stopped smiling and looked at Wu Yen. Yonglin stood in the corridor and looked at Wu Yen. "Don't let the princess get hurt." Leaving this sentence, Yonglin turned around and returned to the parlor without looking back. Wu Yen shrugged. Alice seemed like she had been waiting for this moment for a long time. She asked Wu Yen when she saw Yonglin's disappearing figure, "What is a summoner?" This was definitely not the only question that Alice wanted to ask. Judging from the conversation between Wu Yen and Yonglin, the two of them must be talking about something that Alice couldn't understand. However, Alice wasn't in a position to get to the bottom of everything. She only asked this question that was slightly related to her. Wu Yen didn't want to hide it from Alice, but he didn't explain it immediately. "Well, it's a little troublesome to explain. I'll tell you later. Let's go and see the princess." Alice pondered for a bit before nodding. Under Wu Yan's lead, they walked up the wooden corridor of the Forever Pavilion and headed towards the other end of the corridor. After a while, they came to a room. When they were about to knock on the door, a familiar and pleasant voice came from inside. "Come in." It was the voice of Mount Punlai. Wu Yen heard this voice a few days ago. Alice and Alice, who had attended the exhibition held by the Yonglin Pavilion, also recognized this voice. They looked at each other. Wu Yen opened the door and walked into the room. Chapter 1840. Compared to the first time they met, This time, the situation in Mount Penglai's room was a bit different. The boxes filled with game discs and mangas all over the ground disappeared. No one knew where they were taken by Mount Penglai Kagaya, leaving the retro-style tatami completely exposed to the air. The room also seemed to have been specially tidied up. Compared to the first time, it was a lot cleaner and didn't feel sloppy. In addition, there was a stove next to it that was releasing some kind of fragrance. The whole atmosphere was already comparable to the ancient Japanese aristocrats' living quarters. If, ignoring the computer that was sitting in the corner of the room, the screen was still on, showing an interface of an unknown game. Sitting on the side of the stove, Mount Penglai was still wearing the pink top and white bottom. The sleeves were extremely long, like a kimono. Holding a teapot in his hand, he poured coarse tea into the 2 teacups in front of him with an elegant smile on his face. No, instead of saying it was an elegant smile, it was more like an extremely playful, extremely cunning, like a cat catching a mouse, full of teasing, very black-bellied smile. With such a smile, Mount Penglai pushed the tea in front of him in front of Wu Yan and Alice, who were sitting opposite him, and said softly, "Have tea." Wu Yan and Alice, who were a little uncomfortable by Mount Penglai's cat-and-mouse expression, nodded at the same time, stretched out their hands, picked up the teacups, and sipped the hot tea. Until this moment, the scene was quite normal, and the atmosphere was quite good. It was like an ordinary hospitality scene. It couldn't be said to be harmonious and friendly, but it was going smoothly. But the facts proved that Mount Penglai was not as dignified and serious as he looked on the surface. After his eyes wandered back and forth between Wu Yan and Alice's faces, covering his mouth, he chuckled. "Are the 2 of you here to send me the wedding invitation?" Uffed. Unsurprisingly, this sudden speech made Wu Yan and Alice stare at each other at the same time. They spat out all the hot tea in their mouths and sprayed it toward Huey of Penglai Mountain. Era. Mount Penglai's Huey seemed to have expected this reaction. He nimbly dodged to the side, allowing the 2 mouthfuls of hot tea to graze his body as he landed on the tatami not far away. Without waiting for Wu Yan and Alice to say anything, Mount Penglai's Huey was the first to complain. "Don't dirty other people's rooms, okay? Can you not speak so carelessly?" Alice raised her voice, unwilling to be outdone. "What nonsense are you talking about all of a sudden? I knew it. You can't be so honest." Wu Yan picked up the handkerchief on the side, wiped his mouth, and rolled his eyes. "How on earth did you think of that?" "Intuition," Mount Penglai Huey said with a smile. "A young girl's intuition, that's a pretty good ability." Wu Yan smiled a few times. "Then did your young girl's intuition tell you that it's best not to speak carelessly about things that don't need to be said?" The things that don't need to be said that Wu Yan was talking about were naturally related to the system. That wasn't something that could be casually brought up and talked about. Don't look at how Wu Yan usually didn't seem to care much about it, and even said that many people knew about it. But of those who knew about the system, which one of them didn't eventually become his summons? Basically, except for his own summons, or those who would be his summons in the future, Wu Yan wouldn't casually talk about the system. If something went wrong, it would attract a lot of people who coveted the system. They wanted to slice Wu Yan and the girls who summoned him into pieces for research. So, the system's matter could be big or small. "I'm not talking carelessly. I've only told Yonglin," Mount Penglai Huey retorted slightly, and looked at Wu Yan with a smile that wasn't a smile. "Or, are you trying to tell me that Yonglin is not trustworthy?" Wu Yan really wanted to say that, even if he knew that it was just a joke. Just like how Yonglin spoiled Mount Penglai Huey excessively, Mount Penglai Huey trusted Yonglin. It was also more than everyone he knew for thousands of years. For Mount Penglai Huey, In his life, there was absolutely no one who was more trustworthy than Yonglin, even if she became Wu Yan's summon. That was to say, compared to Yonglin, Mount Penglai Hui's trust, Wu Yan couldn't even match it. If it wasn't for the system and the summon, Mount Penglai Hui wouldn't even know if she would keep Wu Yan in her heart. Don't look at Mount Penglai Hui's black-bellied appearance. No matter what, Mount Penglai Hui was once the moon's princess and the rumored bamboo Takemi. She conquered an era with her beauty alone, so it was impossible for her to casually trust a person. Otherwise, a few days ago, Wu Yan wouldn't have needed to turn Mount Penglai Hui into his summon to gain a trace of Mount Penglai Hui's trust, and let her give him a drop of blood. Although that demon sage in your family is also very powerful, my Yonglin is not weak either. Mount Penglai Hui held her cheek and sighed. If Yonglin wasn't here, I don't know if I would be bullied by you in the future. Bully you? I'll be thankful if you don't bully me, you black-bellied guy. Wu Yan resisted the urge to push Mount Penglai Hui down and spank her, but he didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he shook his head. Are you trying to say that no matter what, Yonglin will be by your side? If possible, I would like to do so. Mount Penglai Hui finally became serious and looked at Wu Yan seriously. No matter what, I hope that Yonglin can be by my side, even if it means going to another world. Indeed, Mount Penglai Hui and Yonglin were already inseparable from each other in the true sense. The relationship between the two was not like Wu Yan and Mount Penglai Hui, where their lives were intertwined and they would never leave each other. It was similar to a life community where they both needed and desired each other. Mount Penglai Hui said this so solemnly because she wanted to express her determination to Wu Yan. Needless to say, Mount Penglai Hui wanted to tell Wu Yan that she wouldn't object to leaving Fantasy Village and leaving this world with Wu Yan, but Yonglin must be by his side. Wu Yan didn't know if Mount Penglai Hui had already colluded with Yonglin, but compared to this, he was more willing to believe that this was something that Mount Penglai Hui and Yonglin didn't mention, but had already decided on. Wu Yan couldn't find a reason to object to this. For the time being, maybe we can't. Wu Yan said in distress. After all, Yonglin's value is not low. Yonglin was a demigod powerhouse on the same level as Yukari. When he summoned Yukari, Wu Yan used a total of 1 million summoning points to summon her. Yonglin's value was definitely not lower than that. Now, Wu Yan only had a little more than 10,000 summoning points left. How could he summon Yonglin? Mount Penglai Hui seemed to understand and didn't show any obvious intention. She smiled faintly. I didn't say we have to do it now. I'm just telling you not to forget about Yonglin. After saying that, Mount Penglai Hui glanced at Alice, who was silently listening to the two people talking, and asked curiously, "Are you also his summoner?" Alice was silent for a moment and shook her head. "I don't know what you mean by summoning. I see." Mount Penglai Hui suddenly understood and looked at Wu Yan with disdain. "In other words, you're going to abandon her after you've slept with her? Are all moon people so good at jumping around in the form of backflips?" Wu Yan touched his forehead helplessly. "I'm just adjusting my mood temporarily. I'll explain it to Alice sooner or later." "Oh," Mount Penglai Hui smiled again, but this time her smile was more or less cold. To her, you're going to talk about your feelings first and then explain later. To me, you're going to get on the bus first and then buy the ticket later? Wu Yan almost choked. Alice didn't know what Mount Penglai Hui was talking about, but she could tell what he meant. She looked at Wu Yan with a slightly cold gaze. Wu Yan could only laugh dryly. "I brought Alice here to play a game with you. Come, let's play a game." "Humph." Mount Penglai Hui snorted but didn't object. He stood up and went to prepare the game console. Alice didn't say anything else. She sighed and followed Mount Punlai Hui with Wu Yen. Chapter 1841. For the whole day, Wu Yen, Alice, and Huey of Punlai Mountain had been hiding in the room and playing games. They were having so much fun that they completely forgot about the time. They didn't even eat lunch or dinner. After all, Huey of Punlai Mountain had the glorious title of Princess Neat. It should be said that she lived up to this title. Throughout the day, Huey of Punlai Mountain showed enthusiasm that she didn't show during their 2 meetings. Not only did she no longer maintain her dignified, elegant, and even black-bellied personality, but she was also immersed in the game. It was hard to imagine that such a person was actually a princess who had lived for thousands of years, or Princess Huey, who once conquered an era with her beauty. However, it wasn't without reason. That's right, Huey of Punlai Mountain was indeed a homebody. She was very homebody and liked to play games very much. However, in the past, Huey of Punlai Mountain could only stay in the room and play games alone. It was rare for someone to play with her, so how could she not enjoy herself? Wu Yan, on the other hand, is having even more fun. Thinking back to the past, Wu Yan was also a homebody. Although he wasn't as homebody as Huey of Punlai Mountain, he still liked to play games. Ever since he obtained the Soul Fusion system and came to the Spalier world, Wu Yan had never played games again. Instead, he ran around the Spalier world and each dungeon world to improve his strength. Of course, there were many dungeon worlds that also had games. In fact, the theme of Sword and Saber Dominion world was games. However, Wu Yan had only lived in Sao for 3 years. He had played games before. Since then, he had never played games again. Under such circumstances, how could he not have a good time? Therefore, for the whole day, Wu Yan and Huey of Punlai Mountain were an unprecedented combination. They were immersed in the game. They couldn't extricate themselves. As for Alice, she was a little conflicted. Unlike Wu Yan and Huey of Punlai Mountain, who had not played games for a long time, Alice had been playing games since she was born. Until now, he hadn't played any games at all. At the end of the day, Alice was originally a monster who had cultivated from a human to become a magician. In the era when Alice was still a human, games were not popular at all. After becoming a magician, she came to the fantasy village and had no chance to come into contact with modern technology and games. Therefore, during the whole process, only Alice looked very uncomfortable, unable to keep up with Wu Yan and Mount Punlai's enthusiasm. Many times, Alice wanted to stay out of it and silently watch Wu Yan and Punlai Mountain Huey play games, but she didn't know why. Every time Alice wanted to quietly withdraw, Wu Yan could keenly feel it and pull her back. This also made Alice understand that Wu Yan was not really completely immersed in the game at all. At least, he definitely diverted a little attention to pay attention to her. It was also because of this that Alice could only be very conflicted. She was very unaccustomed to and played all kinds of games with Wu Yan and Mount Punlai Mountain Huey crazily. Gradually, she got a little better and evolved from a rookie to a newbie. Unfortunately, no matter how enthusiastic Wu Yan and Mount Punlai Mountain Huey were in the game, no matter how fast Alice gradually got used to it, time would still quietly pass by. Unknowingly, the sky was dark. Under the 8 Will Yongling's reprimand, everyone could only regretfully leave. Then, standing in the courtyard of Forever Pavilion, Wu Yan took Alice's hand and waved to the bell fairy in the corridor. "We'll leave here." "Yes, yes." The bell fairy bowed with an embarrassed face. "I'm so sorry." The princess refused to end the game and came out of her room. "Master is teaching the princess a lesson and can't come out to see us off." "Well, I don't mind. I had a lot of fun today." Wu Yan shrugged. "So that's all for now. I'll disturb you next time." "Sorry to disturb you." Alice nodded slightly and said goodbye, under the gaze of the bell fairy. The two walked out of Forever Pavilion hand in hand. They also walked out of the mountain path and walked into the misty lost bamboo forest. The surroundings were terrifyingly silent. In the lost bamboo forest, there seemed to be no birds, beasts, or insects. The surroundings were pitch black, and even the green bamboo trees seemed to be dyed with a layer of pitch black color. The entire scene gave people a strange feeling of horror. Walking in this bamboo forest, where monsters could jump out at any time, Alice stared at the back of Wu Yan, who was holding her hand and walking in front of her in silence. At this moment, there was only one emotion in Alice's heart. That is confusion. She is puzzled by Wu Yan's actions for the entire day. For the whole day, Wu Yan seemed to have gone to the Boli shrine to apologize to Ling Meng. Then, he came to Forever Pavilion and said a lot of things that Alice didn't understand. Then, he said a lot of things that Alice also didn't understand. Then, he played the game until now, and did a lot of things. However, there was one thing in common among these things. That is, Wu Yan has always allowed Alice to stay by his side. He didn't even try to hide anything from her. However, based on Wu Yan's deep conversation with Yonglin and Kagaya, it seems like the three of them are talking about something that can't be known to anyone else. It's a very secretive matter, isn't it? For such a secret matter, why did Wu Yan insist on bringing her along? In addition, Alice could see that today's itinerary basically had nothing to do with her. Why did Wu Yan want to bring her along? Her existence was not only unnecessary, but also redundant, wasn't it? With such confusion in her heart, Alice couldn't help but ask at a certain moment, "Why do you want to bring me along?" This was the most confusing thing for Alice. It was more confusing than the summoning figure. Alice's intuition told her that compared to the summoning figure, this was the most important thing to solve in today's itinerary. In response, Wu Yan didn't look back and didn't stop at all. Only his voice slowly drilled into Alice's ears. "If I say that I just want to play with you, would you believe me? Just want to play with me." Alice paused for a moment, putting aside the question of whether she believed it or not. First of all, this answer was already beyond Alice's expectations. Alice thought of all kinds of reasons why Wu Yan would bring her along. For example, when they were at the Bori shrine, Wu Yan wanted her to plead for him to come to the Forever Pavilion. It was also related to the summoning figure. After all, even if Alice didn't know what was going on, it didn't mean that she didn't hear anything. Wu Yan said that in the future, he would definitely let Alice become the summoning figure. Therefore, Alice thought that Wu Yan brought her to the Forever Pavilion to talk about the summoning figure. Who would have thought that, in the end, it would be such an answer? Would she believe it? Alice's first thought was naturally not to believe it. Is this necessary? Alice furrowed her brows. I'm not good at games, and I'm not good at communicating with people too intimately. If you want to play compared to me, it should be more suitable to bring along Marissa or life-shooting Maru, right? However, Alice once again received an unexpected answer. No, Wu Yan didn't even turn his head when he said that. His tone was firm. No one is more suitable than you to come out and play. Alice was at a loss. What do you mean? Wu Yan finally stopped, turned around, and faced Alice. He held Alice's other hand, and his wine-red eyes met Alice's eyes. I have no choice, seeing you stay at home depressed. I can't help but worry, but I know that words won't make you feel better. So I can only bring you out to play. Alice looked straight into Wu Yan's wine-red eyes and listened to Wu Yan's seemingly affectionate words, while at the same time she felt slightly unnatural and at the same time slightly nervous. I won't ask you to accept me immediately, and I won't ask you to return to your previous state immediately. Wu Yan closed the distance between them, reached out, and slowly hugged Alice's slender waist. But at least try to face all kinds of things with me. Alice leaned on Wu Yan's chest, her eyes flickered, and then she closed her eyes. Only Alice knew that her heart wasn't calm at all. Chapter 1842. Phew! On the way back to the Red Fiend mansion, Wu Yen let out a long sigh of relief. There was a hint of joy on his face, and his footsteps were also somewhat brisk. It was obvious that he was in a good mood. Just now, Wu Yen sent Alice home. Compared to when she was still at home this morning, on the surface, Alice seemed to be as calm as ever, and her performance was as calm and indifferent as usual. However, Wu Yen, who had carefully observed Alice, saw a slight change. That was, the brilliance in Alice's beautiful eyes was much brighter than when she was still making dolls at home in the morning. Thinking of this, Wu Yen couldn't help but recall Alice's figure when he saw her at home this morning. How should he put it? She was as beautiful as ever. However, under this beauty, there was a hidden gloominess. She was like an old man in his twilight years, giving people a feeling that she had no vitality. When she returned home, Alice already had the feeling she had when she first met Wu Yen. If one had to describe it, it would be that the brilliance on Alice's body had slightly converged these days. It wasn't until just now that the sense of existence that belonged to Alice returned without a trace. Of course, it would be a bit of an exaggeration to say that not a single detail is missing. Alice's heart is definitely no longer as calm as it used to be. At the very least, Wu Yen saw signs of Alice recovering. Come to think of it, from tomorrow onwards, Alice shouldn't hide at home and not go out anymore, right? I hope Alice can treat herself better. As soon as this sentence was said, Wu Yen laughed bitterly as if he had said something stupid. Because of the relationship between the two of them, there was indeed some kind of grudge in Alice's heart, causing her to be at a loss. This caused her to be somewhat closed off during this period of time, but it wasn't to the point of abusing herself. For him to say such a sentence, it could be said that he was overly worried. In any case, Alice wasn't a child. Although her appearance was similar to that of a 16 or 17-year-old beautiful girl, she had lived longer than ordinary humans. Although she was somewhat closed off due to her not being very open-minded, Alice was still very considerate and would never do anything stupid because of this. It's better that the current Alice is a little open-minded. At least I didn't drag her around today and play games for the whole day in vain. With such gratified words that only he could hear, the door of the Red Devil Mansion finally appeared in Wu Yan's sight. Wu Yan pulled himself together and walked over. Creak! With such an extremely soft sound, Wu Yan slowly pushed the door in front of him and peeked his head into the Red Devil Mansion's hall and looked around. However, just as Wu Yan peeked his head into the Red Devil Mansion's hall, and before he could see the situation inside clearly, a loud noise suddenly struck and startled Wu Yan. After taking a closer look, Wu Yan realized that, at this moment, in the hall of the Red Fiend restaurant, there were all kinds of demons in human form, beast form, unknown form, or half-human and half-beast form gathered in the hall of the Red Fiend restaurant. They were holding wine cups and plates with dishes as they laughed and played. Long tables were set up all around, and plates of steaming hot dishes were placed on them. In addition, there were all kinds of wine and wine glasses for the demons who were laughing and playing in the hall to enjoy. Fairy maids in maid outfits were busy everywhere. Some were carrying dishes, some were cleaning up the leftover cutlery, and some were greeting the monsters. It was an extremely lively scene. In this extraordinarily lively scene, Remilia sat at the head of the round table on the platform, enjoying red wine with Patrice while chatting about something. The little devil was also on standby beside Patrice, sneaking food from time to time and looking very mischievous. As for Fran, she was running around in the crowd of monsters like a cheerful little bird. She was like a child visiting a temple fair. Sometimes she would talk to people casually, and sometimes she would climb onto the long table to eat. Her face was brimming with joy. But this wasn't strange. In the past, Fran had always been locked up in the basement and had never come out to participate in such a lively scene. Even though she had attended all sorts of events with Wu Yan in the Spalier world, she couldn't let loose and play freely. And now, in this lively scene, the happiest one was Fran, right? Seeing this scene, Wu Yan was stunned for a moment before scratching his cheek. Could it be that Remilia is holding a banquet again? Even though it was a question, Wu Yan's tone was full of certainty. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to explain this scene. Just in time, I was worried that I would be in trouble if I came back too late. Wu Yan snuck into the living room and closed the door behind him. Then, as if he's trying to hide his presence, he walked towards the corridor. Let's take a longer detour and return to my room to sleep. Unfortunately, Wu Yan's idea was destined to fail. Hi, Sama. A helpless voice came from behind Wu Yan. What are you doing? Wu Yan, who was about to enter the corridor, froze. He laughed dryly and slowly turned around to look at Sakuya, who was standing there with a helpless expression on her face. Sui, Lord Bai. Sui looked at Wu Yan reproachfully. You came back a bit late. Before the banquet started, the young mistress and second young mistress were looking for you. Even Miss Patrice asked about your whereabouts. Many guests wanted to meet the butler of the Scarlet Devil Mansion. Where did you go? I was delayed by something. Wu Yan scratched his head in embarrassment. Since you planned to hold a banquet, you should have told me in advance. Wouldn't I have come back earlier? The young mistress decided to hold a banquet during dinner. Zwa Yi shook his head. In the past, the young mistress would hold a banquet on the same day and have the fairy maids invite guests. That's why she didn't have time to tell Lord Bai. Did you decide to do it at dinner? That should have only been 4 or 5 hours ago, right? However, there were at least 300 to 400 demons participating in the banquet. In just 4 or 5 hours, they were able to invite 300 or 400 guests to the banquet. Should I say, as expected of the Scarlet Devil Mansion? All right, Wu Yan could only sigh. It's my fault that I didn't make it in time. I'll be careful next time. Hearing this, Sui Ye's face looked much better, and he reminded him. Right now, Lord Bai is a representative figure in the Scarlet Devil Mansion. In this kind of situation, the young mistress and second young mistress can't personally arrange the banquet. Miss Patrice also doesn't have the authority to order the fairy maids to do things. Only Lord Bai can come out and host. So, you have to be careful next time. I'll host. Wu Yan was startled. I don't have a problem with that. But even without me, didn't the banquet still succeed more than once? In the past, because the Scarlet Devil Mansion didn't have a butler, I was the one to host the banquet. But it's different now. So Yi said seriously. Right now, outsiders know that the Scarlet Devil Mansion has a butler in charge. Under such circumstances, if the banquet is hosted by a head maid, it's inevitable that people will gossip about it, especially Lord Bai. Indeed, there was clearly a butler present, but the banquet was arranged and hosted by a head maid. No matter how one looked at it, it was a little strange, right? Although there were too many heartless people and demons in Fantasy Village, it didn't matter if it happened once or twice. If it happened too many times, others would gossip. For example, the butler of the Scarlet Devil Mansion didn't even have the ability to arrange and host banquets. For Remilia, who announced in front of all the demons that Wu Yan was the butler of the Scarlet Devil Mansion, it would be a huge loss of face. People would say that Remilia didn't have good eyesight. All right, I'll be careful next time. Wu Yan spread his hands. Then I won't be participating in this banquet. Sui Yi, you can go and do your work first. I understand. Sui Yi bowed, slightly. Then Lord Bai, I'll go and do my work first. Sui Yi disappeared on the spot after leaving that sentence. At the same time, on the platform, Two intense gazes were cast on Wu Yan, attracting Wu Yan's gaze. In the next moment, Remilia's dissatisfied expression and Patrice's questioning gaze were seen by Wu Yan. Wu Yan made an apologetic gesture, causing Remilia to snort coldly. Only then did it pass. Chapter 1843. Scarlet Devil Mansion, Remilia's room. Yay! Fran cheered and jumped onto the bed. She had a smile on her face that hadn't disappeared since the beginning. She twisted her body on the quilt. She looked really happy. Her wine-red eyes were curved into crescents. The banquet is so fun. Remilia's expression softened when she saw Flan's reaction. She felt like this banquet was worth it. However, she still looked at Wu Yan with a dissatisfied look. It would be even better if you weren't late. Didn't I already apologize? Wu Yan said helplessly. Besides, you didn't tell me beforehand. How would I know you were going to have a banquet? Well, it's your fault, Remilia said stubbornly. Who told you to go out all day? Can't you just stay at home? Home. Home. Wu Yan couldn't help but smile. Well, I have all kinds of things to do. Don't throw a tantrum. I'm not throwing a tantrum. Big brother, big sister, stop arguing. Friend jumped up and muttered. Hurry up and sleep. Got it. Wu Yan and Remilia laughed at the same time as they walked up to her. At this point, Remilia didn't reject sleeping with Wu Yan. She's acting very naturally. And this also proved that. Remilia was gradually getting used to having Wu Yan by her side. Oni-ai-chan. Flan hugged Wu Yan's neck, and she hugged him. Hurry up and help Fran change. Fran wants Big Brother to hug Fran to sleep. Okay. Wu Yan shook his head and pinched Fran's nose affectionately. He gently undid her clothes while she whined. Now, Fran would no longer be locked in the basement. However, in the eyes of everyone, Fran was still a child. They would definitely not allow Fran to run around as she pleased. So, Fran didn't go out often. Occasionally, Wu Yan or Remilia would take her out to play. However, whether she went out or not, Fran was still wearing the red and white Gothic loli outfit. Wu Yan, who was already very familiar with this outfit, took it off with ease. Remilia, who had seen this scene more than once, turned her head away, although it wasn't as big of a reaction as the first time. She watched a man help her sister change clothes. That feeling was also very tangled. Wu Yan, who inadvertently caught a glimpse of this scene, smirked. What? Do you want Big Brother to help you change clothes? If it wasn't for the fact that your blood is higher than mine, I would have sucked all your blood dry. Remilia revealed her canine teeth. Like a cat with its hair standing on end, it bared its teeth and bared its teeth. I'm not a child. I don't need to help me change clothes. Yes, 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 Wu Yan replied, half-heartedly. Then please hurry up and change clothes. It's time to sleep. Ugh. Remilia could only glare at Wu Yan. She picked up her pajamas and went to the bathroom to change clothes. She whispered softly as she walked. This bastard. He only knows how to dote on Fran. Not long after, Fran changed into pink pajamas. Remilia also walked out of the bathroom and changed into pure white pajamas. Flan looked at Wu Yan with a hopeful expression. Wu Yan chuckled, and he picked her up before lying down. Remilia also laid down on the other side of Flan, resting her head on a pillow. Hee. Fran, who was sleeping between Wu Yan and Remilia, didn't immediately close her eyes to sleep. Instead, she kept laughing happily. What's wrong? Remilia asked in confusion. Why are you laughing? Why don't you sleep? Fran just wants to laugh. Fran said. Because Fran is very happy right now. Wu Yan and Remilia's hearts melted. They couldn't help but move closer to Fran. One patted her head, while the other hugged her. very happy right now. Who wouldn't be? Hey, big brother, big sister. Fran looked up. Stars seemed to be flashing in her eyes. She was extremely beautiful. Let's stay together forever and never separate, okay? This was Fran's most fundamental wish. Apart from this wish, Fran had no other requests. Remilia seemed to recall Fran's crazy appearance when she was mentally unstable and the lonely figure in the basement. Tears welled up in the corners of her eyes. She hugged Fran tightly. Big sister, we'll never leave you. Fran hugged Remilia tightly. She turned to look at Wu Yen expectantly. Wu Yen looked into Fran's eyes, and he grinned as he uttered those words. Our lives have long been fused together. Neither of us can leave the other. Fran giggled. She hugged Wu Yen tightly and leaned her body against Wu Yen. She felt the familiar warmth of Wu Yan's body. She breathed in his scent and enjoyed the feeling of their lives fusing together. She curled up in Wu Yan's arms. After a while, Fran finally began to feel sleepy. She slowly closed her eyes and murmured in a low voice, Fran loves big brother and big sister the most. After that, Fran closed her eyes and fell asleep. Remilia wrapped her arms around Fran's body and looked at Fran's sleeping face reluctantly as she whispered into Fran's ear. Big sister also loves Fran the most. At this moment, Remilia's heart was filled with deep love and tenderness. Remilia would never forget the crazed look in Fran's eyes. She would never forget Fran's lonely figure. She would never forget Fran's words when she longed for freedom. She would never forget the various clashes between her and Fran. Now, the two sisters could finally admit that they were very happy. Remilia was very happy, very happy. She was happy that her sister was able to meet the man who brought her back from hell to heaven. In the future, Remilia only wanted her sister to stay in heaven forever. She wanted all the painful memories to turn into dust and disappear forever. Remilia looked in Wu Yan's direction. She saw that Wu Yan was also looking at her. Their gazes met. This time, Remilia didn't make any obvious reaction. She didn't look away either. She looked straight into Wu Yan's wine-red eyes. After a long while, she said this. Although I don't know what kind of life-sharing contract you made with Fran, if possible, I hope to make the same contract with you. This was the first time Remilia expressed her inner thoughts without holding back, not only for Fran's small wish, but for herself as well. Needless to say, Remilia wanted to make the same contract with Wu Yan to fulfill Fran's wish for the three of them to be together forever. If others knew that Remilia actually took the initiative to make a life-sharing contract, they would definitely be shocked. However, Wu Yan didn't, because he also understood Remilia's feelings. I will. Wu Yan patted Remilia's head and responded to her wish with a powerful voice. I also hope to be with you forever. Remilia smiled, as if a heavy burden had been lifted off her shoulders. She slowly closed her eyes. Remilia believed that tonight would definitely be the most comfortable sleep she had in her 500 years of life. There was no other reason. It was just that Remilia's heart was telling her that she really didn't want anything else in this life. Just like that, the voices of the two young vampire ladies softened. Their breathing stabilized, and they fell into a deep sleep. Wu Yan relaxed his movements. He laid down and hugged both Remilia and Flan. Then he closed his eyes. One after another, images of girls started appearing in his mind. They were the young ladies whose lives were intertwined with Wu Yan's. They were destined to never leave him. And now, apart from Alice and Patrice, there was another young lady in Wu Yan's embrace who made a life-sharing contract with him. Since he made a promise, Wu Yan would never go against it. Needless to say, Wu Yan didn't want to go against it. No matter if it was Alice, Patrice, or Remilia, Wu Yen would make them his summons and stay with him forever. Lowering his head, he looked at the two vampire girls beside him, who are so exquisite, they don't look like they belong in this world. They have angelic beauty in their sleep. Wu Yan's heart gradually calmed down as the night deepened. Chapter 1844. The next day, with no sunlight shining in, no lights pouring down, no alarm clock ringing, and no one waking him up loudly, Wu Yen woke up. Next to him, Remilia and Fran hugged each other tightly. They were still sleeping and showed no signs of waking up. Last night, although Wu Yen slept with Remilia and Fran at the same time, he only stayed in the room and did not participate in the banquet held in the Red Devil Mansion like Remilia and Fran. Remilia and Fran, one enjoyed a long time at the banquet, and the other played crazily for an entire night. Even if they were vampires, their physical strength was not as weak as that of ordinary people, and they were mentally exhausted. In addition, vampires were nocturnal creatures and could not adapt to daytime life, especially Remilia and Fran, whose bloodlines were not very high. Therefore, after sleeping for a while, they should not be able to wake up in a short period of time. Wu Yen yawned, pulled himself together, and straightened his body. He glanced at Remilia and Fran, who were sleeping beside him. He first moved Fran's little feet away from his body, then helped the two little girls cover with the quilt, and then got up and put on his clothes. Originally, at this time, Wu Yen should go back to sleep. But today, Wu Yen still had something to do. Therefore, at this time, even if he continued to sleep, it was impossible for him to sleep. He might as well get up and finish his work as soon as possible. Of course, it was still unknown whether or not this matter could be carried out smoothly. Today's Red Devil Mansion was a little quiet. There was no other way. After all, last night's banquet, the fairy maids were busy until the morning before they finished cleaning up the mess. The fairy maids in the Red Devil Mansion were ordinary. They all worked during the day and at night. But because the owner of the Red Devil Mansion was a vampire, there were more fairy maids working at night. And this phenomenon was even more obvious when the banquet was held. Once Remilia decided to hold the banquet, that day, many of the fairy maids working during the day in the Red Devil Mansion would be transferred to work at night. In order to cooperate with the banquet, the number of fairy maids working during the day was greatly reduced the next day. So today, the number of fairy maids working in the Red Devil Hall would be surprisingly small, no more than 10. And of course, among these fairy maids who were still working, there would definitely be a dutiful and perfect fairy maids. When Wu Yen entered the Scarlet Devil Mansion's main hall, he saw that the long table, dishes, cutlery, and whatnot from last night had all been cleaned up. Just like before, nothing has changed. In such a vast and quiet hall, Bu Yi was wiping the round table on the platform with a rag alone. He didn't stop until he sensed someone approaching and looked over. Lord, after seeing the full appearance of the person who came, Zhuo Yi was startled for a moment and stood up in surprise. You're up. Even though they didn't spend a lot of time together, Sakuya had a rough idea of Wu Yan's daily routine. She also knows how lazy Wu Yan is in the morning and how much he likes to laze in bed. In the fairy maid's understanding, Wu Yan should have woken up in another 2 or 3 hours. But now, he had woken up so early. It was no wonder that the fairy maids were surprised. I have something to do today, so I need to go out for a while. Wu Yan smiled at the fairy maids. So, I woke up a little earlier today. Are you going out again? The surprise on the fairy maid's face turned into helplessness. Then, Lord Bai, please come back early today. There might be a banquet tonight. A banquet? Wu Yan's face fell, and he said, angrily, We already had one yesterday. Do you plan to have one today? With young Miss Personality, it's not impossible. The fairy maids explained. It mainly depends on young Miss Mood. If young Miss wants to have a banquet, it's not strange to have one at any time. There have been times when young Miss was in a good mood. At that time, there were banquets for 7 days. 7 days. Wu Yen was speechless. Banquets every day. The Scarlet Devil Mansion is really rich. To be honest, Wu Yen still didn't know where the Scarlet Devil Mansion's money came from. The fairy maids who worked in the Scarlet Devil Mansion all had their own wages. Although Hong Meiling's wages had been deducted by the fairy maids, she was still paid. Only the fairy maids didn't receive a salary. This was because Remilia had already handed over the management of the finances to Jean Yi. Moreover, if Jean Yi wanted to take from it, it didn't matter how much he took. But where did all this money come from? Remilia and Fran were the type who spent money and didn't work. Patrice and Imp were hiding in the underground library all day. They didn't receive a salary, nor did they go out to work, apart from these four. And the fairy maids, the rest were all paid by the Scarlet Devil Mansion. If that's the case, it's no wonder Wu Yen is wondering where the Red Devil Dojo got the money to pay their employees. Also, where did the Red Devil Dojo get the money to support its operations? They even held banquets from time to time. If there was a chance, he must ask Remilia about it. After making up his mind, Wu Yen found a seat and sat down. "I'll go make breakfast for Lord Bai," the fairy maids immediately said after seeing Wu Yen sit down. "Please wait a moment, Lord Bai." Just as the fairy maids wanted to use his ability to stop time, Wu Yen spoke up. "No need." Wu Yen looked at the fairy maids and frowned. "You must have been busy from last night's banquet to the end, right?" "Yes." The fairy maids tilted his head and asked suspiciously, "Is there a problem?" "There is a big problem." Wu Yan's frown deepened. "Since you've been busy for so long, aren't you tired?" One must know that the fairy maids of the Scarlet Devil Mansion were busy until dawn to clean up the mess and go back to rest. The fairy maids must be the same. But even so, Zhuo Yi still had to start work so early. This burden was not ordinary. Actually, Wu Yen wanted to say it a long time ago. "Sakuya, it seems like I can see you working whether it's day or night." Wu Yen looked at Sakuya with a serious look in his eyes. "Do you really have a good rest?" The fairy maids hesitated, as if he didn't know if he should tell the truth. But after seeing the serious expression in Wu Yan's eyes, the fairy maids knew that if he concealed the truth, Wu Yan would be angry. So the fairy maids hesitated and answered truthfully. "When I rest, I usually use time stop before I start to rest." "Use time stop to rest," Wu Yan said with a faint smile. "In other words, you're still using your ability when you're sleeping?" The fairy maids nodded nervously, which made Wu Yan stare at him. "How can that be considered rest?" "When people sleep, they will enter a state of deep sleep. This is the best way to keep the body in good condition." The fairy maids said that he had been using time stop when he was sleeping. However, when he entered a state of deep sleep, it would be like relaxing the body, and the ability would be unconsciously removed. In other words, the fairy maids could only sleep lightly when they slept. In that case, could it be considered a good rest? Even if he could, he would accumulate some invisible fatigue that he couldn't feel. One day, it would erupt all at once and crush his body. Wu Yan said reproachfully, "What do you want me to say about you?" "I can do it," the fairy maids hurriedly said. "Although I've always been in a light sleep, at least I can still subconsciously use my ability, but the fairy maids rest for a longer time. When times stop, using a long sleep to make up for it." Wu Yan couldn't get over it. "But you don't have to do this, right? Can't you take a good rest?" Zui Yi began to falter, and his voice became lower. "Without the fairy maids, a lot of work in the Red Devil Hall will be delayed. Work is work. Rest is rest." Wu Yen raised his voice. No matter how busy you are with work, you can't always be like this. Why don't you take a good rest? But, no buts. Seeing that the fairy maids didn't seem to want to listen, Wu Yen warned him. I didn't ask you to put down your work and rest every day, but at least you have to take a good rest every once in a while. Otherwise, don't blame me for using force. Looking at Wu Yan's indisputable look, the fairy maids could only nod with a rare grievance. Chapter 1845. In the sky, a stream of light quickly flew past, like a fleeting meteor, with a long light tail, flying in another direction at a speed that was difficult to be seen by the naked eye. The direction this stream of light flew was the opposite side of the Monster Mountain, which was the opposite direction of the Monster Mountain, as if it was flying towards the depths of the fantasy town. In fact, the fantasy town did not cover a large area, so the mountain that people and monsters talked about referred to the Monster Mountain, because this was the only famous mountain in the fantasy town. The forest referred to the magic forest, the bamboo forest referred to the lost bamboo forest, and the village referred to the human world. Flying at such a high speed in the fantasy town, which did not cover a large area, it would not take long for it to reach the border of the fantasy town, which was the location of the Boli Great Barrier. With the speed of the stream of light, it should not take long for it to reach the Boli Great Barrier. However, when the stream of light was about to reach the Boli Great Barrier, it was very close to the edge of the Boli Great Barrier. The speed of the stream of light began to slow down slowly. If one observed carefully, they would find that when the stream of light slowed down, it happened to be when an endless, dazzling, orange-yellow grassland appeared in front of the stream of light. It was obviously a grassland, but the color of this grassland was an incredible orange-yellow. And that orange-yellow color was actually a field of sunflowers that grew on the grassland, almost taller than a person. It was because of this field of sunflowers. Looking down from the sky of the fantasy town, this grassland was a golden orange-yellow color. Moreover, the color was very dazzling, and one could tell at a glance that these sunflowers were. They were really good-looking. This field of sunflowers. It was called the sunflower field. Originally, sunflowers were a kind of flower that would rotate with the movement of the sun, also known as the sunflower field. And this field of sunflowers was called the sunflower field. It could be said that he lived up to his name. This sunflower field was located to the south of Fantasy Village. It was a bowl-shaped field, so it was difficult to see it from a distance. It was quite far from the human realm, so not many people would come here. It could even be said that no one would come here. However, this vast and well-grown sunflower field was very beautiful. As a result, although not many people came here, there were quite a few people who knew of its existence. It was definitely worth a look. Of course, the reason why fewer people came to the sunflower field was not only because it was a little far from the human world, but more importantly, it was said that at night, this place would become a summer concert venue for energetic monsters. If he were to join them, he would be surrounded by a large number of monsters. Who knew when he would be eaten by one of the monsters? During the day, the sunflower field wasn't safe either. The sunflowers in the sunflower field were all very ordinary sunflowers. Although they looked good, none of them had the tendency to turn into monsters. Therefore, during the day, this was also a good place for many monsters to play hide and seek. If he came here during the day, not only would he be teased by many monsters, but he might also be dragged out until night and not be able to walk out of the sunflower field. At that time, he would also be surrounded by many monsters and become the monster's food. In general, this was a rather dangerous place, at least for humans who had no strength to truss a chicken. Only the body of the streamer that flew over knew that the rumors about the sunflower field were somewhat wrong. In fact, this sunflower field wasn't as lively as the rumors said. It wasn't as lively as a summer concert venue for energetic monsters. During the day, there were almost no fairies who would simply come here to play games. Because this seemingly extremely dazzling sunflower field was the territory of a certain monster. As long as one knew the true identity of a certain monster, one could not help but be afraid of it, including the former monster sage Yakumo Yukari and the brain of the moon Yakumo Yonglin. It was unknown if it was fearful of this extremely powerful monster, but the speed of the flowing light gradually decreased. When it arrived at the edge of the sunflower field, it made a turn and fell down, smashing heavily into the ground. Pung! In the dull sound of impact, smoke and dust filled the air, shrouding the place where the streamer hit. Vaguely, a figure emerged from the smoke and dust that filled the air and slowly walked out, exposing itself to the air and sunlight. Cough, cough. Choked by the smoke and dust, Wu Yan coughed twice and waved his hand with a look of disdain. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have landed and directly entered the sunflower field. This sentence was just casually said by Wu Yan. After all, the monster that occupied the sunflower field as its territory really couldn't be rude. If he flew in casually, he was afraid that he would accidentally anger the monster. By then, not to mention whether he could achieve his goal of coming here, the monster might even kill Wu Yan directly. Although Wu Yan was a true ancestor, and theoretically an existence that couldn't die, the monster in the sunflower field wasn't someone to be trifled with. It wouldn't be surprising if the monster had some means to kill undead creatures. It wasn't that Wu Yan was afraid of the monster, but he was really afraid of the monster's existence. If possible, he really didn't want to have a conflict with the monster over some trivial matters. Lifting his head and looking at the endless sunflower field in front of him, Wu Yan was amazed by the beautiful scenery, but at the same time, he was secretly speechless. The sunflowers in the sunflower field were all ordinary sunflowers. There was no doubt about that. However, Wu Yan acutely felt an extremely majestic aura from the vast sunflower field in front of him. It was the demonic aura that belonged to a monster. The sunflowers in this extremely ordinary sunflower field all carried the same type of demonic aura. What did this prove? It proved that although these sunflowers were ordinary sunflowers, their owner had used some means on them to turn them into sentinels. In other words, Wu Yan was now facing a large number of cameras that couldn't be counted no matter how hard he tried. The owner of the sunflower field was definitely using these cameras to observe every visitor that came. It's really a big deal. Wu Yan collected his emotions and muttered to himself. Today, Wu Yan came to the sunflower field, mainly to meet the owner of the sunflower field. However, the owner of the sunflower field not only had amazing strength, but also had an unpredictable personality. She could turn hostile at any time. If he just barged in, it might cause unnecessary trouble. Therefore, after thinking for a while, Wu Yan chose the most conservative way to meet her. I know, you must have noticed my arrival. Looking at the golden sunflower field in front of him, Wu Yan spoke loudly. Can you come out and meet me? The Lord of Flowers of the Four Seasons, delicate fragrance in the wind. When the words delicate fragrance in the wind were spoken, the demonic aura attached to every sunflower in the sunflower field fluctuated slightly. For a moment, the surrounding air seemed to have solidified, becoming heavier than a rock, but then it loosened and returned to normal as if nothing had happened. Of course, Wu Yan noticed this change as well. However, even though he noticed it, Wu Yan didn't pay attention to it. Instead, he turned his gaze to the center of the sunflower field. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Suddenly, the sunflowers in the sunflower field swayed slightly. There was no wind blowing in the sunflower field, but the sunflowers in the sunflower field moved by themselves, twisting their roots as if they were worshiping something, lowering the big flower head. Not long after, another rustling sound came from the center of the sunflower field as if it was welcoming a king. That was the sound of something stepping on the flowers. Footsteps. As the footsteps approached, Wu Yan clearly felt a very terrifying aura slowly rising. Even the ground seemed to be trembling slowly. Coupled with the footsteps, it was like a scene when a dinosaur or a giant was about to appear. It made people's heart tighten. Wu Yan was also nervous, but his gaze was fixed on the center of the sunflower field. Unlike the gradually rising aura, he restrained his own aura. In the midst of this farce, the owner of the footsteps seemed to have lost his patience and appeared from the sunflower field. Chapter 1846. Amidst the flourishing sunflowers, the young lady was like a noble lady on a field trip. She walked steadily and appeared under the sunlight amidst the clear sounds of her footsteps. That was a girl who couldn't be ignored from all aspects. The young girl had the same color as the grassland, emerald green shoulder-length hair that was full of vitality. Her short hair was not soft, but slightly curled. As the young girl walked, it swayed with the wind, flashing a dazzling arc under the sunlight. The girl's figure was very tall, not to be outdone by Yukari and Yonglin. She was considered to be one of the taller girls of the opposite sex that Wu Yan had seen so far. She wore a red and dark red checkered waistcoat and a knee-length skirt of the same color. She wore a yellow bow tie and a white long-sleeved shirt under the waistcoat. She looked very energetic when matched with the checkered waistcoat and skirt. This young girl, who seemed to be full of vitality from all aspects, had an indifferent and strong feeling on her delicate and pretty face, as if she did not care about anything. She held a flower-like parasol in her hand, and with extremely elegant movements, she slowly walked out of the sunflower field. As the girl appeared under the bright sunlight, she was exposed to Wu Yan's eyes. An indescribable pressure also came head-on like a tide, making the sunflowers around the sunflower field lower their heads even more, as if they were afraid of angering the girl. It was very human-like. However, Wu Yan didn't have the time to care about the human-like behavior of a bunch of normal sunflowers. He didn't even have the time to marvel at them. His gaze was completely taken away by the girl in front of him. This was not only because the girl had a top-notch beauty, but also because the other party's red eyes seemed to be inadvertently fixed on Wu Yan. It made Wu Yan's instinct to danger began to ring like an alarm bell. Intuition told Wu Yan the girl in front of him definitely had a powerful strength that didn't match her beautiful appearance. In fact, there was no need for Wu Yan's intuition to tell him this. The pressure that surged all over the sky already told everyone who could see this scene that the girl in front of him, just how extraordinary was he, and from the system's feedback, the information about the girl. It also clearly proved this point. Delicate fragrance Kazumi, level 97, level 97. Other than the guardian tree that Wu Yan had seen on the Emperor Island in the Spalier world, this was the guardian tree, the highest level existence. However, Wu Yan was not surprised at all. This was because Wu Yan clearly knew the identity of the young lady before him, the Lord of Flowers of the Four Seasons, delicate fragrance of the wind. One had existed long before the establishment of the fantasy village. It was a monster that had lived for an unknown number of years. Her original form was a flower spirit, compared to Yakumo Z, who was the only flower spirit in the entire race. She could be said to be the lowest level flower spirit. Her abilities were also very ordinary. She could only control the growth and movement of flowers. Rather than saying that this ability was ordinary, it would be better to say that it was weak. However, that high level 97 clearly told everyone that as a flower spirit that was supposed to be the lowest level and had the weakest ability, it did not mean that delicate fragrance Kazumi was a weakling. The flower lord of four seasons, a monster that had existed long before the establishment of the fantasy village and had lived for an unknown number of years. Perhaps There weren't many people who could understand just how powerful Delicate Fragrance Kazakami was when these titles were revealed. Then, if he put it another way, it would be much easier to understand. The strongest existence in the fantasy village. If he did not include Ling Meng, who was considered outside of the standard in the fantasy village, in terms of strength and level, Delicate Fragrance Kazumi was stronger than Yakumo Z and Yakumo Yonglin. She was truly the strongest flower queen in the fantasy village. There was no doubt. Now, this publicly recognized strongest existence in the fantasy village was standing in an ordinary flower field. She held a parasol in her hand and looked at Wu Yan face to face. Her red eyes flashed with an indescribable light. However, this light gradually dimmed after sensing Wu Yan, who was standing outside the sunflower field. There was even a trace of dissatisfaction. In the next moment, a clear and cold voice came from the mouth of the strongest existence in the fantasy village, Delicate Fragrance Feng Jian. She gently echoed, "You are very boring." This was Delicate Fragrance Kazumi's impression of Wu Yan when she first met Wu Yan. It was because Delicate Fragrance Kazumi had deliberately used her powerful aura to suppress Wu Yan. Not only did Wu Yan not counterattack, but he also restrained his aura and did not collide with Delicate Fragrance Kazumi's provocation. Delicate Fragrance Kazumi was a very self-centered existence. Basically, other than paying attention to flowers, she was very indifferent to other things. In addition to flowers, the thing that could arouse Delicate Fragrance Kazumi's interest the most was fighting. Delicate Fragrance Kazumi was a battle maniac through and through. In this way, Delicate Fragrance Kazumi naturally felt bored that the other party did not resist her provocation. This was also one of Delicate Fragrance Kazumi's shortcomings. No matter who it was, even if it was the first time they met, Delicate Fragrance Kazumi would want to test the other party to see how strong they were. If they were strong enough, Delicate Fragrance Kazumi would excitedly fight with the other party. If they were too weak, Delicate Fragrance Kazumi wouldn't even look at the other party. It was precisely because she wanted to know if Wu Yan was strong enough to arouse her interest that Delicate Fragrance Kazumi released such a powerful aura as soon as she appeared. She tried to suppress Wu Yan and make Wu Yan resist. Unsurprisingly, this was definitely not a wise move. She deliberately provoked the person she met for the first time. It was conceivable that other people's impression of Delicate Fragrance Kazumi would definitely not be good. But Delicate Fragrance Kazumi didn't care at all. For Delicate Fragrance Kazumi, it didn't matter whether the relationship was good or not. She didn't want to deliberately make friends with anyone or even communicate with them. She only cared about whether the other party could fight with her. If not, it was better to simply admire the flowers than to make friends. This was Delicate Fragrance Kazumi. It was because he clearly knew this that Wu Yan temporarily avoided Delicate Fragrance Kazumi's provocation and collided with her. After all, outside of the collision, his strength would be roughly seen by Delicate Fragrance Kazumi. If he could arouse Delicate Fragrance Kazumi's interest, Delicate Fragrance Kazumi would fight with him without saying a word. If he couldn't arouse Delicate Fragrance Kazumi's interest, then Delicate Fragrance Kazumi would leave without saying a word. In that case, wouldn't there be no way to talk? That's why Wu Yan used this method to prevent Yukari Fujimi from determining his strength. That way, before she can determine his strength, Yukari Fujimi wouldn't attack him recklessly or run away. That way, they would have a chance to talk. Therefore, Wu Yan's face showed a smile as if he had everything under control, and said such a sentence. "I don't mind accompanying you to do those things that you think are interesting, but I came to you for some things that you think are quite boring. In that case, why don't you accompany me to talk about these boring things first, then do those things that you think are interesting? How about it?" Getting a chance to talk didn't mean that Delicate Fragrance Kazumi was willing to talk to Wu Yan. Next, if he couldn't arouse delicate fragrance Kazumi's interest, he was afraid that she would leave without saying a word. Therefore, since the purpose of letting delicate fragrance Kazumi talk to him had been achieved, in order to arouse delicate fragrance Kazumi's interest in him, and not to leave by herself, Wu Yan didn't need to hide anymore. Buzz. In the next moment, a rich scarlet light burst out from Wu Yan's body with a suffocating blood aura. In the rich scarlet light, Wu Yan's deep black short hair gradually elongated until it reached his waist. It dyed golden at a speed visible to the naked eye, mixed with a trace of blood mist floating in the air. At the same time, Wu Yan's pair of wine-red pupils also turned into a gem-like purple. A burst of storm-like pressure, like a volcanic eruption, emerged crazily and instantly shrouded the whole place. The third red jade mode, Yakumo violet mode, was fully activated. The violent pressure pressed down without warning, making delicate fragrance Kazumi's shoulders sink, but her eyes suddenly lit up. Chapter 1847. Fujimi fragrance was indeed very strong, so strong that even Yukari, who had the ability to create and destroy everything, could not guarantee that she could defeat her. Yukari even admitted that if she were to fight Fujimi fragrance head-on, she would most likely lose. But that was the old Yukari. After her experience in Silveria, thanks to the miraculous pond water that could transform people, Violet's strength didn't increase by a lot. She even went from level 95 to level 96. In the demigod rank, the difference between each small level was huge. After reaching level 96, Yukari's level was only one level away from Yukari Fujimi. Coupled with Yukari Fujimi's terrifying realm manipulation ability, if Yukari Fujimi and Yukari Fujimi were to fight, then Yukari Fujimi would have a 50% chance of winning. In other words, Yukari also had the ability to compete for the position of the strongest in Fantasy Village. Wu Yan's red jade mode allowed him to have all the power of the owner of the drop of blood, including level ability and all kinds of means. Even if this person's level increased and their ability developed, it would still be the same. In other words, after entering Yukari's red jade mode, Wu Yan's power had increased to the point where he could compete with Fujimi fragrance. Fujimi fragrance could not have missed this point. At least, when Wu Yan used Yukari's third, red jade mode, Fujimi fragrance could not have missed it. Fujimi fragrance's spirit was shaken. Her eyes flashed with excitement and fanaticism. Strong. So strong. Wu Yan, who entered Yukari's red jade mode, could not help but think that he was really strong. The thick scarlet light and blood mist on his body slowly dissipated. Wu Yan clenched his hand, feeling the power that belonged to Yukari that had not emerged in a long time, the corner of his mouth raised in a confident arc. He looked up and saw Fujimi fragrance standing in the middle of the sunflower field, looking at him with excitement. Wu Yan turned his attention to the guy. I don't know. If this is the case, can I make you feel a little more interesting? Fujimi fragrance did not answer, but the surging fighting spirit in her eyes and smiling very happily already told Wu Yan the answer. The aura on your body is very familiar. The facts proved Wu Yan's plan worked very well. Fujimi fragrance was already interested in him. Moreover, he didn't rush over to fight with him right away. Instead, he suppressed the fighting spirit in his heart. She looked at Wu Yan. I seem to have sensed the same aura as you on someone else's body. Furthermore, your aura has changed a lot compared to before. When she said this, Feng Jian Yuxiang's tone was very hasty. Obviously, she had already guessed who the others she was talking about was. Wu Yan didn't point it out. He just nodded. You can call me to the clouds. Cloud. Fujimi fragrance squinted her eyes. So that's how it is. Although I don't know why you have the same aura as her, and why it has changed so much, it doesn't matter as long as you are strong enough. It is indeed as you said, let's put the interesting things aside first. Fujimi Fragrance's expression returned to the initial indifference, gently glancing at Wu Yan. "Why are you looking for me?" "It's very simple." Wu Yan didn't beat around the bush. If he beat around the bush, he might attract the disgust of someone like Yuka Fujimi, who does things her own way. Thus, he directly stated his purpose. "I want a drop of your blood." As a flower demon that was supposed to be the lowest level and did not have the ability to compete with Yukari, how did Fujimi Fragrance sit in the position of the strongest in Fantasy Town? The reason was very simple. Fujimi Fragrance's fighting ability had nothing to do with her own ability. The combat ability that delicate Fragrance Feng Jian relied on to survive was her close combat ability that no one could compete with. In other words, Fujimi Fragrance's real strength was the terrifying physical ability hidden under that seemingly soft and tall body. Moreover, Feng Jian Yuxiang's demonic power was almost endless. As a flower demon, Fujimi Fragrance could obtain vitality and vitality from nature. Her existence itself was inseparable from nature. In addition, she had lived for a long time. Fujimi Fragrance was equivalent to the embodiment of nature. Therefore, Fujimi Fragrance's blood was definitely blood essence containing the power of nature. This was the purpose of Wu Yan coming to Fujimi Fragrance. Blood. Fujimi Fragrance's expression did not change at all. Even her tone did not fluctuate. Why? That's also very simple. Wu Yan smiled. His smile made Fujimi Fragrance's blood boil. "Your blood can make me stronger." "Stronger?" Delicate Fragrance Feng Jian also smiled. She smiled very happily. "Are you also pursuing strength?" "No." Wu Yan suddenly opened his mouth and said such a sentence. "I am pursuing invincibility." Invincibility? This time, Fujimi Fragrance was surprised. Looking straight at Wu Yan's eyes, there was a trace of change. "You think you can do it?" "Of course." "Of course." Wu Yan said this without any hesitation. He said it with a firm tone. "Your blood is one of the factors that will help me embark on the path of invincibility. Is that so?" Fujimi Fragrance was silent for a while. Then she smiled again, but this time the laughter was not full of happiness, but admiration. "It seems that my previous evaluation of you was very wrong. You are more interesting than I thought." "No, you are quite interesting." Wu Yan is definitely the first person to make a comment like this. Other than Yuka Fujimi, who is interested in flowers and battles, she even expressed admiration for him. To put it bluntly, Wu Yan is definitely the first one to do so. "Then, your firm belief in pursuing invincibility, let me verify it." Of course, admiration is admiration, but Fujimi Fragrance is not the kind of person who will accept others' existence because of a word. At this moment, Fujimi Fragrance slowly put down the parasol in her hand and closed it, like holding a weapon, pointing at Wu Yan. Her red eyes surged with fanatical fighting spirit. "Defeat me. I will fulfill your request." For Yuka Fujimi, a drop of blood was nothing at all. With Yuka Fujimi's personality, she would not be like Mount Penglai Bright Night and Yonglin Hachiai. She would not worry that her blood would be used by others to perform evil means and harm herself. This is not because Fujimi Fragrance does not care about her safety, but because Fujimi Fragrance is confident that no one can put her in danger with just a drop of blood. Therefore, giving Wu Yan a drop of blood is nothing at all. However, delicate Fragrance Feng Jian wasn't so generous that she would obediently hand over her blood just because a person came out and said a few words that she admired. But if he can defeat Fujimi Fragrance, then it is a different story. After all, Fujimi Fragrance is a battle maniac through and through. Feeling the powerful aura gradually rising from Fujimi Fragrance's body, Wu Yan closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his eyes were calm. "The defeat you mentioned shouldn't be referring to the rules of rune cards or bullet screen games, right?" That's natural. Fujimi Fragrance nodded. If you are weak, then I don't mind playing a game with you. But now there is no reason. Fujimi Fragrance recognizes Wu Yan's strength and also recognizes that Wu Yan is a strong person. However, Fujimi Fragrance obviously did not consider it seriously. With the strength of the two of them, if they fight here, then the entire fantasy paradise is likely to be affected, and the Great Bully Barrier is likely to be destroyed. At that time, fantasy paradise will also be destroyed. It is precisely because of this that the Great Bully, which set up the rules of rune cards to prevent fantasy paradise from being destroyed. However, Wu Yan knows that if he uses this excuse to avoid a direct battle, Fujimi Fragrance will treat it as an escape. So Wu Yan raised one of his hands. On top of it, rich realm power suddenly emerged like an invisible wave. Realm, Eternal Night's four-layered barrier. The moment the words fell, the invisible realm power fiercely spread out, as if the whole world was dyed in color, quickly turned into a cage, and built four transparent barriers around it. Fujimi Fragrance immediately understood the meaning of Wu Yan's action. She stretched out her tongue and licked the corner of her mouth. Let's fight. Chapter 1848. The transparent barrier enveloped the entire sunflower field, isolating it from the outside world. With this layer of Eternal Night's fourfold barrier as protection, when Wu Yan and Delicate Fragrance fought, if there was an impact to the surroundings, the first thing to be affected would be the Eternal Night's fourfold barrier. And if the Eternal Night's fourfold barrier was affected and destroyed, Wu Yan would stop. In that case, he wouldn't cause any damage to the fantasy village without knowing it. Of course, the plan certainly couldn't keep up with the changes. Even if the Eternal Night's fourfold barrier was affected and destroyed, Wu Yan wanted to stop, but it was still unknown whether Delicate Fragrance, who was fighting, would stop or not. However, with Delicate Fragrance's performance, it was impossible for her to stop now. Delicate Fragrance was a person who did things her own way. She wouldn't care whether Fantasy Village would be destroyed or not. Instead, it was better to set up this barrier in front of Delicate Fragrance. Wu Yan is sending a message to Yuka Fujimi. If you want to fight, I can accompany you. However, once the Eternal Night's fourfold barrier was destroyed, he would have to stop. Delicate Fragrance Feng Jian must have already received this information. But Delicate Fragrance didn't even say anything. She licked the corner of her mouth and suddenly smiled. Let's fight. This sentence. It became the opening statement of the highest standard battle in the fantasy village. Buzz. At the same time, the space around Feng Jian, Yuxiang, trembled, and the sunflower field around her also shook slightly. The ordinary sunflowers actually secreted a force that was difficult for others to detect under this vibration. Like a stream of air, it poured into Feng Jian, Yuxiang's tall and delicate body. After a long time, Delicate Fragrance, the flower demon, had become the embodiment of nature. Her existence was equivalent to the entire nature. At this moment, Feng Jian, you blended into the surrounding nature, extracting power from nature. She used it to transform herself into the real nature. In such a state, Delicate Fragrance Feng Jian was able to obtain endless demonic power in the truest sense and used it extravagantly to strengthen her body, improve her physical ability, and the effect of the Delicate Fragrance in the wind. It was through his body that had turned into nature. He was able to display all of his terrifying physical abilities without missing a single bit. Under Wu Yan's attentive gaze, Feng Jian's fragrant hair fluttered without wind, and a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from her tall and slender body. It pressed down in all directions like an avalanche. Under the influence of Feng Jian Yuxiang's terrifying aura, the sunflowers in the sunflower field all grew crazily. Not long after, they grew to a height that humans couldn't compare to. This was the ability of delicate fragrance Fujimi itself, the ability to control flowers. Now, the delicate fragrance Feng Jian had completely integrated into nature, allowing this ability to be used along with his own aura affecting the sunflowers in the sunflower field. As for the earth-shattering aura, it swept in all directions like a gust of wind. The cold demonic aura was like sharp blades that suddenly scattered in all directions, scraping Wu Yan's cheeks painfully. With this aura alone, delicate fragrance Feng Jian Yuxiang was worthy of the title of the strongest in the fantasy village. While Wu Yan was feeling this in his heart, delicate fragrance Feng Jian Yuxiang raised his head, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and suddenly he took a fierce step forward. Chi! With a thunderous sound, in the blink of an eye, delicate fragrance Feng Jian Yuxiang appeared in front of Wu Yan. The parasol with demonic aura in his hand carried a suffocating aura. In front of Wu Yan's narrowed expression, he fiercely chopped down on Wu Yan's head. The realm of being and nothingness. Wu Yan immediately reacted. He took a step back, raised his hand, and a wave of power that others couldn't understand emerged from his palm, facing delicate fragrance Feng Jian Yuxiang's parasol. Seeing this delicate fragrance Feng Jian Yuxiang actually smiled. The parasol in his hand that contained a terrifying aura didn't retreat, but instead heavily chopped down. Bang! Logically speaking, the realm of being and nothingness should forcibly guide the demonic power surging on delicate fragrance Feng Jian Yuxiang's parasol from the state of being to the state of nothingness, turning delicate fragrance Feng Jian Yuxiang's attack into nothingness. However, the imagined situation didn't happen. Not only did the realm of being and nothingness not turn delicate fragrance Feng Jian Yuxiang's attack into nothingness, but the fluctuation of the realm power in Wu Yan's hand was forcibly dispersed by this attack. Wu Yan's face changed. Delicate fragrance Feng Jian Yuxiang actually used pure power to break the realm power. Don't be distracted. Before Wu Yan could react, delicate fragrance Feng Jian Yuxiang's battle-thirsty and indifferent voice passed into Wu Yan's ears. The real battle has just begun. As soon as his voice fell, delicate fragrance Feng Jian Yuxiang raised the parasol in his hand. The tip of the parasol aimed at Wu Yan, and the violent demonic power suddenly condensed there and burst out like an explosion. In the next second, a beam of light with a diameter of 2 to 3 meters, containing a shocking energy fluctuation like a meteor falling from the sky, shot toward Wu Yan. Wu Yan also knew that now was not the time to be shocked. He restrained the emotions in his heart, and a pair of crystal-clear purple eyes flashed with a touch of light. If it was Violet, what would she do at this time? With this thought, Wu Yan mobilized the demonic power in his body that wasn't as strong as delicate fragrance Feng Jian Yuxiang, but it was still extremely abundant. Circles of power fluctuations that belonged to the realm emerged around his body. At this moment, Wu Yan felt like he could destroy the world and burn the mountains and boil the sea with a raise of his hand. This wasn't just talk. The power of Purple's realm was just that strong. She could create everything with a thought. She could destroy everything with a thought. Since delicate fragrance Feng Jian Yuxiang could break through the realm power alone, then he would take out the realm power that delicate fragrance Feng Jian Yuxiang couldn't break through. Phew! A scorching breath that seemed to carry all the emotions in Wu Yan's heart was slowly exhaled by Wu Yan. Immediately, Wu Yan raised his head and looked at the beam of light that was constantly magnifying in his pupils. The corner of his mouth curled up, and he didn't intend to defend at all. His body shook and turned into a stream of light. Under delicate fragrance Feng Jian Yuxiang's surprised gaze, he directly rushed toward the incoming beam of light. Whoosh! In the extreme sound of breaking through the air, Wu Yan rushed toward the incoming beam of light violently. The realm power surging around his body violently erupted. the realm of being, and nothingness. With such a voice, the figure that turned into a stream of light collided with the fatal beam of light. Boom! Above the sunflower field, a thunderous sound burst out, and a violent gale blew out all of a sudden, blowing all the sunflowers below in one direction. This time, it was the same level of power, but the result was completely different. The beam of light that was filled with a power that was more terrifying than the one that easily defeated Wu Yan's realm of being and nothingness. This time, when it collided with Wu Yan's figure that was wrapped in the realm of being and nothingness, it quickly dimmed at the moment of collision. From delicate fragrance Feng Jian Yuxiang's perspective, she saw that the moment the beam of light that traversed the void collided with the stream of light that Wu Yan transformed into, it suddenly began to melt rapidly from the point of collision. Moreover, the melting speed was still spreading to the other side of the beam of light at an alarming rate. During this period, a figure that was like a meteor swept across like lightning, and a part of the beam of light that came into contact with it collapsed upon contact. And it was the kind that destroyed everything in its path. Boom! In the end, the beam of light that was 2 to 3 meters in diameter disappeared completely, but the figure that turned into a stream of light didn't lose its momentum. It streaked across the space and rushed toward delicate fragrance Feng Jian Yuxiang. Facing such a violent and direct collision, delicate fragrance Feng Jian Yuxiang's eyes surged with crazy battle intent. Come on! Delicate fragrance Feng Jian Yuxiang raised the parasol in her hand. Violent demonic powers surged out from her body and gathered at the tip of the parasol at an astonishing speed. In the end, the demonic powers condensed into a half-meter-sized light ball at the tip of the parasol. This time it's double. As soon as she finished speaking, the light ball condensed from demonic powers exploded, turning into 2 extreme light beams that blasted toward Wu Yan's face. In the trembling space, the light beams crashed down fiercely. Double magic cannon. This was a move unique to delicate fragrance Feng Jian Yuxiang. Moreover, each magic cannon was much stronger than the previous one, which proved that delicate fragrance Feng Jian Yuxiang had brought out her full strength. In response, Wu Yan let out a loud roar. The realm power around his body once again became more violent, and he collided with the light beams without dodging. Boom! The sound of an explosion resounded in the air. Chapter 1849. Bang! Amidst the deafening explosion, the Eternal Night's quadruple barrier that enveloped the entire sunflower field suddenly trembled. It was as if something had struck it hard, and traces of cracks actually appeared on it. Inside the transparent barrier, a dazzling light shone, making it impossible to see the situation inside. However, the violent winds and waves were extremely conspicuous, turning into circles of ripples that constantly fluctuated and struck the Eternal Night's fourfold barrier, causing the cracks on the barrier to become even more obvious. Under such circumstances, traces of energy fluctuations began to leak out from the cracks on the barrier, reverberating through the air of the entire fantasy village. Holding onto her imperial coin, Ling Meng, who was gesturing at Marissa and Kamikaze Marumi, who were busy rebuilding the shrine, suddenly turned her head. She turned her head to look in a certain direction, an expression of shock and anger appearing on her face. Who is causing trouble for me again? As the overseer of the fantasy village, Ling Meng not only possessed invincible strength within the fantasy village, she was also keenly aware of any abnormalities that occurred within the fantasy village. Otherwise, how could she be the first to notice any abnormalities? Earlier, due to the Eternal Night's fourfold barrier providing a certain degree of resistance, Ling Meng did not pay much attention to it. Even a lazy person like Princess Ling Meng would not be able to detect any abnormalities. However, it was impossible for Princess Ling Meng to not detect the energy leaking out from the Yongye's quadruple barrier. Originally, Ling Meng was already vexed by the destruction of the Bori shrine. Now that someone else was causing trouble, it was no doubt akin to pouring a bucket of oil onto Ling Meng's head, causing Ling Meng to be thoroughly enraged. At some point in time, Marissa and Fumimaru had stopped what they were doing and walked over to Soul Dream's side with surprised expressions on their faces. Of course, the reason why they were surprised was completely different. Ling Meng, what's wrong? Looking at Ling Meng's expression that seemed to be on the verge of burning with rage, Marissa shrunk her neck and timidly asked, "Your expression is so ugly. Who provoked you?" Ling Meng did not notice anything strange. Marissa only noticed that Ling Meng's behavior was different. As the crow Tengu, the life shooter Maru had a keen sense of perception. After frowning slightly, he exclaimed in surprise, "Something seems to have happened." "Things." Marissa was slightly taken aback. "What is it?" "I don't know." Markumaru shook his head. "But something must have happened in Fantasy Country." Hearing this, Marissa no longer had any doubts. Takamaru Fumimaru looked like a reporter who liked to hype up scandals, but every time he discovered a scandal, he would rush to the scene at the first possible moment. He wasn't just fooling around. Since the life-shooting Maru said that something had happened, there was a high chance that it was true. Could it be a mutation? Marissa's eyes lit up in excitement. "Great! Finally, something interesting happened. It's a troublesome matter." Princess Ling Meng clenched her fists, a look of fury on her face. "This time, no matter who the troublemaker is, I will treat him or her." Having made up her mind, Ling Meng was just about to rush towards the place where she had sensed the abnormality when a voice suddenly rang out from the surroundings and drilled into Ling Meng's ears. "Wait!" As the voice rang out, the space in front of Ling Meng, Marissa, and Sensei, Marumi, abruptly split open. A pitch-black crack filled with malevolent eyeballs appeared in the space, imprinting itself into the eyes of Ling Meng, Marissa, and Marumi. Then, a figure holding a parasol, her long golden hair fluttering in the wind, extremely tall and elegant, beautiful and dignified, slowly walked out from the terrifying spatial crack. "This time, why don't you let us deal with it?" Seeing the tall figure walking out from the pitch-black crack filled with malevolent eyeballs, Princess Ling Meng, Marissa, and the life-shooter Maru were shocked. "Yukari!" The newcomer is the demon sage that they haven't seen in a long time, Yakumo Yukari. On the other side, the highest standard battle in the fantasy village was still ongoing. Hovering in the air, Yukari Fujimi's posture was still as free and unrestrained as before, not even a speck of dust on her body. She held the parasol in her hand and looked forward, the two emotions in her eyes representing battle and admiration fluctuating at the same time. In front of Yukari Fujimi's gaze, Wu Yen, who had entered Yukari Fujimi's red jade mode, with his long golden hair, stopped in place. His body also did not have the slightest injury, but the obscure realm power around him seemed to be stirred up. It was not calm at all. Needless to say, in that collision just now, Yukari Fujimi had a slight advantage. In fact, even Wu Yen himself did not expect Yukari Fujimi's strength to be so strong. It was clear that Yukari's level and power had increased a lot after the magical pond water's transformation. Coupled with her godly realm power, she should be able to fight Yukari Fujimi to a draw. However, Yukari Fujimi still had the upper hand. Although this advantage was weak to the point of being negligible, in the end, it was still an advantage. Even if it was just a little bit, it could not change the fact that Yukari Fujimi was strong. This was also because the person who controlled the realm power was Wu Yen. Although because of the infinite armory, Wu Yan's speed of controlling the realm power was very fast. The degree of control was constantly increasing, but the realm power was not Wu Yan's own strength. It belonged to Yukari's strength. Even with the red jade mode and infinite armory, Wu Yan could perfectly control the realm power, but in terms of using it, he was definitely not as good as Yukari. After all, Yukari had used the realm power for at least 1,000 years, while Wu Yan had only used it a few times in battle. Compared to Yukari, who usually used the realm power in daily life, he was no match for Yukari. Therefore, if Yukari Fujimi were to fight with the current Yukari Fujimi, Yukari was absolutely confident that she could pull the victory to 50-50. But if it was him, Wu Yan estimated, before the red jade mode lasted for a while, he could only maintain a 40-60 chance of winning. Yukari Fujimi's chances of winning were still relatively high. Wu Yan could estimate this point himself. Delicate Fragrance Kaze, who was standing in a higher position, naturally knew about this. However, Yukari Fujimi's fighting spirit still did not weaken in the slightest. It even had a tendency to become stronger. A 40-60 chance of winning in the entire fantasy village. There were people who could exhaust their strength to fight with her, who was known as the strongest, and still be able to do this. It was absolutely possible to count them with one hand. Yukari Fujimi couldn't remember how many years it had been since she used her full strength to fight with an expert of the same realm. A year? 10 years? Or 100 years? Perhaps not that long, but for the battle-thirsty Yukari Fujimi, even a year was a long time. Now, there was finally an opponent who could make her use all her strength to gain the upper hand. Even she didn't dare to say that she could definitely defeat her opponent. Yukari Fujimi's excitement could be imagined. What's wrong? At that moment, Yukari Fujimi's tone also leaned towards fanaticism. Her voice was full of excitement and extremely joyful, reverberated in the surroundings. Can't you do it? Bring out more power. Pursue the existence of invincibility. After saying that, Yukari Fujimi spread her arms as if she wanted to embrace the whole world. Nature responded to Yukari Fujimi's excitement by extracting vitality from nature and turning it into pure monster power that flowed into Yukari Fujimi's body. Buzz! At the next moment, a dazzling flower suddenly bloomed behind Feng Jian, Yuxiang's back. Terrifying demonic powers surged on it, gathering together and shooting out flower-shaped barrage that had a diameter of 1 meter as if they were shooting arrows. Let me have some more fun. Along with Yukari Fujimi's fanatical voice, the flower-shaped barrage burst across the sky above the sunflower field like auroras. In the sound of sonic booms, they mercilessly shrouded Wu Yan. Wu Yan could only stretch out his hand and set up the realm power in front of him like a barrier, the realm of being and nothingness. Suddenly, the flower-shaped auroras that shot over disappeared as if they had never appeared before when they touched the barrier of the realm. However, at the same time, more flower-shaped barrage fell and blasted mercilessly at Wu Yan. Don't tell me you're only at this level? While turning the violent demonic power into a barrage of bullets, Delicate Fragrance Feng Jian taunted him with a joyful tone. This is not enough. Not enough. While speaking, the monster power that burst out from Yukari Fujimi's body became more majestic and violent, raising the power of the flower-shaped barrage by more than one level. TSK! Wu Yan was speechless, while continuing to support the realm of being and nothingness to erase all the barrage. His mind was spinning rapidly. If this continues, Wu Yan will definitely be exhausted to death by Yukari Fujimi, who has endless monster power and will never get tired. Therefore, the current situation must be changed. There's no other way. Wu Yan's purple eyes flashed with a flash of light. I can only use that. Chapter 1850. TSK. The flower-shaped bullet screen fell one after another as if they were scrambling to be the first to fall. Amidst the TSK sound like water extinguishing flames, They were wiped out by the barrier formed by the realm of being and nothingness. Come on, come on, let's fight. Yoxiang Fujian's joyful voice echoed in the flower-shaped bullet screen. Every time it echoed, it was accompanied by an extremely terrifying explosion of demonic power. The rain-like bullet screen that fell like raindrops had a terrifying increase in power and quantity. As the embodiment of nature, the current delicate fragrance foam, Jian, seemed to have received the assistance of the entire natural world. Her monster power was endless. Therefore, as long as delicate fragrance foam Jian didn't want to, the flower-shaped bullet screen would never stop. In fact, its power and number would continue to increase. If it went on like this, the attack made up of the dazzling flower-shaped barrage would sooner or later reach an unparalleled level in terms of power and quantity, and the boundary between being and non-being would be broken sooner or later. By then, Wu Yan would also be defeated. In fact, Wu Yan was already feeling a little burdened. The power of the realms surging around his body was already a little lax. The barrier formed by the realm of being and nothingness in front of him was like a heavy mountain, slowly becoming heavier and heavier. Wu Yan's outstretched hand was unable to bear the burden, and it made cracking sounds similar to the friction of bones. But even so, Wu Yan gritted his teeth and held on. After taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes. After reaching the peak of the 9th rank, the duration of Violet's red jade mode had increased to an hour. An hour was enough for a high-level battle where hundreds of rounds could be exchanged in minutes. Not only was it enough to determine the winner, but it could also continue for at least a dozen more battles. Therefore, Wu Yan didn't need to pay special attention to the duration of the red jade mode. Naturally, he didn't need to worry about whether it would be cancelled midway. But in terms of strength alone, the current Wu Yan, compared to Yu Xiang, still had a small gap. Although it wasn't to say that it was impossible for him to win, his chances of winning were definitely lower than delicate fragrance Fujimi, coupled with delicate fragrance Feng Jian's extravagant fighting style, and the support of her endless demonic power. The longer time passed, the situation became more and more unfavorable to Wu Yan. However, this was not Wu Yan's strongest state. Yukari's red jade mode is the strongest out of the 3 red jade modes he has. However, apart from the red jade mode, Wu Yan had another trump card that could increase his overall strength. Now that I think about it, ever since I exchanged for it, I haven't been able to find an opportunity to use it. It was clear that the burden on his body was getting heavier and heavier, and the power of his realm was showing signs of not being able to support it. However, Wu Yan kept his eyes closed and showed a knowing smile. Now it's finally time to use it. The moment he finished speaking, a burst of bright light suddenly skyrocketed and covered Wu Yan's body. Seeing the bright light blooming on the spot that she used as a target, Yu Xiang, who was wantonly squandering her endless demonic power, was slightly startled. The bullet screen also paused for a moment. This paused time, maybe. However, the suddenly skyrocketing rich light suddenly flourished again, as if something was about to burst. The flower-shaped bullet screen was all bounced back. Bang! In the muffled sound, the skyrocketing rich light suddenly burst out, canceling out the overwhelming flower-shaped bullet screen. Then it turned into starlight and dissipated in the air. In this regard, delicate fragrance Fujimi did not react. It would be better to say that if she could defeat her opponent with this continuous barrage, delicate fragrance Fujimi would be disappointed. So she did not react to her barrage being cancelled out. However, when she saw the situation at the center of the bright light that had just surged, a trace of surprise appeared in delicate fragrance Feng Jian's eyes. That is, she saw that in the center of the bright light that gradually turned into starlight and dissipated in the air, a figure was suspended in the air. The waist-length golden hair was still dazzling, and the purple eyes were as crystal clear as ever. Such a figure, compared to just now, had changed a lot, because an extremely strange thing appeared on the figure's body. It was a garment that looked like a windbreaker and a knight's suit. The hem was long enough to reach the ankles, and the entire body was pitch black. The wrist portion was covered with an armor-like object that extended to the back of the owner's hand. On the back of the hand, there were two sparkling and translucent oval-shaped gemstones that were embellished there, flashing with a dazzling arc of light. Of course, such an additional garment couldn't be considered a strange thing at all. The reason why this luxurious garment that looked like a windbreaker and a knight's suit was called a strange thing was that this garment was slowly rolling like a liquid, like a burning flame. It looked extremely magical. Wu Yan lowered his head and stretched out his hand in front of himself. He looked at the two crystal-clear oval-shaped gems, and the knight's suit that was burning like a flame on the back of his hand. He curled the corner of his mouth and clenched his fist fiercely. "Is this my holy knight's suit?" Once upon a time, in the world of star-carved dragon knight, Wu Yan received a revelation about the holy knight's suit that could increase the owner's strength. He spent a total of 1 million equipment points, item points, ability points, and summoning points to ask the system to forge him a piece of equipment that could increase his strength in all aspects. The equipment's grade was as high as it was a genuine legendary armament. This legendary armament that could increase the user's strength in all aspects was none other than this knight's uniform that was burning like a flame. The armor extended from the wrist to the back of the hand, and the back of the hand was adorned with sparkling and translucent oval-shaped gems. Because of the revelation he received from the Holy Knight's suit, Wu Yan decided to forge this legendary armament for a living. Therefore, he named it the Holy Knight's suit. With this legendary armament, Wu Yan's abilities in all aspects would be greatly enhanced. Strength, defense, speed. Even Wu Yan's superpowers, magical power, magic, and magic would be improved in all aspects. If Wu Yan was a little weaker than delicate fragrance just now, but with the Holy Knight's suit, it would be different. Feeling the improvement in all aspects in his body, Wu Yan once again clenched his fist, looked up, and looked at Delicate Fragrance, who was looking at him in surprise. The corner of his mouth lifted into a smile. Boom! In the next moment, as if something exploded, under Delicate Fragrance's gaze, Wu Yan's body suddenly burst out a circle of violent air waves that spread out from his body and blew in all directions. That's magical power. After obtaining the Holy Knight's suit, it was already invincible. It belonged to Wu Yan's magical power. The magnitude of the demonic power was already comparable to Fengjian Yuxiang's boundless demonic power, causing Fengjian Yuxiang's somewhat surprised expression to instantly freeze. Wu Yan ignored Yuka's reaction. He raised his hand, and a ball of pure white flame slowly rose into the air. It didn't look like it had any temperature at all. It burned peacefully. However, it was this seemingly inconspicuous white flame that made Delicate Fragrance feel a sense of crisis. "You should be very happy just now, right?" Wu Yan cast his gaze on Delicate Fragrance and grinned. "Now it's my turn to fight back." After saying that, Wu Yan flicked his finger. The pure white flame that was only the size of a human head and didn't even have any temperature burst out like a comet shooting toward Delicate Fragrance with a long fiery tail. As the pure white flame burst out, Delicate Fragrance felt a sense of crisis in her heart. Intuition told Delicate Fragrance that she absolutely could not touch that pure white flame. Otherwise, even if she had the ability to defy the heavens, she would definitely have to pay a price. Chapter 1851. Whoosh! Watching the pure white flame turn into a comet and burst toward her, Delicate Fragrance Kaze's cold and delicate face revealed a dignified expression. But in addition to the dignified expression, there was another emotion. Joy. There was no doubt that delicate fragrance Kaze was the kind of person who would be happier when the opponent was stronger. Therefore, after noticing that Wu Yan's strength had increased a lot after equipping the night suit that was burning like flames, delicate fragrance Kaze's face was both dignified and joyful. Of course, joy was joy, but the pure, white flame brought a sense of crisis to delicate fragrance Kaze. Delicate fragrance Kaze wasn't a reckless person who only knew how to charge forward recklessly. So, without saying a word, delicate fragrance Kaze retreated for the first time since this battle. Her figure turned into an afterimage and retreated at an extremely fast speed. Whoosh! Although Feng Jian, you retreated at an extremely fast speed, the pure white flame was even more ferocious. At the same time, the flame seemed to expand with the wind, suddenly expanding in size, and soon turned into a huge pure white fireball. Like a white sun, the pure white fireball suddenly flashed in the air, and its speed also increased sharply. Delicate fragrance Kaze's expression changed slightly. In a moment, delicate fragrance Kaze, who was chasing after her, suddenly exploded in her narrowed pupils. Boom! The terrifying fire wave swept wildly from the place where the pure white sun exploded. Waves of wind and waves with terrifying temperature raged in the air, scattering nearly half of the sunflowers below. After the explosion of the pure white fire wave raged for a while, a rather embarrassed figure flew out from the other side of the fire wave. After tapping a few times in the air, he stopped. It entered Wu Yan's field of vision. Seeing this, even Wu Yan was amazed. She was directly attacked by the white dragon's flame, but she wasn't injured. Yes, Feng Jian Yuxiang, who flew out of the pure white fire wave, looked extremely disheveled. The bright clothes on her body also had traces of scorch marks and damage. Delicate fragrance Kaze's white skin was exposed to the air, but delicate fragrance Kaze's aura still didn't weaken at all. The expression on her face didn't show the slightest pain. Instead, her fighting spirit was awe-inspiring. How long has it been since I fell to this point? Delicate fragrance Kaze glanced at the damaged and scorched clothes on her body. Her face was full of joy. You can make me so embarrassed. You're really strong. But delicate fragrance Kaze's hand slowly grasped the parasol handle. With a sudden pull, the black shadow formed by the parasol tore through the air. The strong wind blew away the surrounding pure white fire waves. The tip of the parasol tilted down, and a terrifying monster power emerged from Feng Jian Yuxiang's body. The real battle begins now. Delicate fragrance Kaze clenched the parasol handle and stomped her foot. Dense fragrance Kaze's demonic power exploded under her foot. The turbulent force caused delicate fragrance Kaze to turn into a black shadow and shoot straight at Wu Yan. Whoosh! Listening to the wind whistling sound of Yuka Fujiwara's shadow charging towards him, Wu Yan instantly raised his guard. He stared at the incoming shadow, and with a grasp of his hand, a nimble longsword appeared out of thin air and fell into his hand. It was the Nin Temple Shana. Grabbing the Nigata no Shana, he tensed up his body and waited in place. When the shadow is about to reach him, he raised the Nigata no Shana and chopped it down with all his might. Suddenly, the power of the realm covered the Nin Temple Shana like a sharp blade. The light and heavy realm. The Nin Temple Shana was originally light and agile. Under the influence of the realm, the moment it slashed down, it was like a meteorite falling from the sky. Wherever it passed, sparks flew in the air and an ear-piercing screech erupted. At this moment, the Nin Temple Shana was at least as heavy as a real mountain, Delicate fragrance Kaze's face was still indifferent in the face of the Nin Temple Shana. Her hand trembled slightly as she clenched the parasol and stabbed out. Feng Jian, Yuxiang had clearly only stabbed once, yet a stretch of umbrella shadows continuously appeared in front of him like a curtain of rain. All of them solidly pierced the blade of an Dian Shana that was chopping down with the force of a mountain. Clang! After a shrill sound that could pierce one's eardrums, the umbrella shadow that contained a powerful force shattered the light and heavy realm's power on the Anai Jian Shana blade, and at the same time, it easily knocked away the Anai Jian Shana that came attacking. As expected of the strongest in the fantasy village, delicate fragrance Kaze's attack made Wu Yan's expression change slightly. He smiled bitterly in his heart. Again and again, she used pure strength to disperse the power of the realm. Just how strong was this delicate fragrance Feng Jian's fighting ability? With this thought in mind, Wu Yan could only follow the force of the Nin Temple Shana that was pushed away. He rotated his body and carried the Nin Temple Shana with delicate fragrance Kaze's support. Borrowing the force of the Nin Temple Shana, he rotated on the spot with a tearing sound. Instantly, the Nin Temple Shana turned into a blade of light. With an oppressive sound, it ruthlessly slashed towards delicate fragrance Kaze from bottom to top. Come on! Delicate fragrance Kaze also moved almost at the same time. She tightly held the parasol in her hand. Wisps of demonic power curled out of the parasol like mist, emitting a low vibrating sound. It surged up and heavily hit the Nin Temple Shana that was slashing towards her. Clang! The dull sound of steel colliding with steel resounded throughout the Eternal Night's quadruple barrier. Ha! Powerful demonic power fluctuated around her body and flowed through her palm to the parasol in her hand. Delicate fragrance Kaze slightly bent her body and coldly shouted. The demonic power on the parasol in her hand suddenly condensed and then exploded. Bang! The parasol that hit the Nin Temple Shana exploded with a towering force. The sudden burst of force directly shook Wu Yan, who was holding the Nin Temple Shana, and sent him flying. Wu Yan gritted his teeth. He turned around and stabilized his body. He looked up and looked at delicate fragrance Kaze. Sure enough, it's impossible to win against this flower queen in terms of close combat ability. Delicate fragrance Kaze didn't have any powerful abilities. Her combat ability was almost entirely focused on close combat. Wu Yan can't possibly win against Yuka Fujimi, who relied on close combat to become the strongest player in Fantasy Village. Since you're invincible in close combat, then I'll fight back with my ability. While speaking, Wu Yan raised one of his hands, and the familiar pure white flames rose once again. However, although the white dragon's flames were powerful, they didn't hurt delicate fragrance Kaze. That was why Wu Yan raised his other hand. A burst of pitch-black electric light flashed amidst the crackling sound of electricity. Holding the pure white flames in his left hand and the pitch-black electric light in his right hand, Wu Yan stared at the powers of the white dragon and black dragon, respectively. Then he actually brought the pure white flames and pitch-black electric light in the middle. Buzz. The moment the pure white flames and pitch-black electric light came into contact, wisps of white flames and black electric light burst out from the point of contact. The space was torn apart and distorted. Feng Jian Yuxiang's face became extremely solemn, and there was a slight change in her eyes. Feng Jian Yuxiang clearly felt that when the pure white flame came into contact with the pitch-black lightning, the demonic power in her body actually became sluggish. What exactly is that? How can it affect the operation of the demonic powers in my body? Delicate fragrance Kaze couldn't get an answer to this question, At least, not at this moment. Because in Wu Yan's hand, the pure white flames and pitch-black electric light were constantly twisting along with the surrounding space. As they squirmed slightly, they slowly gathered together. Not long after, a ball of golden electric light flickered on its surface, and its color turned into a dazzling golden flame that floated before Wu Yan. Chapter 1852. The moment the resplendent golden flame with golden lightning flashing on its surface was born, an unusually wild and violent fluctuation suddenly rippled out in midair. The strange energy waves became even more violent. Strands of golden energy seeped out from the surrounding space. Finally, they all wrapped around Wu Yan, who is holding the resplendent golden flames, as if he is holding a jewel. They spun around him like crazy. Following the rotation of these golden streams of air, a gust of wind suddenly emerged and swept out in all directions. The gust of wind was so strong that even some of the larger rocks on the ground were blown and rolled a few times on the ground, not to mention those fragile sunflowers. For the first time, delicate fragrance Feng Jian's heart showed an uncertain expression. What the hell is that? With delicate fragrance Feng Jian's accumulated experience, she could naturally distinguish some of the effects of the methods Wu Yan used before and after. In addition to the power that should belong to a certain monster sage that she had seen more than once, delicate fragrance Kaze could see that the white flame used by this man, who called himself Yakumo Haku, should be some kind of ability to attack time. It was precisely because she saw the true face of the white flame that delicate fragrance Feng Jian was able to react in time under the direct attack of the white flame. She used a huge amount of monster power to cover her body and let the flame burn away the existence of the monster power itself. She rushed out of the flame in one go. So, delicate fragrance Feng Jian's clothes were a little damaged, but she didn't suffer any substantial damage. As for the knight's clothes that burned like flames, it was even easier to recognize. It must be some kind of equipment that can increase the user's power. At the beginning, the scarlet light on the other party's body should be some kind of ability that can borrow the power of others and reproduce it on his own body. It had to be said that delicate fragrance Feng Jian didn't say anything on the surface, but she had already seen through everything. Whether it was the effect of the red jade mode, the flame of the white dragon's burning flame, or the enhancement of the holy knight's outfit, they were all seen through by delicate fragrance Feng Jian with her experience. But to be able to see to this extent, it was enough to prove that delicate fragrance Feng Jian was experienced and knowledgeable. However, Feng Jian, Yuxiang couldn't see anything from the dazzling golden flames that were flickering with golden lightning. He didn't know what kind of power it had, nor did he know what kind of effect it would have. He didn't even know what kind of ability it was. How should I solve it? However, looking at the golden flame, delicate fragrance Feng Jian had a feeling that her palms were sweating, telling her it was definitely not just beautiful. Who? Feng Jian, Yuxiang exhaled a long breath of air. She stared at the pale Wu Yan, who was holding the bright golden flame. Feng Jian, Yuxiang laughed out loud. That's right. That's how it should be. A violent demonic power surged out from Feng Jian, Yuxiang's body, causing her to emit a dazzling light. She was like a sun, making people unable to look at her directly. In that case, I will also use my strongest attack to determine the winner with you. Who is the strongest in the fantasy village? Let us have a good fight. Amidst the laughter full of joy in the surrounding space, a burst of airflow like power fluctuations also seeped out and rushed into the tall and slender body of Feng Jian Yuxiang. Under such circumstances, if there was an outsider present, they would be able to see that Wu Yan and Feng Jian Yuxiang seemed to be competing for something. Traces of unknown power fluctuations continuously emerged in the surrounding space, turning into air currents and wrapping around the two of them. However, the difference was that Wu Yan's bright golden flame had an effect on the surrounding space, causing the space to seem to have a chemical reaction and seep out its own power. Feng Jian Yuxiang, on the other hand, merged with nature through space, absorbing the power of nature and constantly improving her demonic power. Under such circumstances, the aura on Feng Jian Yuxiang's body became more and more terrifying until it reached a certain peak before stopping. Feeling the unprecedentedly powerful aura of Feng Jian Yuxiang, Wu Yan's eyes also flashed brightly, feeling the blood all over his body boiling at this moment. Although Wu Yan himself was not as powerful as Feng Jian Yuxiang, but since he was promoted to the 9th rank, Wu Yan had rarely encountered a battle where he needed to go all out. Now, the strongest red jade mode had been used, and even the Holy Knight equipment that could increase his strength in all aspects was also used. At this moment, Wu Yan had already brought out the strongest strength he could bring out. Coupled with the fact that he was fighting the strongest king of the fantasy village, the long-lost feeling of blood boiling made Wu Yan laugh out loud. It's not over yet. Amidst the laughter, Wu Yan's body once again surged with the power of the realm, and all of it flowed freely into the dazzling golden flames born from the fusion of the white dragon's flame and the black dragon's lightning. The realm of life and death. Life with a thought. Death with a thought. The power of the realm of life and death that could change a person's life and death with a slight touch was like a layer of light film covering the dazzling golden flames, flashing with golden lightning, making the strange fluctuations rising from the dazzling golden flames even more violent, faintly carrying the aura of death. Looking up and looking at Feng Jian Yuxiang, who was exuding a terrifying aura, Wu Yan was not the slightest bit timid. His body was as straight as a spear, looking extremely imposing. Since you took out the title of the strongest in the fantasy village, then I will accept it without hesitation. Let's see if you have the strength and qualifications. Feng Jian Yuxiang's beastkin power rose to the peak. In the end, it almost materialized and wrapped her entire delicate body. Only the pleasant laughter echoed. If you can do it, try it. The laughter suddenly stopped. At the same time, the beastkin power on Feng Jian Yuxiang's body suddenly began to converge. After a moment, it actually flashed and split into a figure. Green, slightly curly short hair, wearing a red and dark red checkered vest, and a knee-length skirt of the same color, a yellow bow tie in front, and a white long-sleeved shirt under the vest, holding a parasol in her hand. Another Feng Jian Yuxiang. That was Feng Jian Yuxiang's clone. Feng Jian Yuxiang had the ability to split into a clone that was completely no different from herself. This doppelganger had almost the same level of power as delicate fragrance, Feng Jian's main body. In other words, Wu Yan was now facing the two strongest existences in the fantasy village. Come on, let's fight. It was still the same sentence. The two Feng Jian Yuxiang raised the parasol in their hands at the same time, and all the beastkin power on their bodies surged to the tip of the parasol. With the infusion of such a huge amount of beastkin power at the tip of the two parasol, a liquid-like emerald green energy flowed like liquid. One move. Let's decide the winner. With a fierce shake of their hands, the two Feng Jian Yuxiang pointed the parasol in their hands at Wu Yan at the same time. Immediately, all the beastkin power on their body flowed along the parasol. Double park. The beastkin power flowing on the tips of the two parasol burst out. Two overwhelming beams of light with a sharp and ear-piercing sound cut through the space like lightning and shot straight at Wu Yan in the distance. Wherever the beam of light passed, the space shattered inch by inch. Wu Yan's vision was completely covered by the bright light above the overwhelming beam of light. As the target of the beam of light, Wu Yan could clearly feel the terrifying power in the two huge beams of light. However, Wu Yan also had absolute confidence. The golden flames fused with the power of the two familiars, coupled with the power of his realm. Any attack would dissipate in the face of this power. Taking a step forward, Wu Yan released one of his hands and raised the dazzling golden flames flickering with golden light above his head. His arm trembled as if he wanted to throw the golden flames in his hand out. Whoosh! Like a meteor, a golden ray of light shot out from Wu Yan's hand like a hot knife through butter. It shot out like a hot knife through butter. The moment the stream of light shot out, the surrounding space rippled like the surface of a lake with a huge rock thrown into it. It didn't take long for it to suddenly burst open, exploding into cracks more than 10 meters wide that spread along the trajectory of the stream of light. Chapter 1853. Swish! Amidst an extremely sharp sonic boom, the resplendent golden flames that had turned into streaks of light tore through the air like a meteor. Wherever they passed, the space collapsed into pitch-black cracks that were nearly a dozen meters long. The space in this area was completely shattered like glass, causing the area to be in a sorry state. Swish! The two huge pillars of light that descended from the sky emitted a strong light that seemed to occupy the entire sky. They also carried an extremely terrifying power and a sharp sonic boom that seemed to distort space. They were like meteorites that fell straight down. No matter if it was the golden stream of light or the dazzling light pillars, both contained terrifying attacks that were enough to shatter the space along the way and spread the cracks. Just the fluctuations that leaked out were enough to kill a ninth-stage powerhouse on the spot. Two extremely frightening attacks that caused even the sky to change color finally collided violently in the next instant. However, just as Wu Yan and Feng Jian, Yuxiang tensed up and prepared for the upcoming victory and defeat, waiting for the earth-shattering explosion caused by the collision of the two attacks, there was strangely no sound in midair. Wu Yan and Feng Jian, Yuxiang lifted their heads in astonishment and witnessed the collision of the two attacks. Then they witnessed this scene. In midair, the ratio was completely different. The two attacks of completely different colors didn't clash fiercely with each other at the moment of collision. Instead, they twisted together like two masses of water of different colors. The golden and green attacks had unknowingly twisted into a huge sphere. The two colors of gold and green swirled around each other in the sphere. The space around the sphere became extremely distorted. Vaguely, there were extremely subtle tearing sounds coming from the inside of the sphere. Wu Yan stared at the twisted sphere in midair. A sphere of two colors. His face was as pale as a sheet of paper, and even his body was swaying. Xiao's magical fluctuations had weakened to an unprecedented level. If it weren't for the remaining magical fluctuations, perhaps even Wu Yan wouldn't be able to hover in midair. Apparently, it fused the white dragon's flames and the black dragon's lightning together. It formed the dazzling golden flames that carried golden electric arcs on the surface and even enhanced the realm of life and death. This attack, it had almost squeezed out all the magical powers in Wu Yan's body that had never been exhausted. Compared to Wu Yan, Feng Jian Yuxiang's situation was slightly better. After all, she was the incarnation of nature. Although the clone magic cannon had almost exhausted the magical powers in Feng Jian Yuxiang's body, nature was still providing her with a continuous supply of magical powers. At this moment, even if the magical powers that she recovered were insignificant, it was still much better than Wu Yan's. However, Feng Jian Yuxiang's face was also pale. She couldn't even maintain her avatar, and it collapsed directly. Feng Jian Yuxiang's eyes were fixed on the distorted sphere in midair, and she didn't look away for a moment. Under the gaze of Wu Yan and Feng Jian Yuxiang, In midair, the sphere that was constantly twisting and faintly emitting a subtle tearing sound suddenly fluctuated violently like magma before a volcanic eruption, and it suddenly expanded. Looking at the sudden strange fluctuations and the huge distorted sphere that expanded, Wu Yan and Feng Jian Yuxiang both felt an uneasiness for no reason, making their hearts sink. In the end, the degree of distortion of the expanding sphere became more and more intense. The surrounding space also seemed to be suppressed by something, and there was a kacha-kacha sound. Not long after, the expanding, distorted sphere suddenly burst into a dazzling light, but all the sounds strangely stopped. Even the space suddenly stabilized and no longer produced any abnormalities. It wasn't until this moment that a warning sign rose in Wu Yan and Feng Jian Yuxiang's hearts, as if they sensed something. Their expressions changed abruptly, and they disregarded the consumption of a large amount of magical power and demonic power in their bodies and retreated frantically. The moment Wu Yan and Feng Jian Yuxiang retreated, the distorted sphere that was blooming with a strong light suddenly burst like a punctured balloon. Boom! Along with an earth-shattering explosion, a dazzling light sprinkled from the sky. The distorted sphere seemed to have reached a certain critical point and finally couldn't bear it anymore. It exploded in midair, along with an extremely terrifying shockwave. Wherever the shockwaves passed, the space trembled, and in less than half a second, like glass, it shattered piece by piece. Boom! Wu Yan and Feng Jian Yuxiang, who were retreating, had just retreated for a distance when the terrifying shockwave caught up with them at lightning speed. Like a truck, it slammed into Wu Yan and Feng Jian Yuxiang fiercely. PFFF. Under the terrifying impact, a mouthful of crimson blood spurted out from Wu Yan and Feng Jian Yuxiang's mouths at the same time. Immediately, both of them were sent flying like garbage, directly smashing into the barrier of the eternal night fourfold barrier that shrouded the entire sunflower field. Boom! The eternal night fourfold barrier was smashed into pieces by Wu Yan and Feng Jian Yuxiang, who were sent flying backward. The rest of the barrier also collapsed and disappeared completely from the impact of the shockwave. But the aftermath of the impact continued to spread to the surroundings. The sunflower field was originally relatively close to the bully Great Barrier of Fantasy Town. With the shockwave still raging, it wouldn't take long for the bully Great Barrier to suffer the same impact. At that time, it would inevitably shatter directly like the eternal night fourfold barrier. At that time, without the most important bully Great Barrier, Fantasy Town would not be able to escape the fate of destruction. Buzz. At the critical moment, in the sky, a pitch-black crack full of ferocious eyeballs suddenly split open amidst the tremors of space. A tall figure emerged from it and flashed into the sky, the realm of movement and stillness. As such a voice echoed in midair, an unusually huge force burst out from the tall figure in midair and shrouded it. It actually froze the shockwave that was rolling out like a stormy sea. Of course, it was definitely not enough to just freeze it. The realm of being and nothingness. At the next moment, the same voice, but with a different content, reverberated in the air once again. A force that was more than a little stronger than before once again enveloped this world, emanating circles of ripples that contained a strange power. Under the ripples, all the frozen waves that were touched by the ripples slowly disappeared from this world as if they had never appeared before. About 10 seconds later, the raging shock waves in this area completely disappeared, leaving behind a silent scene. It was as if nothing had happened, which made people's hearts beat faster. After the shockwaves were completely wiped out, the tall figure in midair landed and stood on the ground. She had blonde hair, purple eyes, and wore a pinkish-white princess dress that was similar to a Taoist robe. She also wore a pinkish-white flower bud hat on her head and held a parasol in her hand. Who else could it be apart from Purple? Yukari gently waved her hand, and a gentle force flew out and disappeared in 2 different directions. Then it carried 2 people who were in a sorry state and had traces of blood on their bodies back to Yukari. Purple didn't look at Tensei Fujimi, but directly looked at Wu Yen. She looked at Wu Yen, who had completely fallen into a state of unconsciousness, and smiled bitterly. It's just a drop of blood. If you want to get it, there are many ways. Why do you have to make yourself like this? Although she said so, Purple knew that it was entirely because she didn't return to Wu Yan's side and had been hiding in the dark to spy on Wu Yan. That was why Wu Yan used the simplest and most violent method to obtain a drop of blood from Tensei Fujimi. It was her fault. Purple crouched down and pressed her hand on Wu Yan's body. After a while, she let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, although the injury is serious, with Xiao Yan's recovery ability, he should be able to recover soon. Chapter 1854. Originally, the Paladin outfit was based on the Paladin armor. After the Paladin armor was strengthened and modified, it became a piece of equipment that could increase the user's abilities in all aspects. The Paladin armor was nothing more than an amalgamation of mana. It was similar to vassal beasts, which were also amalgamations of mana. Naturally, the Paladin outfit was also a piece of equipment made of pure mana. The only difference was that the vassal beast's consciousness was lodged in the user's blood. The user only needed to provide mana for the vassal beasts to manifest their own forms and abilities. On the other hand, the Paladin armor was based on the design. The user had to ask the dragon who created the Paladin armor to create the Paladin armor according to the design. Only then would the Paladin armor be able to display its proper form and abilities. The same went for the Paladin outfit. Although Wu Yan had exchanged for the A-rank legendary armament, to be more precise, he had only exchanged for the blueprint of the Paladin outfit. Based on Wu Yan's physical attributes and abilities, the system created the most suitable Paladin outfit for Wu Yan. Then, it provided the blueprint to Wu Yan. Therefore, Wu Yan only needed to construct the Paladin outfit according to the blueprint, just like the holy dragons in the star-engraved Dragon Knight world. Then, the Paladin outfit would appear and be equipped on his body. That was why Wu Yan could easily summon the Paladin outfit during battle with just a thought. Naturally, when Wu Yan's mana was completely depleted or he lost consciousness, the Paladin outfit would disappear. The Red Jade mode was similar. Although there was still some time left, the Red Jade mode was still a bloodline ability. As long as Wu Yan lost consciousness, the Red Jade mode could no longer be maintained. When the Red Jade mode and the Holy Knight outfit disappeared, Wu Yan's aura weakened all the way until he dropped out of the demigod rank. He could feel the bloodstains on his body. With his eyes closed, Wu Yan's aura continued to weaken. Purple also let out a sigh. She stroked Wu Yan's cheek, and her tone became unusually gentle. "You've already tried your best." He had indeed worked very hard to be able to fight against Yuka Kazumi, the strongest person in Fantasy Town, who even Yuka Kazumi couldn't defeat in the past. Even if it was because of the Red Jade mode and the Holy Knight equipment, Wu Yan could still be proud. After saying this, Z stood up, raised his head, and looked at the surroundings. The first thing that caught his eye was the place that had turned into a terrible mess. It used to be a field of golden sunflowers, or a field of sunflowers that stretched as far as the eye could see. Now, the sunflowers' golden color and the grassland's green color had all disappeared. Only the dark gray and brown soil remained. As if a typhoon had passed through, the scene became chaotic and battered. The sunflowers and grassland had long since disappeared in this battle. The ground was also razed to the ground, showing the darkest color. There were even potholes everywhere, filled with rolling stones. It was abnormally desolate. Not only that, but in the surrounding space, pitch-black spatial rifts could be seen everywhere. Some of them even shattered into black holes. Some of them were like broken glass, still falling pieces. The endless darkness in the spatial rifts sent chills down one's spine. One could imagine what would happen if an ordinary person or a weak existence accidentally touched these spatial rifts. This should be the most serious destruction in Fantasy Town, right? Purple rubbed his forehead as if he had a headache. This is really worrisome. If Purple didn't rush over in time and stop the spread, Fantasy Town would have suffered more damage than this. That's why I hate brainless battles. A voice suddenly interrupted Violet's contemplation. You're right. You're right. Violet sighed. Cough, cough. After hearing this painful cough, Purple came back to his senses. The corner of his mouth was overflowing with a mocking smile. He turned his head and looked in the direction of the cough. There, Yoxiang Fujian covered his chest with one hand and supported himself with the other, using a parasol to support himself on the ground. Although his face is abnormally pale, his body is swaying, and his clothes are covered in blood, Yoxiang Fujian still insisted on standing up. He didn't allow himself to lie weakly on the ground and coughed. Wu Yan has already lost consciousness under the impact of the storm, but Yoxiang Fujian is still conscious and still has the strength to stand up. From this, it can be seen how strong Yoxiang Fujian is. It's a pity that even though she didn't lose her consciousness, she doesn't have the same immortality as Wu Yan, as the strongest of the monsters and the embodiment of nature. Even if she has a strong regenerative ability, it seems like she won't be able to recover from her injuries in a short period of time. Looking at Yoxiang Fujian standing up with a pale face and covering his chest with a paper fan, Purple took out his paper fan and covered the lower half of his face, but there is a hint of ridicule in his tone. Era, I don't think I've ever seen you in such a sorry state. In the past, Fengjian Yuxiang and Purple also had a battle. In that battle, because she was worried about the safety of the fantasy village, Yukari did not use her full strength. As a result, she was pursued by Delicate Fragrance, who used all of her strength without any scruples. It could be said that she was in an extremely sorry state. Now that the tables have turned, it's only natural for Yukari to ridicule Wu Yan after seeing Yukari in such a pitiful state during the fight. Yoxiang Fujian seems to have guessed that Purple will have this reaction. He covered his chest and didn't even look at Purple. He cast his gaze on Wu Yan, who fell into a coma. After a long time, he showed a somewhat empty smile. Looks like I've won. That's right. Wu Yan has lost consciousness, which is equivalent to losing the ability to fight. Although the injuries on his body are recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye, he can't continue to fight. On the other hand, Yoxiang Fujian, even if his body is injured enough to kill an ordinary human or demon a dozen times, his recovery ability is not as good as Wu Yan's. But with the support of nature, he has recovered some of his demon power. Maybe he can't do anything in close combat, but he can still use one or two magic cannon attacks. In other words, Yoxiang Fujian did win this battle. That's true. Purple also calmly admitted this statement, but his eyes have been staring at Yoxiang Fujian. But why do I feel that you don't seem very happy? I just can't accept this kind of victory. Yoxiang Fujian moved his body that is full of pain and said indifferently, "If he didn't faint, the loser would probably be me, and I still have the ability to fight, so it's not a clear winner. If he didn't faint, the loser would probably be you, still have the ability to fight." Purple looked at Yoxiang Fujian meaningfully. What a surprise. You would actually use hypotheses such as if, and probably to justify yourself after a battle. It seems like you don't want to admit the result of this battle. This is indeed a very surprising thing. For Yoxiang Fujian. A battle is a battle. The process of a battle is ever-changing. Anything can happen, so he definitely won't use if to evaluate a battle after the battle. After all, there is no if in a battle. The result is everything. Yoxiang Fujian did win this battle. There is no doubt about this. There is no if to say. Because Wu Yan did lose consciousness, he can't continue to fight. Yoxiang Fujian was very clear about this result. He frowned at himself for using if to deny this result, but after a while, he put on a chuckle. Maybe I'm looking forward to another battle with him. Leaving this sentence, Feng Jian Yuxiang propped up her body and opened her parasol. She turned around and slowly walked away. Today's weather is good. The flowers should grow well, right? Looking at the back of Feng Jian Yuxiang, who was gradually walking away, Violet was silent for a long time. Then she helplessly sighed. I'm really not good at dealing with her. Chapter 1855. His consciousness was as chaotic as chaos. His body was as heavy as iron and lead. His strength was flowing away like water. His voice was as muddy as hoarse. That was what Wu Yan was feeling at this moment. He felt as if he was drowning in an endless sea of despair that he could not see the end of. His body was struggling, but there was no strength everywhere. There was no way to support himself. His hands and feet were paddling, but he still felt like he was sinking, as if he had fallen into hell. In this unconscious state, where even breathing became difficult, Wu Yan could only endure the feeling of emptiness in his body and drift around with his chaotic consciousness. All of this was because of the exhaustion of his magic power and the serious blow to his body, which brought about such an uncomfortable feeling. It's obvious that the injuries he suffered before he fainted, even if he recovered in a short period of time, the pain of that moment still made him feel very uncomfortable as he fainted while carrying the pain with him. Fortunately, the pain came and went quickly. After a long time, Wu Yan felt that his chaotic consciousness finally showed signs of condensing. His body gradually became able to exert strength, and the dark sea of drowning began to become bright. As if awakened, Wu Yan slowly opened his eyes, exposing a pair of somewhat slack burgundy pupils to the air. After a while, he could focus on the scene in front of him. The ceiling. No, it should be a wooden roof. Moreover, it was the same roof as the Japanese-style tatami room of Kagaya in Penglai Mountain. However, Wu Yan knew that the familiar roof in front of him was definitely not the roof of Kagaya's room in Penglai Mountain. The reason was very simple. Although there were computers and game consoles in Kagaya's room in Penglai Mountain, there were no modern fluorescent lights or light bulbs. The roof in front of him, there was a bright fluorescent light, illuminating Wu Yan's vision. Where is this? This was the first question in Wu Yan's mind. Why am I here? This was the second question in Wu Yan's mind. What's wrong with me? This was the third question in Wu Yan's mind. Although it was the third question, this question was the first to be answered. Immediately after, the second question was also solved after Wu Yan solved the third question. There was only one question left. Wu Yan had no way of answering the question by himself. That's right. Holding his head, Wu Yan smiled bitterly. I fainted during the battle with Yuka Fujimi. To be more precise, it should be said that in the battle with Delicate Fragrance, Wu Yan used all of his strength in this attack, and then in order to avoid the aftermath of the collision with Delicate Fragrance's attack, he did his best to retreat. Then, there was no then. Wu Yan only remembered that in the process of retreating, he was still swept by the aftermath of the impact. Immediately after, his body was in pain, and he completely lost consciousness. Wu Yan himself didn't know what happened after that, but looking at the roof in front of him, he could guess what happened even if he had to guess. Someone must have arrived at the scene, found him unconscious, and brought him here. As a result, the second and third questions were answered. As for the first question, Wu Yan had no spare energy to think about it. There was only one thought left in his mind. I fainted. Then, in the battle between him and Delicate Fragrance, who won in the end? If Delicate Fragrance also fainted, then it was a draw. But if Delicate Fragrance still had a breath and could hold on, then there was no doubt that he had fainted and lost the ability to fight. Of the two possibilities, Wu Yan was more inclined to the second one. There was no other reason. It was just that Delicate Fragrance's strength had left a deep impression in Wu Yan's mind. So Wu Yan couldn't imagine Delicate Fragrance's appearance of being seriously injured and unconscious. Wu Yan felt that with Yuka Kazumi's strong and stubborn personality, she would most likely hold on until the very end and leave right. This guess wasn't completely correct, but it was pretty much the case. That's why Wu Yan had such a bitter smile on his face. I didn't think I would lose in a battle with my full strength after such a long time. Wu Yan gave it his all in this battle. Not only did he use his most powerful Red Jade mode, he even equipped his paladin outfit and used his familiar's abilities. It could be said that he was truly going all out with his trump cards. Although he still had a lot of tricks and abilities that he hadn't used yet, they were nothing compared to trump cards like the Red Jade mode, the Holy Knight outfit, and familiars. It would only be embarrassing if he used them against Yuka Fujimi. As for summoning his familiars directly, that's even more ridiculous. Of course, if the host's strength increased, so would the familiars residing in the host's blood. But that was only if the host's strength increased. Wu Yan used the Ruby mode to reach demigod rank. It wasn't Wu Yan's own strength, it was the result of an ability. Under such circumstances, the familiar's strength wouldn't increase. Therefore, when Wu Yan entered Violet's Ruby mode and reached demigod rank, the familiar's strength remained at peak rank 9 Wu Yan's level. Even if they were boosted by the paladin equipment, they would barely reach demigod rank. How could a demigod rank familiar be used against Delicate Fragrance, who was already level 97 and only needed 1 or 2 more levels to reach peak demigod rank? That would be a disgrace. Plus, it would be foolish to let outsiders interfere in a fight of this level. It would cause a lot of uncertainties in the battle. Wu Yan rejected Natsuki, Nagisa, and Kanon's suggestion to fight Yukari Kazumi more than once. He only used White Dragon and Black Dragon's abilities to deal with Yukari Kazumi. Not only did Wu Yan have helpers, Delicate Fragrance had helpers as well. They were much stronger than Wu Yan. After all, Delicate Fragrance could create a clone that was on par with the main body. At that time, Natsuki, Nagisa, Kanon, White Dragon, and Black Dragon would gang up on Yukari Fujimi. Yukari Fujimi would definitely be tortured to death by Yukari Fujimi, who would become a peak demigod after 1 or 2 levels. Therefore, no matter how one looked at it, Wu Yan had lost the battle. This fact made Wu Yan realize that he wasn't strong at all. Indeed, after ascending to Tier 9, Wu Yan didn't go all out in a fight other than this one. He didn't even use his peak Tier 9 strength under normal circumstances. However, that wasn't because Wu Yan was too strong. It was because there were too few true powerhouses, and Wu Yan hadn't encountered one yet. His fight with Fujimi Yuka made him realize that he's not weak, but he's not strong either. Compared to the real strong, the demigod tier existences, he's still a far cry from them. Of course, this was also because Wu Yan had been doing the Demigod Path mission. If Wu Yan had turned in the Demigod Path mission and generated a tool for reaching demigod rank, the result would have been different. However, Wu Yan's ambition was too great. He didn't want to be an ordinary demigod powerhouse. He wanted to be a peak demigod powerhouse. Thinking up to this point, Wu Yan couldn't help but raise one of his hands in front of his own face and clench his fist. Looks like I have to hurry up with the Demigod Path mission. Swoosh! At this time, a sound came from the side. Not far away from Wu Yen, a Japanese-style paper door was suddenly pulled open. A petite figure struggled to carry a basin and a towel as she tiptoed in. It was a little girl. She had cute cat ears and brown shoulder-length hair. She wore a green hat and a golden earring on her left ear. She wore a red one-piece jacket with golden edges and white sleeves. She also had 2 brownish-black tails on her back. The tips of the tails were white. Meow, meow, meow. The cat-eared little girl seemed to have noticed Wu Yen, who had woken up. She was stunned for a moment, then let out a series of cat meows. She ran out at an extremely fast speed, shouting nonstop, "Lord Lon, Lord Purple's strange fiancé, has woken up meow." Hearing this, Wu Yen couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Forget about the fiancé. Sama, he also knows who the person who popped out of nowhere is. But what's with that strange thing? Did he look strange? Chapter 1856. This was a small wooden house at the edge of the realm. The wooden house was the same as the Forever Pavilion in the Lost Bamboo Forest. It was the kind of ancient Japanese-style house. The scale was not very large. It could only be regarded as a little bigger than the buildings of ordinary people. From the outside, this small wooden house, excluding the living room, kitchen, and other places, could probably only accommodate 4 or 5 people. Of course, this was the result of considering that each person had a room. The difference between the house and the Forever Pavilion was that even though the Forever Pavilion looked very old, the whole body was brand new, as if it had not been destroyed by the years. This small wooden house at the edge of the realm did not have such a feeling, but no matter who it was, no one would think that it was a very ordinary house. This was because an ordinary house would definitely not be surrounded by countless dark spaces. Moreover, in this boundless dark space, there were many ferocious eyeballs. In such a small wooden house, in a Japanese-style tatami room, Wu Yen sat on a bed directly on the ground. In front of him was a tray with a few dishes and a bowl of white rice. He was like a patient being taken care of. As a matter of fact, Wu Yen is very hungry. Even if the dishes in front of him are very simple, he has the urge to gobble them all down. However, Wu Yen did not touch the dishes in front of him for a long time. There was still a calm expression on his face. The reason was very simple. It was just that there were 2 very strong eyes that had been staying on Wu Yen, which made Wu Yen a little uncomfortable. Looking carefully on the side of the bed, a figure was staying there, staring at Wu Yen, who was sitting on the bed. It was a very tall young girl, not inferior to Yui, Fujimi Yoshiang, and Yonglin Yagi. The girl had a pair of fox-like ears on her head and 9 huge tails behind her. Each tail was more than 5 meters long. The hair on it was extremely soft and smooth, and it had a golden luster, and the end was white. At first glance, it was obvious that it was a fox's tail. The girl who had fox ears and a tail was also wearing clothes that were similar to Violet's. The front part of her body was like a Taoist robe and a princess dress. However, the front part of the girl's body was not purple, but blue. The princess dress was also not pink and white. It was pure white, and the sleeves were very wide. The girl tucked her hands into her sleeves and sat cross-legged on the ground in a very standard posture. She wore a white hat on her head, and she had short blonde hair that reached her shoulders. Her golden eyes were fixed on Wu Yen. She kept sizing him up as if she's trying to figure out something. Her eyes were filled with a sense of scrutiny. Beside the girl, the cat-eared lowly copied her and sat cross-legged on the ground. However, her body twitched from time to time. It's obvious that she's not a well-behaved person. She didn't look at Wu Yen with judgmental eyes. Instead, she looked at him with curiosity. being stared at with such intense gazes by these two girls, one big and one small, who can be said to be exceptionally beautiful and cute, no matter how thick-skinned he is, he would still feel uncomfortable. So Wu Yan could only scratch his cheek and say helplessly, "Could it be that there's really something strange about my body?" Until Wu Yan spoke, the big and small girl withdrew their gaze. First, they looked at each other, and then the big fox-like girl spoke cautiously. "No, you misunderstood. This one does not have that kind of impolite idea. At first glance, the fox-like girl's words seemed to be very polite and respectful, but Wu Yan could hear that this fox-like girl was hesitating. She was hesitating whether she should treat him with such respect. Sigh. Wu Yan sighed slightly. "All right, if you have anything to say or ask, just say it. Don't beat around the bush. It's tiring for me to guess." "That's right. You're right." "Is that so?" The young girl nodded her head in agreement and finally asked such a question. Are you really Lady Z's fiancé?" Once the sentence was said, the cat-eared little lowly leaned closer and looked at Wu Yan with even more curiosity. Obviously, this is the reason why the two girls had been observing Wu Yan all this while. Wu Yan shook his head as he chuckled. He picked up the bowl on the tray in front of him and started eating in small bites. He waited until the fox-like girl and the cat-eared lowly started to get impatient before he opened his mouth to speak. "Aren't you going to introduce yourself first?" Hearing this, the two girls were slightly taken aback. The fox-like girl hesitated for a moment before replying. "I am Yakumo, Lady Z's Shikigami." Shikigami. They were gods, monsters, or spirits that served their masters. The fox-like young girl in front of him was actually a nine-tailed demon fox. She was a demonic beast under Yukari's command and was a spirit-branded retainer. As for the name Yakumo, it was given to her personally by Yukari after she became Yukari's Shikigami. Yukari didn't know her real name, but from the fact that Yukari gave her the surname Yakumo, it was obvious that this Shikigami wasn't as harmless as she looked. "Meow. Orange's name is Orange Meow." The cat-eared little lowly replied to Wu Yan with a cheerful voice. "Orange is Lady Z's Shikigami Meow." In other words, the cat-eared little girl in front of him was Yakumo's Shikigami. In other words, she was Lady Z's Shikigami and a member of Yakumo's family. However, Orange didn't have the surname Yakumo. This proved that while Orange was a Shikigami, her strength wasn't outstanding enough for Lady Z to give her the surname Yakumo. The two Shikigami in front of him were members of Yakumo's family, and this small wooden house at the edge of the realm was Yakumo's house. It was Lady Z's real residence. After knowing that this was Yakumo's house, Wu Yan guessed that Lady Z had rushed over after his battle with Yuka Fujimi and brought him here. However, Wu Yan didn't expect Blue and Orange to mention the matter of her fiancé. It wasn't hard to imagine. Although Violet was usually not very dignified, lazy, and had no moral integrity, her super strength and demon-like wisdom were indeed frightening. As Lady Z's Shikigami and Shikigami's Shikigami, Blue, and Orange respected Lady Z from the bottom of their hearts. Now, someone suddenly came out and said that he was the fiancé of their most respected master and master's master. It was no wonder Blue and Orange looked at Wu Yan with such a strange gaze. Wu Yan secretly shook his head at this, but on the surface he smiled at Blue and Orange. Did Lady Z deny this matter? Blue and Orange were speechless. Wu Yan. Needless to say, Lady Z didn't deny this matter, at least not in front of Blue and Orange. "I understand how you feel." Wu Yan sighed. "But believe me, my relationship with Lady Z is more complicated than you think. It's much more important and meaningful than the relationship of a fiancé and wife." Isn't that right? Even their lives were intertwined, and they couldn't leave each other. This relationship was much closer and more meaningful than the relationship of a fiancé and wife. Allah! Almost as soon as Wu Yan finished speaking, a familiar voice echoed from outside the door and traveled into everyone's ears. To hear you say that, Xiaoyan, it's not a waste for me to travel so far to bring you back. Hearing this voice, Wu Yan, Blue and Orange turned their heads at the same time. They saw Lady Z standing there with a paper fan covering her mouth. She was looking at Wu Yan with ridicule and joy in her eyes. I almost forgot. Little Yan is now called Yakumo Bai. That's a good name. Why don't we call you Yakumo from now on? Lady Z, Blue and Orange were shocked. What is Lady Z doing? Is she admitting that this man has the right to use Yakumo's surname? However, Wu Yan didn't care about Blue and Orange's shock at all. He shrugged as if he didn't appreciate the gesture. Forget it. It sounds like I'm marrying into her family. It's fine as an alias. Blue and Orange were stunned. Alias? Yakumo's surname can only be used as an alias? Moreover, looking at Lord Z's nonchalant manner, he did not seem to care about this at all. Who is this man in front of me? Chapter 1857. For Blue and Orange, who respected Violet from the bottom of their hearts, the surname Yagyun was an honor. For this reason, Blue was proud of having the surname Yagyun. Orange had also been working hard to obtain the surname Yagyun. Now that someone had used such an honorable surname as an alias, one could imagine how complicated Blue's heart was. As for Orange, it was pure admiration. She looked at Wu Yan with sparkling eyes. Meow, using Yagyun's surname as an alias. Strange Lord Fiancé is really amazing, Meow. Hearing this, Wu Yan was speechless. To him, Yagyun's surname was indeed special, but it wasn't to the extent of being honorable. If it was, it would be good. If it wasn't, it would just be a pity. It was a good choice to use it as an alias. After all, Wu Yan needed to enter and exit various dungeon worlds. Sometimes it was necessary to hide one's identity. Wu Yan never imagined that using Yagyun's surname as an alias would cause him to be worshipped. Moreover, why was it Strange Lord Fiancé again? Those who didn't know would think that he was Orange's fiancé. On the other hand, Blue couldn't quite let it go. Lord Violet, this is Lord White. Is he really your fiancé? All this time, Blue had been by Violet's side. It was more accurate to say that Blue had always been by Violet's side. Basically, other than when Violet was sleeping or when Violet ordered Blue to do something, Blue had always been by Violet's side. Therefore, Blue believed that she knew Violet better than anyone else, including some of Violet's closest friends. However, some time ago, when Violet came out of her room, as usual, Lon noticed that there was a sudden change in Violet. For example, in the past, Violet had always been sleeping during the day. She would definitely move around at night. She had to sleep for 12 hours every day. However, since a while ago, Violet's schedule seemed to have changed a little. Sometimes she would even move around during the day and sleep at night. In addition, Violet had always been full of praise for Blue's cooking, but some time ago, Violet would frown from time to time when she ate Blue's cooking, showing a slightly dissatisfied expression, and would even mutter such a sentence. Even though Blue's cooking is good, it's not as good as Little Yan's. Our appetite has been spoiled by Little Yan's cooking. It wasn't just these changes. Some of Purple's actions were also confusing Blue. For example, on the first day of the change, Violet suddenly made such a suggestion to Blue. It's been a long time since I've been to Fantasy Village. Why don't we take a stroll around Fantasy Village? Then Purple, who had always been lazy to the point that she even threw the job of maintaining the great boundless barrier to Blue, strolled through the entire fantasy town as if she was homesick. Another example was Yukari, who used to use her gap ability to peek at all kinds of people, things in Fantasy Village. Recently, whenever she opened her gap to peek, she would secretly mutter such a sentence: "I have of little yans." Then, Violet, who always liked to peep, but would never target a specific person. Her peeping range was very wide, but recently she had been using her gap ability to observe a person, and it was a strange man that Blue had never seen or known before. If that was all, it would be fine. Blue naturally knew how monstrous Violet's IQ was. It wasn't surprising that Violet would do some unfathomable things that she couldn't understand. However, what Lon couldn't accept the most was that the Lord Z, whom he respected the most in his heart, had recently been speaking such words in his sleep with a flushed and seductive face in his dreams. Ugh, little Yen, no. Lon clearly remembered how flustered she was when she accidentally overheard Violet's sleep talk. There were countless times when Lon wanted to scream out loud, like a maniac. "Who is this little Yen?" Unfortunately, Blue didn't get the answer even once. Every time she asked Violet about it, Violet would look at her meaningfully and smile perfunctorily. It wasn't until a while later that Blue finally found out. It turned out that the strange man that Yukari had been observing through the gaps was none other than the rumored Xiao Yen. What was even more shocking was that this mysterious little Yen called himself Yakumo Bai. He even said that he was Yakumo Z's fiancé, the head of House Yakumo. Lon expressed that her brain really wasn't enough recently. Blue could confirm 100 times, 1,000 times, or even 10,000 times. Violet had never interacted with such a man. She didn't even have the chance to meet him, greet him, or even walk past him. At least, that was what Blue knew. Aside from sleeping, Violet would always have Blue by her side. If she really knew someone of the opposite sex, there was no way Blue wouldn't know. However, this time, Blue's understanding of the world was completely overturned. Two people who didn't know each other at all. Was it possible that one of them would call out the other's name every time they opened their mouths and even dream about it in their dreams, while the other would casually mention the setting of fiancé? The answer was, of course, no. Thus, Blue couldn't help but admit that she had failed in her duty. Unbeknownst to him, in a place he didn't know, or even in a situation where he didn't know anything, his Lord Z had developed such a deep friendship with a stranger of the opposite sex that even he had no choice but to admit defeat. Or rather, feelings. How could she tolerate this? Indigo could clearly tell that this was absolutely intolerable. Therefore, even though she had asked this question countless times, Violet had always brushed it off without admitting or denying it. Blue felt that she had to clarify this matter. Of course, the most important thing was that she had watched Violet secretly observe a stranger of the opposite sex every day. Hearing Violet mutter the name of a stranger of the opposite sex every day, Blue felt a sour feeling in her heart. Since Lady Z was acquainted with such a person, why didn't she let Blue know? Why did she keep Blue in the dark all this time? Could it be that Lady Z was starting to distrust her? Violet and even Wu Yen clearly sensed her thoughts. The two of them looked at each other and laughed bitterly at the same time, looking at how well Wu Yen and Yukari are working together. The sour feeling in Blue's heart became even more obvious. "Lady Z, please answer my question." "Question?" Violet looked at Azura with a faint smile. "But didn't Xiao Yen already answer your question?" Huh. Blue froze on the spot. "It doesn't matter whether we are fiancé or not." Violet waved the paper fan in her hand and smiled gently. "But just as Xiao Yen said, Xiao Yen and I have a much more important and meaningful relationship than a fiancé and fiancé." Hearing this, Blue finally took Violet's words seriously. Blue knew that Z had a habit of using the word "we" to refer to herself. Normally, it would be teasing and frivolous. However, when Z used the word I to refer to herself, even though her tone and expression were casual and frivolous, the content was absolutely serious. As such, Blue could only admit with tears streaming down her face that her Lady Z had a special experience in a way that she didn't know anything about. Otherwise, Z, who had lived for such a long time but only had a few friends, none of whom were of the opposite sex, let alone someone who was closer to her than an engaged couple, would admit that there was someone who occupied an important position in her heart. After admitting it, Blue could only lower her head and bow to Wu Yen. My apologies, Lord Bai. Blue was rude earlier. Meow. Seeing her master lower her head, Orange didn't know what was going on, but she followed suit and lowered her head as well. My apologies, Meow. Well. Wu Yen scratched his cheek and waved his hand nonchalantly. Just don't cause any trouble, Wu Yen grumbled as he looked at Yukari. I have a lot of things to complain about. I know. Z smiled and changed the topic of conversation. I have something important to tell you as well. Let's go somewhere else and talk about it all at once. Without giving Wu Yen time to react, Yukari waved her hand, and a gigantic crack opened up at the bottom of the room. Wu Yen, Yukari, Lan, and Chung were all sucked into the crack before they disappeared from the spot. The room returned to silence. Chapter 1858. His vision was distorted, and the world was changing. Wu Yen felt his vision blur. When he regained his vision, the first thing he saw was a boundless sky. Under the sky, there was a dazzling scene. A lively village, a lonely bamboo forest, a quiet mountain, a mysterious forest, the foggy lake, the bright red mansion, and the most eye-catching Bori shrine at the edge of the lake. They all formed a picture that was presented to Wu Yen without holding anything back. After a while, Wu Yen realized that he was in the sky above Gensokyo. He was sitting in a crack in the sky of Gensokyo. The inside of the crack is filled with malevolent eyeballs and darkness. Other than Wu Yen, Indigo, and Orange were also present. They were also sitting in the crack. Their faces were filled with confusion. They had no idea why Yukari was here to talk. Wu Yen, Indigo, and Orange looked to the side at the same time. They were shocked when they saw Yukari standing in the crack. They saw the mysterious and wise Yakumo Yukari, who had never lost her composure, looking down at Fantasy Village. Her eyes were filled with nostalgia, sadness, and deep worry. Yes, worry. Yukari was looking at the fantasy village that she had spent her entire life protecting with worry. This expression, forget about Wu Yen, even Blue, who has been with Yukari for who knows how long, has never seen this before. Thus, Blue is the most shocked out of the three of them. She even started panicking. Lord Yukari, what's wrong? Violet did not care about Blue and Orange's panic. Instead, she let out a sigh as if she was trying to restrain her emotions. She took another deep breath and turned her head. She looked at Wu Yen, who was staring at her in shock. She asked such a question. What do you think of Fantasy Village? How about Fantasy Village? What kind of strange question was that? Although Wu Yen thought so, he knew that Violet would ask this question. She was definitely thinking about it. Plus, Z's performance just now. Wu Yen also became serious. It's an incredible place in every sense of the word. Wu Yen replied with a smile on his face. But it's beautiful. I like it too. Really? Violet lowered her head. She mumbled as if she was sleep-talking. Her next sentence made Wu Yen, Lan, and Chung shudder. However, perhaps Fantasyland can't exist for too long. What? Blue and Orange cried out. Wu Yen also panicked for a moment, but when he saw Violet's worried look, he calmed down. Although he didn't know why Z would say such a thing, if the fantasy village couldn't continue to exist, Z would definitely be the one who couldn't bear it. Fantasy village and the outside world were separated by two huge enchantments. One was the Great Boundless Barrier, and the other was the realm of illusion and reality. Although the Great Boundless Barrier was the barrier that separated Fantasy Village from the outside world, the realm of illusion and reality was more important to Fantasy Village. This was because the realms of illusion and reality separated the inner and outer realms, the realms of illusion and reality. Its function was to set the fantasy land as an illusory world that did not exist physically, while the real world outside was set as a physical world, a world that truly existed. Just like the difference between a dream and reality, they existed at the same time, but the concept of existence was different. In such a case, those that didn't exist in reality, such as monsters and gods that only existed in humans' imagination, couldn't exist in the real world. They would be automatically attracted to the fantasy village and be taken in by the fantasy village. In other words, the monsters, gods, and other creatures that shouldn't exist in the outside world would disappear and come to live in Fantasy Village. This would strengthen the power of the monsters in Fantasy Village. The outside world would completely become the world of humans, and Fantasy Village would be the world of monsters. However, because the outside world and the Fantasy Village were connected geographically, the Fantasy Village wasn't an independent world, but a world that was connected to the outside world like a mirage, and it didn't exist in the beginning. Theoretically speaking, the boundary between the realm of illusion and reality could be considered to be the existence that created the Fantasy Village. As for the realm of illusion and reality, it was a barrier that Violet had set up using her unique ability to control realms. As long as Z still existed, the Fantasy Village could be created and destroyed. Z's existence was an important condition for the establishment of the Fantasy Village. Therefore, even if Fantasy Village could no longer exist, Yukari could still set up a realm of illusion and reality, allowing Fantasy Village to be reborn again. Now that Violet had said such a thing, it meant that the fantasy land she had created was gradually heading towards destruction in a way that even Violet could not do anything about. Therefore, it was certain that Z was the most annoyed and helpless existence in the Fantasy Village. Since that's the case, as a man, Wu Yan can't show any signs of panic when Yukari is helpless for the first time ever. Otherwise, it would only make her more uneasy. With that in mind, Wu Yan forced himself to calm down and asked in a low voice, "What's going on?" She seemed to have seen through Wu Yan's thoughts. She looked at Wu Yan with a funny and gentle gaze. After deliberating over her words, she said, "I think you should know that in the Fantasy Village, there will be a big change in the Great Barrier every 60 years, right?" Hearing this, Wu Yan's mind flashed with the memory of the Great Barrier's change that happened every 60 years. It was a change that happened every 60 years in the Fantasy Village. The cause was not caused by any monster in the Fantasy Village, but by the outside world. Once every 60 years, the number of ghosts in the real world would increase greatly, causing a phenomenon called the barrier's moderation, allowing a large number of ghosts from the outside world to enter the Fantasy Village. Because the Grim Reaper couldn't send these ghosts to the King of Hell to be judged, the ghosts who had nowhere to go could only rely on the flowers, causing all the flowers in the Fantasy Village to bloom at the same time regardless of the season. The Great Barrier's change wasn't man-made. It was similar to a natural phenomenon. After a certain period of time, the ghosts would be taken in by the underworld. At that time, the Fantasy Village would slowly return to its original state, and the change would end. This so-called Great Barrier's change was the only one that didn't require the Great Barrier's help. It was a phenomenon that couldn't be stopped unless there were no more deaths in the outside world. In that case, there wouldn't be a ghost rampage that happened once every 60 years. Could it be related to the Great Barrier's change at this time? I'm the only one who knows about this. Even Ling Meng hasn't discovered it yet. Z smiled helplessly. As a matter of fact, every time the Great Barrier changes, the barrier moderation will weaken the Great Barrier to a certain extent. The Great Barrier's weakened, Azura exclaimed in surprise. But I've never seen the Great Barriers weaken before, because Azura and Lingmeng were too lazy. The task of maintaining the Great Barrier was basically done by Azura. Therefore, Azura had the right to speak at this time. Usually you can't see it, but I found that every time the boundary moderation phenomenon occurs, the great boundary that is moderated will have some abnormalities, and the moderation time will be longer and longer. During the moderation process, the great boundary will become weaker and weaker. Purple shook her head. Do you know what this means? Other than Chung, who was still confused, Wu Yan and Azura thought of a possibility. Their expressions turned ugly. This means that as long as the boundary mitigation phenomenon continues, one day the great boundary will not be able to withstand the weakening of the mitigation process and completely collapse. Yukari closed her eyes and revealed a cruel reality. According to my calculations, when the next Great Barrier's moderation occurs, the Great Barrier will be unable to withstand the moderation's weakening and collapse. There's only a year left until the next Great Barrier's moderation. Chapter 1859. The so-called Great Boundless Barrier was actually a barrier that separated common sense and extraordinary knowledge. Under the effect of the Great Bountiful Barrier, it would automatically distinguish the common sense and extraordinary knowledge of the outside world from the fantasy village. The common sense of the outside world was the extraordinary knowledge of the fantasy village, and the extraordinary knowledge of the outside world was the common sense of the fantasy village. This was not a physical barrier, but a barrier that existed in an ethical sense. Moreover, the Bali Great Barrier was very powerful. Even monsters could not pass through it easily. Until now, other than Violet, who had the ability to enter realms and create gaps, as well as being the creator of Fantasy Village, no one had been able to freely enter and exit the outside world and Fantasy Village. At least, other than Violet, the other monsters, fairies, spirits, and even gods in Fantasy Village had never tried it. In other words, the Bali Great Barrier was the barrier that truly blocked the communication between the outside world and Fantasy Village, resulting in the formation of Fantasy Village. For example, if Fantasy Town was a house, then the Bali Great Barrier would be the wall of the house, isolating the inside of the house from the outside. The realm of illusion and reality, on the other hand, was a door that did not exist in this house. It was still very magical. It would automatically lead to the door of the house. The door was created by Violet, so as long as she was still around, no matter where she went, she would be able to create such a door, bring in the house, and turn Fantasy Village into a home. However, if the wall collapsed, it did not matter if Fantasy Village was a house or a home. It would be meaningless. If the house remained, it would only be an empty space where the house was originally located. Even if the house was still there, the house would still collapse along with the wall. At that time, even if the house was still there, the house would be gone. Therefore, the Bali Great Barrier, as a wall, was very important to Fantasy Village. The town of illusions did not have a boundary between illusion and reality. At most, it would not attract any foreign demons or humans. However, what would happen to the town of illusions if the Great Barrier of blooming beauty was no longer there? In the past, the Fantasy Village was not separated from the outside world by a barrier. It was called the border of the East Country, because there were monsters living in the Fantasy Village. People who accidentally trespassed would be caught and eaten by the monsters. Therefore, people were afraid of this place. Ordinary people wouldn't go to Fantasy Village on purpose. However, there were also some people who lived in the Fantasy Village in order to fight against these monsters. As time passed, The number of humans had increased dramatically due to the development of civilization. Purple was worried that if the human population continued to grow, it would cause the balance of Fantasy Village to collapse. Therefore, she established the realm of illusion and reality to attract the monsters from the outside world to Fantasy Village, so the power of the monsters was balanced. Later on, modern civilization developed. It is somewhere between calling non-scientific things superstition and rejecting them. The monsters and the only humans in the Fantasy Village built a powerful barrier together, isolating the Fantasy Village from the outside world. They lived a quiet life here. Henceforth, the various things of the land of fantasy faded from the memory of man. This powerful barrier was known as the Great Boli Barrier. If the Boli Barrier were to disappear, Fantasy Paradise would once again be exposed to the eyes of humans and attract the prying eyes of humans. In the face of unknown superstitions, humans would generally treat them with fear and dread, including the gods that they believed in. At that time, due to the fear of the unknown, humans would pick up their weapons to protect themselves. Whether they were willing or not, they would clash with the monsters in the Fantasy Village. At that time, the side of the humans in the Fantasy Village would be unclear. Some would fight against the monsters for the sake of the people in the real world. Some would stand on the side of the monsters, and some would stay out of it. At that time, the true peace would be completely destroyed, and the world would fall into turmoil. At that time, no matter how unwilling Purple was, the Fantasy Village in her heart would no longer exist. This was definitely not what Purple wanted to see. That was why Yukari said that Fantasyland might not be able to exist for too long. With her wisdom, Purple could also calculate the changes that would be brought to the humans and monsters of the two worlds when the real world and the Fantasy Village were completely connected. Therefore, the great boundless barrier could not be allowed to disappear. But now, it only had a year left to exist. After a year, the Great Boli Barrier would be weakened by the barrier moderation until it could no longer exist. Then, it would disappear. This fact weighed down on Blue and Orange so much that they could barely breathe. Wu Yen frowned. Is there no way to strengthen the Boli Great Barrier or build another Boli Great Barrier? With our strength, there's no way we can build a great barrier. Purple's voice was full of helplessness. Although the Great Barrier was built by the people of the Fantasy Village and the monsters, the one who built it was the Great Witch Bali. The Great Witch Bali? Wu Yen gasped. Huh, you're saying that only the Great Witch Bali has the ability to build a great barrier? Or rather, only the Great Witch Bali has the right to build a great barrier. Purple said seriously. The one who gave the Great Witch Bali the power to build a great barrier is the Dragon God. The Dragon God, the highest level existence in the Fantasy Village, and also the highest level god in the Fantasy Village. The god worshipped by the Bali Shrine was the Dragon God, and the witches who served the Dragon God were the Great Witch Bali. The last time the Dragon God appeared in the Fantasy Village was after the Great Barrier was set up and the Fantasy Village was completely isolated from the outside world. Purple explained. At that time, the Great Witch Bali prayed to the Dragon God, hoping to build a great barrier. She then borrowed the Dragon God's power to cover the entire Fantasy Village in the Great Barrier, isolating it from the outside world. Then, if Ling Meng prayed to the Dragon God, she should be able to build another great barrier. Right? Wu Yen hurriedly said. In that case, it won't. Before Wu Yen could finish, Purple interrupted him. I suspect that the Dragon God no longer exists. Even though they had been shocked twice by Purple's words, they were still dumbfounded by Purple's words, as if they had been knocked on the head by Purple's words. The Dragon God no longer exists. Why? In the past, it was the same for the Great Barrier. Every 60 years, there would be a barrier moderation phenomenon. But at that time, there was never a situation where the Great Barrier was weakened during the moderation process. Purple laughed bitterly. In addition, the Great Barrier was originally built with the dragon god's power as the source. In theory, as long as the dragon god still exists, the Great Barrier will never weaken unless it is destroyed by external forces. This makes me suspect that the dragon god no longer exists. In other words, you're just suspecting, but you don't have clear evidence to prove that the dragon god no longer exists, right? Wu Yan said with some uncertainty. Since everything is just your guess, it might not be true. That's true, but I also don't have any evidence to prove that the dragon god still exists. Purple shook her head. The weakening of the Great Barrier is a suspicious point. Whenever something major happens in the utopia, the dragon god will appear. This time, the Great Barrier is in danger of disappearing, but the dragon god still hasn't appeared. This is the second reason why I suspect that the dragon god no longer exists. There's a third reason. Purple turned her head and looked at Bo Li Shrine, which Bo Li is the manager of Fantasyland, and she is also the one who borrowed the power of the dragon god to build the Great Barrier. In the past, which Bo Li has a certain degree of sensitivity to the Great Barrier and knows what's going on in it. But this time, Ling Meng hasn't noticed the changes in the Great Barrier until now. She doesn't even know that the Great Barrier is weakening. Purple said worriedly. Besides, the dragon god is the god worshipped by the Bo Li Shrine. The Bo Li Shrine should have the ability to listen to the dragon god's voice, but I can't remember how long it has been since the Bo Li Shrine heard the dragon god's voice. Gradually, even the Bo Li Shrine herself doesn't know who the god she serves is. Everyone fell silent when they heard this. Chapter 1860. Indeed, the witches who serve the gods should be able to listen to the voice of the gods they serve. Not to mention other things, there was a Shuya shrine on the Monster Mountain. Not only could the witches there listen to the voice of the god they served, but they also lived with the god and lived together with him every day. However, the witches of the Bo Li Shrine, Ling Meng, or rather, the witches before Ling Meng can't listen to the voice of the dragon god. At least, in Wu Yan's memory, he hasn't heard of it. At first, Wu Yan thought it was a special relationship with the dragon god. After all, the dragon god doesn't actually exist in the fantasy paradise. He went somewhere unknown. Now, listening to Yukari, it seems that the witches were able to listen to the voice of the dragon god in the past. It wasn't until a long time ago that they suddenly lost this ability, coupled with the fact that the Great Barrier that shouldn't be weakened as long as the dragon god exists is weakening, and Ling Meng, who should be able to sense the situation of the Great Barrier, hasn't noticed the change in the Great Barrier until now. All of this made Yukari suspect that the dragon god doesn't exist anymore. No matter what, the witches used the power of the dragon god to build the Great Barrier. Since she could sense the situation of the Great Barrier before, she should be able to sense it now. There are only two explanations for why she can't sense it now. Either that, or the connection between Bori and the god she served had been severed, or it was the god who gave Bo Li the power to build the Great Barrier, and the god who connected Bo Li the Great Barrier to the Great Barrier could no longer maintain this connection. These two theories can't prove that the dragon god has actually disappeared. At most, it means that the connection between the dragon god and the witches no longer exists. But as Yukari said, these two theories can't prove that the dragon god still exists. In any case, all the signs point in one direction. The power of the dragon god that maintains the existence of the Great Barrier is disappearing. Maybe it's because something happened that you and I can't predict that the power of the dragon god disappeared in the fantasy paradise. Wu Yan couldn't help but say this. Maybe the moment the Great Barrier is about to disappear, the dragon god will appear. The dragon god will appear. Who knows? Perhaps that's really the case. Yukari's eyes were already a little unfocused as she looked down at the fantasy land. But I can't pin my hopes on such an illusory possibility, and I won't bet the survival of fantasy paradise on whether the dragon god still exists or not. Wu Yen pondered for a while. He said, "Let's assume that the dragon god really no longer exists. What could be the reason? Who knows? Maybe it's because I don't have any faith anymore." Violet shrugged, pretending to be relaxed. After all, there are almost no people who truly believe in the dragon god in the fantasy village. Even Witchboli has begun to forget the god she serves. No one went to the Boli shrine to worship, so the dragon god who had lost his faith disappeared. For the gods, faith was equivalent to the power of existence. Without faith, some would lose all their power, and some would even disappear. The Shoujo shrine in the Monster Mountain moved to the fantasy land because it couldn't get any faith in the real world. It tried to collect the faith of the monsters in the fantasy land. The dragon god was a dragon, but at the same time, it existed as the god of the fantasy land. If there was no one who believed in the dragon god in the fantasy land, then the superstitious real world would be even more unlikely to have anyone who believed in the dragon god. Perhaps that's why the dragon god disappeared. Of course, the disappearance of the dragon god was only Violet's speculation, but judging from the current evidence, it was no longer impossible. Is there no other way? Wu Yen frowned deeply. Perhaps we can find other substitutes that are comparable to the Boli Great Barrier. I've been thinking about this before, but I haven't found anything. Yukari suddenly looked directly at Wu Yen. Her eyes were shining as usual. But it's different now. Huh. Wu Yen didn't know what to say. What do you mean? It's extremely difficult to find a replacement for the Great Barrier. At least, I haven't seen one yet. Yukari's gem-like eyes were filled with hope. But, little Yen, you can definitely find one. For a moment, Wu Yen almost didn't react, but after he did, he understood everything. There was something in his soul that was even more magical than the dragon god. System. Yukari couldn't find a replacement, but it didn't mean that the system couldn't find one. It's better to say that the moment I became your summoner, my thoughts were no longer limited to finding a replacement for the Great Barrier and maintaining the status quo of the fantasy paradise. Instead, I had greater ambitions. Ziyu said this sentence as if she was not going to stop until she was shocked to death. I want the fantasy land to become a real world, a world that no longer depends on the real world, a world that can only exist in illusions. This, Blue and Orange didn't understand Yukari's words. Wu Yen was the only one who trembled. He looked at Yukari, who was staring at him with a shocked expression, and he blurted out in shock, "Don't tell me you want me to turn the fantasy land into a real world. What's so strange about that?" Yukari smiled. "Since there are so many dungeon worlds, little Yen, it's not impossible for the fantasy land to be separated from this world and become another one, right? Are you kidding me?" Wu Yen almost laughed out loud. "Do you really think the system has a way to create a new world? Or do you think I have that kind of ability?" "That's right. I think you have the ability to do that." Wu Yen was stunned again. Blue and Orange were at a loss again when Yukari nodded her head in agreement. "It's not just because of the system. Xiaoyan, there are no god-level powerhouses in the instance worlds. You know this very well. Even the dragon god isn't a god-level powerhouse. As for you, sooner or later, you will become a god-level powerhouse. With the system's help, little Yen, are you sure you don't have the ability to create a new world?" Yukari's words were filled with anticipation for Wu Yen. "You're underestimating your chances. Little Yen, you're destined to soar to the top the moment you got the system. You're destined to reach a height no one can reach." This was Yukari's expectation for Wu Yen. Yukari might have been planning this from the moment she became Wu Yan's summon. She wanted Wu Yan to save the fantasy land that was about to disappear. She even wanted the fantasy land to be like the dungeon worlds Wu Yan had been to, a real world. At that time, Violet would no longer have to worry about what would happen to the fantasy village, nor would she have to worry about its destruction. By then, destroying the fantasy land would be as difficult as destroying an entire world. I see. Wu Yan laughed bitterly. I was a fool. How could the sage of the shifter, Yakumo Yukari, help me just because we're fused? Not only did she help me get rid of the Beast King, she even stood by my side. Wu Yan thought that with Yukari's shrewdness and intelligence, she wouldn't protect them when they first met. Even in the fantasy land, there weren't many people who could make Yukari do that. When they first met, he even took Yukari's life. How could he be worthy of Yukari's help? During that time, Yukari got along really well with them. She even acted like an elder sister and took care of them. She even gave Wu Yan advice and advice. Now, Wu Yan knew that Yukari had been planning this earth-shattering event since then. As expected of Yukari, Wu Yan thought that Yukari didn't appear in front of him all this time because she wanted him to form an unbreakable bond with the people in the fantasy land. If that was the case, she wouldn't be able to sit by and watch the fantasy land perish. Perhaps, at the beginning, I did stay with you all for this purpose. I didn't reject you all, Yukari said after a moment of silence. But regardless of whether you believe it or not, I just want to say that to me now. You are already my family. Lady Yukari's family? Blue and Orange fell silent. Wu Yan smiled helplessly. Looks like I have to give it a try just because of what you've said. Yukari smiled. Her smile was very sincere. Chapter 1861. Fantasy Village, Red Devil Mansion, Stare. At this moment, Remilia, Patrice, and Zhuoyu were standing in front of the round table on the platform. They had been gazing intensely at Wu Yan since 5 minutes ago, causing Wu Yan to reveal an unnatural expression. Of course, Remilia, Patrice, and Black Knight weren't the only ones present. Fran and the little devil were also present. Fran even imitated Remilia's group and glared at Wu Yan. She tried her best to pretend to be angry, but in fact, she looked adorable. As for the little devil, she was merely present. She didn't glare angrily at Wu Yan like any of the other girls present. The only emotion on her face and eyes was one of schadenfreude. Under the gazes of the 5 girls, some angry, some reproachful, some concerned, some scrutinizing, and some taking pleasure in his misfortune, Wu Yan could only close his mouth tightly and stand in front of the group of girls as if he was sitting on pins and needles. His expression was rather resentful. After what seemed like an eternity, the most impatient of them all, Remilia finally took the initiative to denounce them. Tell me, what happened in the 3 days that you disappeared? Yes, 3 days. It had already been 3 days since he had fainted from the battle with delicate fragrance Fengjian. In other words, he had fainted during the battle with delicate fragrance Fujimi. Wu Yan was unconscious for 3 whole days and only woke up today. Wu Yan had just learned of this matter. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stood here obediently and endured the intimidating gazes of Remilia, Patrice, Black Knight, Fran, and Little Devil. After all, he had disappeared for 3 days in front of a group of girls for no reason. Remilia and the others were definitely the most worried. However, Wu Yan was puzzled. Before I return, Ziming had clearly told her that before bringing her back to the Bayan family, she had already greeted the people from the Red Devil Mansion. Why were Remilia and the others still denouncing her? The people from the Yakumo family only said that you will be staying with them for a few days. He seemed to have seen through the doubts in Wu Yan's heart. Patrice replied with her usual indifferent tone. He answered Wu Yan's question. But what exactly is the reason? But he didn't explain anything at all. So that's how it is. Wu Yen was slightly relieved and scratched his cheek. Actually, it's not a big deal. Hence, Wu Yen told Ramilia and the others everything that had happened after he left the Red Devil Mansion and went to the sunflower field 3 days ago. Although he said it as it is, he still knows how to hide some things that shouldn't be said. For example, the Great Barrier of Fantasy Town would collapse in a year. For example, Ziming suspected that the dragon god no longer existed. For example, Ziming planned to borrow Wu Yan's power to let Wu Yan create a world of his own and transcend from this world. In short, other than the conversation he had with Yukari in the sky above Gensokyo, Wu Yan basically told her everything he could. When they heard that Wu Yan fought with Yu Xiang, other than Fran, who was at a loss, and didn't know who Yu Xiang was, the rest of the girls were shocked. The Yu Xiang you're talking about, is it the flower demon in the sunflower field? Patrice didn't hide her shock. You actually fought with her. Oh. Seeing the shocked expressions of Ramilia, Patrice, and San Yi, other than Fran, Wu Yan raised an eyebrow. It seems like you all know Yu Xiang. We've only heard of her. We've never seen her before. Ramilia raised her hand and curled her lips. I heard that the flower demon is on the same level as the demon sage in Fantasy Town. Lord Bai, did you really fight with her? So you seem to know about delicate fragrance Feng Jian's terrifying strength and showed a concerned expression. Could it be that you stayed in Yakumo's house for 3 days because you were injured? Big brother is injured. This time, Fran's delicate face showed a shocked expression, and she almost jumped into Wu Yan's arms. Her eyes were filled with anxiety. Big brother is injured? Where is he? It's fine. I'm fine. I'm fine. I didn't spend the past 3 days recovering from my injuries. I just fainted. Wu Yan hurriedly explained. Look, aren't I fine now? In fact, Wu Yan wasn't wrong. With Wu Yan true ancestors' regenerative abilities, the injuries he sustained during the battle with Yuka Fujimi were all healed up. He didn't even need to recuperate for the past 3 days. He was only unconscious. Thus, Wu Yan wasn't lying. Unfortunately, he could hide this from others, but not Patrice. Although you don't seem to be injured, your mana seems to have weakened quite a bit. Patrice frowned and stared at Wu Yan as though she was trying to see through Wu Yan. Besides, even if you were injured, you should have recovered by now with your recovery ability, right? Wu Yan was at a loss for words. Although 3 days have passed, just as Patrice sensed, Wu Yan still hasn't recovered the mana he used in the battle with Yu Xiang. It couldn't be helped. Although a true ancestor's recovery ability was very strong, Wu Yan's mana recovery was also reflected in his mana recovery. Moreover, he cultivated the highest level of mana cultivation. The amount of mana he could recover was more than an ordinary mage. However, recovering a lot didn't mean he could recover all of it. Wu Yan's mana can only be described as an ocean. If his mana was converted to water, then even a real ocean wouldn't be able to compare to the amount of mana he has in his body. So much mana, but in the battle with delicate fragrance Fujimi, almost all of it was consumed. Under such circumstances, how could it be so easy to recover so much mana? Even with Wu Yan's astonishing mana recovery, he only recovered about 30% of his mana in 3 days. However, this wasn't a bad thing. After such a large consumption and recovery, Wu Yan's mana would definitely reach a new height. Thus, Wu Yan let his mana recover on its own while he enjoyed a leisurely time. In any case, even 30% of his mana was enough for Wu Yan to squander. Who would have thought that Patrice would see through it and catch a ready-made one? Well, it's just that the consumption is a bit high. Wu Yan could only rub his nose and laugh. Actually, I'm fine. You guys are the ones who are worrying too much. That better be the case. Remilia turned her head away and muttered softly, "However, since she dares to bully my Scarlet Fiend Mansion's people, shouldn't I go over and teach her a lesson?" Hearing this, the others didn't say anything, but Wu Yen was frightened. Where did Remilia get the confidence to say that she wanted to teach Delicate Fragrance Foam Jian a lesson? That's the Flower Lord of 4 Seasons, the strongest existence in Fantasy Village. Even after leveling up, Yukari only had a 50% chance of victory. She's a terrifying opponent that I can't defeat, even if I go all out. This Remilia is only at the 9th rank. If she can't even defeat me in my normal state, how can she deal with an opponent that I can't defeat even if I go all out? I'm afraid that if they really go over, Remilia won't be teaching the other party a lesson. Instead, she'll be delivering fertilizer. My little lady, please don't be rash. Wu Yen bitterly smiled. I don't want to go to Sun Garden to save you. This time, I won't be able to defeat Yu Xiang. Wu Yen lost to Fujimi Yuka when he was at full power. Now, he only has 30% of his mana left. If he were to fight Fujimi Yuka, he would lose without a doubt. If even Wu Yen is like this, there's no need to even mention Remilia. Even if the entire Scarlet Fiend Mansion comes out, the result won't change at all. It's the same even with Fran. It isn't that Remilia, Patrice, Xiaoyi, Fran, and the others are too weak. It's that Yu Xiang is too strong. Who needs you to save me? Remilia was slightly angry. A mere flower demoness. Boom! As soon as this sentence left Remilia's mouth, a shocking explosion echoed in the Scarlet Fiend Mansion's hall. Chapter 1862. Boom! With such a huge explosion, the door of the Red Devil Hall suddenly exploded, rolling up thick smoke and fire. In an instant, it enveloped the entire hall of the Red Devil Hall. It didn't stop spreading until it reached the stairs. 3W, who's there? Remilia, Patrice, Little Devil, and Little Devil were startled. Shortly after, Remilia revealed a furious expression. Someone actually came to cause trouble in the Red Devil Mansion. Patrice, Little Knight, and Little Fiend seemed to have the same thought. They looked at the entrance of the Scarlet Devil Mansion with vigilance, indifference, or fear. Only Fran seemed to have encountered something fun. Her red eyes were filled with excitement, not to mention the young ladies. Even Wu Yen knitted his brows slightly. He turned around and gazed at the entrance of the Red Devil Mansion. But shortly after, he revealed a startled expression. At the entrance of the Red Devil Mansion that was engulfed in smoke and flames, a figure emerged from the smoke and flames and appeared before everyone's eyes. The owner of the figure had eye-catching emerald green curly hair. She wore a waistcoat with red and dark red checkered patterns and a knee-length skirt of the same style. She wore a yellow bow tie and a white long-sleeved shirt underneath the waistcoat. The young lady stood in the smoke and flames as though she was blocking the light that wasn't beneficial to her body. She held a parasol and sauntered into the hall. She scanned the surroundings with her red eyes and shifted her gaze to the platform at the end of the stairs. When she saw Wu Yen standing on the platform at the end of the stairs, the girl's bored eyes lit up and a gentle smile appeared on her face. "Found you. It's you?" Wu Yen was astonished. "Why are you here?" Hey. Remilia looked at Wu Yen, and she pointed at Yuka Fujimi. "Isn't she that flower demoness? The newcomer. It's Delicate Fragrance." That's why. That was why Wu Yen was so astonished. As the strongest flower queen in Fantasy Village, Delicate Fragrance Kaze could be said to be the embodiment of the strong. Not only did she like to be alone, but she also never went to any meaningless places. According to Wu Yan's understanding, Delicate Fragrance Feng Jian would only move about in his sunflower field territory. At most, he would go to the human realm for a stroll when he was free. When he had nothing to do, he would wander around the Boli shrine. Aside from these 3 places, he basically wouldn't go anywhere else. Now, Feng Jian Yuxiang came to the Red Devil Hall, and from the looks of it, she seemed to be looking for him. Of course, no matter how astonished Wu Yan was, Yukari's entrance was too aggressive. When Remilia, Patrice, Black Knight, and the others realized that she was here to provoke them, they immediately tensed up. The imp already hid behind Patrice. She didn't look like a tamed demon should protect her master. Fran was curiously sizing up Delicate Fragrance Feng Jian Yuxiang. You're that flower demoness who bullied my Red Devil Halls butler, right? Remilia looked down at Delicate Fragrance Feng Jian Yuxiang with an unfriendly expression. Now you want to provoke my entire Red Devil Hall. Provoke Red Devil Hall? Delicate Fragrance Feng Jian Yuxiang glanced at Remilia and spoke indifferently. I'm not interested. Wah. Remilia's eyes widened. The anger on her face thickened. Are you looking down on my Red Devil Hall? You want me to look up to you? Delicate Fragrance Feng Jian Yuxiang thought for a moment and nodded. Then are you strong? In other words, if Remilia and the others were strong enough, Delicate Fragrance Feng Jian Yuxiang wouldn't look down on Remilia and the others. On the contrary, if Remilia and the others were weak, Delicate Fragrance Feng Jian Yuxiang wouldn't look up to them. This is Delicate Fragrance Feng Jian Yuxiang. She's a battle maniac who only cares about fighting. Hee. Remilia smiled, but there was no smile in her eyes. Scarlet blood. Mist began to spread from her body. Do you want to try? Do you want to fight me? Delicate Fragrance Feng Jian Yuxiang's expression became a bit more motivated. Then I can play with you. Hearing this, Patrice, Suiyi, and the others immediately stood behind Remilia. One held a grimoire in one hand, and the other held a glittering throwing knife between her fingers. Even the imp stood out and put on a defensive look. Fran also tilted her head and flew up. Seeing that the 2 sides were about to fight, Wu Yan extended his hand and stopped Remilia and the others. He lowered his head and looked at Delicate Fragrance Feng Jian Yuxiang. You haven't answered me. Why did you come to Red Devil Hall? I've already answered. Seeing that the fight isn't going to happen, Yuka Kaze's eagerness disappeared, and she looked at Wu Yan. I'm here to find you. Find me? Delicate Fragrance Feng Jian Yuxiang nodded absent-mindedly. Then she seemed to recall something. Oh, right. When I came over, this monster guarding the door kept gesturing at me, and even rushed over. You guys should know this guy, right? After that, Feng Jian Yuxiang's hand that wasn't holding the parasol suddenly dragged a person with circles in his eyes out and threw him on the ground. China! Suiyi exclaimed. When Remilia saw Hong Miling lying on the ground with circles in her eyes, anger flashed in her eyes. She wanted to go forward, but was stopped by Wu Yan. I don't object to you coming to find me, but can't you use a more normal method? Wu Yan said helplessly. Knocking down the door and blowing up the door. People who don't know would think you're here to provoke me. I just don't like trouble, Yuka Kaze said, as she looked at Wu Yan from head to toe. She sounded a bit disappointed. Looks like you haven't fully recovered yet. My injuries are healed. I just consumed a bit of mana. Wu Yan said with a strange expression. You didn't come to find me just to fight with me, right? It would be best if we could fight again. Delicate Fragrance Feng Jian Yuxiang shook her head. But since you haven't recovered yet, forget it. Wu Yan noticed that Yukari Fujiki is back to her peak condition while he is still recovering his mana. Wu Yan didn't know if his final attack did any damage to Yuka Fujimi or not. If it did, how much damage would it have done to her? However, he knew that Yuka Fujimi's consumption of Yao power is no less than his. However, after 3 days, Delicate Fragrance Feng Jian Yuxiang has recovered to her peak condition. Wu Yan couldn't help but admire her, as expected of the embodiment of nature. Even if she doesn't have an immortal body, her recovery ability is super strong, coupled with the constant supply of energy from nature. It's not strange that delicate fragrance Feng Jian Yuxiang recovered. Putting aside her recovery ability, delicate fragrance Feng Jian Yuxiang won over Wu Yan in terms of mana and mana recovery. Wu Yan once again felt the power of delicate fragrance Feng Jian Yuxiang. Just as Wu Yan thought of this, a dark red color suddenly appeared in his eyes, making him stunned. He subconsciously reached out and caught the dark red color in his hand. Then, Wu Yan was surprised to find out. That speck of crimson was a drop of blood that floated like a gem. Blood? Could it be you? Wu Yan looked at delicate fragrance Feng Jian Yuxiang with an uncertain face. Is this your blood? Delicate fragrance Feng Jian Yuxiang smiled without saying anything, which is equivalent to admitting Wu Yan's guess. Why? Wu Yan asked puzzledly. Didn't you win the battle 3 days ago? Why are you giving me blood? Only by defeating delicate fragrance Fujimi would he be able to obtain her blood. This is the bet that delicate fragrance Feng Jian Yuxiang made. I don't need to follow a bet to decide who I want to give my blood to. After saying this, delicate fragrance Feng Jian Yuxiang looked at Wu Yan with eyes full of expectation. I remember you said that my blood can make you invincible, right? Although he didn't know what delicate fragrance Feng Jian Yuxiang was planning, Wu Yan still nodded. Then, make a promise with me. Delicate fragrance Feng Jian Yuxiang's voice showed a trace of excitement. When you become invincible, then fight with me. Fight again. This is delicate fragrance Feng Jian Yuxiang's condition. It's very delicate fragrance Feng Jian Yuxiang's condition. Wu Yan clenched the drop of blood in his hand. After a long time, he nodded, making delicate fragrance Feng Jian Yuxiang smile with satisfaction. Chapter 1863. Night fell quietly. Whoosh! The hubbub continued to reverberate throughout the hall of the Red Devil Mansion. It was the sound of the monsters partying. Needless to say, Remilia held a banquet as usual and invited all sorts of monsters to party in the hall of the Red Devil Mansion. Apart from the demons who had been invited, Remilia and Fran were also participating in this banquet. As usual, Black Knight was busy at the banquet as the head maid. This time, Patrice didn't attend the banquet. Like the little devil, she stayed in her underground library and immersed herself in the world of books. Wu Yan didn't attend the banquet as well. As the butler of the Scarlet Devil Mansion, Sakuya told him that Wu Yan must be the host of the banquet and help the owner of the mansion, Remilia, prepare for the banquet. Wu Yan didn't forget about this. Just as Sakuya had requested, when Remilia decided to host this banquet, she mobilized all the fairy maids in the Red Devil Mansion to prepare the food and wine needed for the banquet. Then, she sent people to invite the other Yalma to the Red Devil Mansion to participate in the banquet. However, after all the preparations for the banquet were completed, the Yalma came by invitation, and Remilia brought an excited Fran out. Wu Yan managed to hide his presence from everyone. He left the banquet venue. It wasn't for any other reason, but because he wasn't in the mood to attend the banquet. After returning to his room, or rather, the room of Remilia, Fran, and himself, Wu Yan laid on the bed and closed his eyes. The various events that happened in the fantasy village for the past 10 days flashed through his mind. It may sound inconceivable, but even with all the things that have happened, it doesn't change the fact that Wu Yan has only been in Gensokyo for 10 days or so. However, in these short 10 days, many things had happened. Meeting Remilia, Patrice, Black Knight, Spirit Dream, Alice, and the others, inexplicably becoming the butler of the Red Devil Mansion, consuming the medicine of the 8 senses Yonglin, and triggering the 7 deadly sins. He got to know Guming's Di Ju and Guming's Di Love. He had sex with Patrice and Alice. indirectly leading to the collapse of the Bori shrine. She fought with the strongest Lord of Flowers in the fantasy village. In the end, he also learned from Yukari that the fantasy village was about to cease to exist. One thing after another happened. It was hard to believe that all of this had happened in just a short period of 10 days. Not even a month had passed. And in this period of less than a month, Yi Zichen had already made his move. Wu Yan also encountered all kinds of strange girls in Fantasy Village, and have more or less. Perhaps it could not be severed, or perhaps it was a bond that they had only met once. Now that he thought about it, Wu Yan still felt that it was somewhat inconceivable. However, the Fantasy Village was an incredible place. What's so strange about some inconceivable things happening? Of course, there were inconceivable things, but there were also things that should be done as a matter of course. Thinking until here, Wu Yan opened his eyes and raised one of his hands. On the hand, 5 drops of crimson, crystal clear, and beautiful blood that looked like gems were floating on top of it. Beep. Detected blood essence containing power of fantasy X1. Beep. Detected blood essence containing power of realm X1. Beep. Detected blood essence containing power of eternity X1. Beep. Detected blood essence containing power of nature X1. Beep. Detected blood essence containing power of time X1. Ding. Obtained blood essence containing power of fantasy X1. Blood essence containing power of realm X1. Blood essence containing power of eternity X1. Blood essence containing power of nature X1. Blood essence containing power of time X1. Ding. Congratulations to user for completing Demigod Path's 4th phase quest. Ding. Demigod Path's 4th phase quest completed. User can now choose to leave the current dungeon world at any time. The dungeon world is now open to user. Upon entering the dungeon world again, the system will no longer issue any more dungeon quests. User can now enter and exit the dungeon world at will. After bringing Fran back to the Red Devil Mansion and battling with Remilia and Black Knight, Wu Yan obtained a drop of blood essence containing power of time from Black Knight's body. After going through the root of the 7 sins, Wu Yan entered the Forever Pavilion. He turned Kagaya of Panlai Mountain into his summon and obtained a drop of essence blood imbued with the power of eternity from Kagaya. With the help of Remilia, Patrice, and Black Knight, Wu Yan obtained a drop of blood essence containing power of fantasy from Red Dream. After the battle with Fengjian Yuxiang, Fengjian Yuxiang personally came to the Red Devil Mansion and gave Wu Yan a drop of blood essence containing power of nature. Not long ago, during the conversation with Yukari, Yukari also gave Wu Yan a drop of blood essence containing power of realm before she left. Now, the quest items for the Demigod Path's 4th phase quest, the 5 drops of blood essence containing power of mystery, have all been obtained. Wu Yan's Demigod Path's 4th phase quest is finally completed. This means that Wu Yan's goal of reaching the pinnacle of the demigod realm has taken a huge step forward. Wu Yan's thoughts seemed to have drifted to another world as he held the 5 drops of blood in his hand. His eyes that were looking at the ceiling gradually became unfocused. What's wrong? At this moment, a familiar voice resounded from the side and entered Wu Yan's ears. Reluctant to leave Fantasy Paradise? In the corner of the room, right next to the bed Wu Yan was lying on, a pitch-black crack filled with ferocious eyes appeared in the space. Yukari, holding a paper fan, sat inside leisurely, only half of her body poking out. Like Wu Yan, she was looking at the ceiling. Although I want to tell you that it's not necessary, I'm not confident that I won't feel reluctant to leave Fantasy Paradise. Isn't this what you want to see as well? Wu Yan didn't look back. His voice was full of confusion. You want me to like Fantasy Paradise or something? Of course I'm happy that you like fantasy paradise. Yukari covered her mouth and smiled. However, if you don't want to leave, it will be quite troublesome for us. In another year, Fantasy Paradise will usher in the 60th anniversary of the Great Barrier's change. At that time, the Great Barrier that could no longer withstand the weakening of the barrier moderation phenomenon would collapse directly, connecting Fantasy Paradise to the outside world and causing unimaginable turbulence in the two worlds. A year's time was neither long nor short. For a great monster like Yukari, who had lived for thousands of years, it was naturally not much different from a minute. For Wu Yen, if he didn't want to leave Fantasy Paradise and stayed in Fantasy Paradise, this year would pass very quickly. Yukari was counting on Wu Yen to turn Fantasy Paradise into a world for her. In order to do that, Wu Yen had to first become an existence that surpassed the Dragon God. That was a god-level powerhouse. If Wu Yen couldn't become a god-level powerhouse before then, Yukari would indeed be troubled. Are you rushing me? Wu Yen said helplessly. There's no need to rush, right? As long as Wu Yen left this world, the time in this world would be frozen. Even if there was a summoner here, the time in this world wouldn't be frozen directly. The ratio of time would automatically be adjusted to 100 times the time in Wu Yan's world. That was, if Wu Yan spent 100 days in another world, only one day would pass in Fantasy Paradise. If a year passed in Fantasy Paradise, almost 100 years would have passed in Wu Yan's world. Using 100 years to become a god-level powerhouse, Wu Yan was still somewhat confident. I'm not rushing you, Purple said with a smile that made people unable to figure out what she was thinking. I just saw that you seemed to have something on your mind, so I came over to chat with you. Unfortunately, Wu Yan didn't feel that Yukari was being considerate at all. Peeping again? Wu Yan pursed his lips and asked, So, you agree that I should leave as soon as possible? If possible, I do need to buy some time. Yukari stopped smiling and sighed. 100 years actually isn't that long. Hearing this, Wu Yan fell silent, and the entire room returned to silence. Until a certain moment, Wu Yan suddenly said, Yukari, let's have a banquet. Chapter 1864. Fantasy Town, Alice's mansion. In the Western style and girlish room, Alice was looking at a glowing sphere in front of her very attentively. Her eyes were unprecedentedly serious, and there was even a trace of amazement. This glowing orb was something that Wu Yan left for Alice not too long ago when he brought her out for a wild day of fun. After sending her home, Wu Yan mysteriously left this orb for Alice before he bid her farewell. At that time, Alice had asked very doubtfully, wanting to know what this glowing sphere was. However, Wu Yan didn't answer Alice's question. Instead, he said this to her, Put this into your puppet. You will find a surprise. After saying this, Wu Yan didn't reveal anything else and left without looking back. After that, Alice put the glowing sphere into one of her dolls the next day. Then, Alice was shocked to find out that it was not the same as the previous one. That puppet had a life. Yes, it had a life. It was obviously a simple doll that could not be simpler. In terms of the degree of delicacy, it could not be compared with the Shanghai humanoid and Penglai humanoid around Alice. It was not like the Shanghai humanoid and Penglai humanoid, which Alice did not know how much effort it took to have intelligence similar to that of humans. However, such a simple puppet not only easily had intelligence comparable to that of Shanghai and Penglai, but also could do things that Renhai and Penglai couldn't do. For example, it didn't need Alice's manipulation. This puppet could move freely on its own. For example, it didn't need Alice's adjustment and teaching. This puppet could speak human language by itself, which was something that Renhai and Penglai couldn't do. For example, it didn't need Alice's guidance. This puppet could distinguish what it could do and what it couldn't do. It could also read and learn. What was even more amazing was that once. Alice also saw that the puppet had a desire for the food it ate. If it wasn't for the fact that this puppet didn't have a digestive system, and its body was full of wood, it would probably be able to eat. This series of behavior was extremely human. Some couldn't even be done by Renhai and Peng Lai. It didn't need Alice's personal manipulation. He was completely self-disciplined, as if he had a real life. How could this not shock Alice? Unfortunately, it was just a simple puppet. Even if it had life, its body couldn't support it to carry out so many human-like actions, and it broke down after a few days. Although Alice felt that it was a pity, fortunately, the glowing sphere was still there. So, Alice quickly took out the glowing sphere and studied it from the morning until now. The more she studied it, the more surprised she was. This was because Alice discovered that this glowing sphere seemed to have the same effect as the Book of Witchcraft. There were spells recorded in the grimoire. If a mage had a grimoire, they could inject magic into the grimoire. They didn't need to cast the spell themselves to be able to use the spells recorded in the grimoire. This glowing sphere was the same. It seemed to contain some kind of magic. It was because of this spell that the doll with the glowing sphere had life. In other words, if the glowing sphere was compared to a magic book, then the magic recorded in it would be the magic of life. Alice was shocked and excited at the same time. What shocked Alice was that she had never heard of any magic that could bring about life. Alice was excited because she saw a bright path ahead. Alice knew that if she could research this magic of life, then all her dolls would be able to have life in the future. It wasn't hard to imagine how attractive this was to Alice, who had always wanted to develop a fully autonomous humanoid with life. However, Alice found that it was more difficult than she thought to research the magic in this glowing sphere. After all, this glowing sphere wasn't like the Book of Witchcraft that could be opened directly. Although the mage's magic attainments had to reach a very high level in order to read the original Book of Witchcraft, this glowing sphere in front of her didn't even have the means to open it. So, how should she research this magic of life? Alice was a little distressed. After a long time, she made this decision. Let's put it in another doll first, and see if I can get some inspiration from studying that doll. After making up her mind, Alice's hands started to itch for the first time in a long time. In front of her was a magical item that could bring life to a doll, and the next doll she made would be able to obtain life through it. Although this doll with life wasn't completely created by Alice alone, it had always been Alice's dream to create a doll with life. Now, knowing that the next doll she made would have life, even if it wasn't all by herself, Alice was very excited. And of course, this time, Alice wouldn't make a simple doll. Since it's a doll with life, then at least the degree of delicacy should be on the same level as Shanghai and Peng Lai. With that said, Alice picked up the glowing sphere. At this moment, the door of Alice's room was pushed open with a loud dong sound. At the same time, a loud voice rang out. "Alice, I'm here to see you." The sudden muffled sound and shout gave Alice a fright. Her hand trembled, and the glowing sphere flew high up into the air. It was as if Alice had thrown it out. "Ah!" Alice cried out in shock. It was as if she could see this most important prop breaking into 7 or 8 pieces like a porcelain bowl. Her cry was filled with fear. Fortunately, the direction the glowing sphere fell towards was none other than the entrance to Alice's room. So Wu Yan, who wanted to give Alice a surprise, just opened the door and saw a familiar glowing sphere flying in his direction. Wu Yan subconsciously caught the glowing sphere in his hand and said in confusion, "Isn't this Eve's heart?" This is the Eve's heart that Wu Yan made for Alice. "I say, Alice." Wu Yan looked at Alice, who was patting her chest with dissatisfaction. "Even if you don't like my gift, you don't have to throw it away, right? Who wants to throw it away?" Alice stepped forward and glared at Wu Yen fiercely. Then she carefully took the Eve's heart. I can't wait to treasure it. After saying that, Alice checked the Eve's heart in her hand. She didn't breathe a sigh of relief until she made sure there were no cracks on it. Seeing this, Wu Yen was a little happy, but also a little unhappy. Of course, he was happy because Alice was satisfied with her gift. Moreover, the gloomy look from before had completely disappeared. Now, she was not much different from before she had sex with Wu Yen. Obviously, Alice has gradually walked out of this matter and calmly faced it. As for the dissatisfaction, naturally, it was because after he came, Alice still paid attention to Eve's heart and ignored him. Sigh. Wu Yen became melancholy. When you have a doll, you lose your husband. Alice's pretty face blushed, but she pretended not to understand and changed the topic. This time, what's the matter? If you want to talk about something, there is indeed something. Wu Yen scratched his cheek. I'm here to invite you to a banquet. A banquet? Alice paused for a moment. If there was one thing that was most famous in Fantasy Village, it would be banquets. Be it when Witchboli was dealing with the mutation, or when some demons or humans were bored, they would hold 1 or 2 banquets to pass the time, or in the name of celebration. Alice likes to attend all kinds of banquets. Thus, when she heard that Wu Yen is here to invite her to a banquet, she nodded nonchalantly. Got it. When is the banquet? Let me know, I'll be there. Looking at Alice's nonchalant attitude, Wu Yen got even angrier. The banquet he held before leaving Fantasy Village was ignored by his own woman, just like that. Looks like it's been too long since she was taught a lesson at an angle that Alice couldn't see. Wu Yen smiled sinisterly and quietly closed the door. Ah! The next moment, Alice's scream rang out. It didn't take long for it to turn into panting and begging for mercy. Chapter 1865. Underground World. Earth Spirit Hall. In Guming Diju's room. At the center of the room, Guming Diju was holding a book and reading it with great interest. To Guming Diju, who could directly read minds and know what others were thinking, even knowing the darkness in many people's hearts, reading was a very meaningful thing. This was because Guming could only understand the content of the book through reading. It was not like when he was facing a human, where he could naturally know what the other person was thinking as long as he opened his third eye. Therefore, reading was one of Guming's favorite activities. There was no other activity like reading. Compared to Guming Diju, who was immersed in the world of books, Guming Diju seemed to be entertaining himself. While Guming Dijua was reading the book with great interest, Guming Dijua's love was lying on the floor of Guming Dijua's room. She didn't care whether her clothes were dirty or not. She stared at the cat with fire on its tail in front of her with big, round, beautiful eyes wide open. That was the famous fire cat in the underground world. The fire cats in Earth Spirit Hall were all Guming Diju's pets. It could also be said that they were Guming Diju's pets. At this moment, Guming Diju was chatting with the fire cat in front of her to pass time. Hey, why do you have fire on your tail? Meow. The fire cat tilted its head and looked confused. Although this fire cat could not turn into a human like the fire cat Phosphorus, it already had the basic intelligence. It was not just this fire cat. In Earth Spirit Hall, Guming Diju's pets all had a certain level of intelligence. Otherwise, why would Guming Diju's love let his pets do all the work in Earth Spirit Hall? Therefore, this fire cat could understand Guming Diju's words. Unfortunately, although it could understand, it could not speak. It could not speak. It didn't know how to do that. It could only give the simplest answer. Of course, such an answer was basically, other than Guming Diju, who could directly read its heart, it was unlikely that anyone else would know what it meant, including Guming Diju. What is meow? Gu Ming Di Ju expressed that the two languages did not seem to be from the same country. She tilted her head. His face was filled with doubt. Will there be fire in your tail if you say meow? Meow. Meow. Lien is meowing, but there is no fire in her tail. Meow. I almost forgot that Lien doesn't have a tail. Meow. Meow. Why is it still meow? Lien started to pout, her face filled with dissatisfaction. Don't you want to talk to Lien? Meow. The flame cat also expressed that it was under a lot of pressure to have such a naive and romantic little sister who didn't know anything. Just like that, the extremely strange conversation between the human and the cat continued in the form of self-entertainment. Other than the man and the cat, the only person present, Gu Ming Di Ju, did not notice this rather annoying scene at all. It was not that Gu Ming Di Ju did not care about his sister, but first of all, Gu Ming Di Ju's attention was completely focused on the book in his hand, so she did not have the spare energy to pay attention to anything else. Secondly, that was also the reason why Gu Ming Di Ju had fallen in love with her. Gu Ming Di Ju had sealed his soul and had the ability to control his subconscious. Gu Ming Di Ju's sense of existence was originally weak, so even if she passed by people's sight, it was possible that she would not be noticed. Because of this, and because Gu Ming Di Ju's attention was focused on the book in his hand, so even if Gu Ming Di Ju's voice and the cat's meowing were echoing in the room, Gu Ming Di Ju did not notice. From various aspects, this was indeed a very strange scene. At least, he directly came to the room with the magic of space transfer. Wu Yan, who had just come out of Alice's room, saw this scene and was speechless for a long time. If one looked carefully, one would notice that there was a lingering trace of joy between Wu Yan's brows. It was the lingering pleasure after he did something inexplicable to Alice under the circumstances of not knowing whether it was punishment or venting his dissatisfaction in his heart. Now, when he saw this strange scene in front of him, the lingering pleasure quickly disappeared, leaving behind only an expression of not knowing whether to laugh or cry. After a while, Gu Ming Di Ju, who was still bored talking to the flame cat, noticed that there seemed to be another person in the room. She turned her head and looked in the direction of Wu Yan. Then her eyes brightened, and she jumped up happily and cheered out loud. Brother! Brother? No matter how he did not notice the existence of Gu Ming Di Ju, Gu Ming Di Ju could not hear Gu Ming Di Ju's loud voice. Then, Gu Ming Di Ju raised his head in confusion and looked forward. Then he saw Gu Ming Di Ju's face was full of excitement, and she rushed to Wu Yan. Suddenly, Gu Ming Di Ju was stunned. When he found that it was Wu Yan, his eyes also brightened. He put down the book in his hand and stood up with some surprise. Brother! Gu Ming Di Ju jumped in front of Wu Yan excitedly, looking at Wu Yan with big sparkling eyes. Her eyes were full of joy. Is it you? Did you come to see Di Ju? Looking at Gu Ming Di Ju's strangely happy and cute look, Wu Yan could not help but smile. He reached out his hand and touched Gu Ming Di Ju's little head. I came to see you guys. Are you happy? Happy. Gu Ming Di Ju also reached out her hand and hugged Wu Yan's leg like a koala bear, laughing softly. Keeping the look of touching Gu Ming Di Ju's head, Wu Yan raised his eyes and looked forward. He met Gu Ming Di Ju's eyes. Looking at Gu Ming Di Ju's surprised look, he smiled and greeted him. How have you been recently? Listening to this most ordinary greeting, Gu Ming Di Ju felt touched from the bottom of his heart. It could not be helped. Because of the ability to read minds, Gu Ming Di Ju knew everything about others. He was hated by almost all humans, demons, and gods. When did he hear such words? Just this simple greeting made Gu Ming Di Ju very satisfied. It also made Gu Ming Di Ju feel that meeting Wu Yan was a very lucky thing. I just read books when I have nothing to do and walk around Earth's Spirit Hall with Alin and Kong. Guming Di Ju smiled gently. Also, Di Ju has not been running around recently. With Di Ju accompanying me, it is not boring. Is that so? Wu Yen hesitated for a bit before asking. Have you always been like this in Earth's Spirit Hall? Gu Ming Di Ju did not want to hide anything from Wu Yen and nodded seriously. No one would welcome me anywhere else. I don't like to run around. Hearing this, Wu Yen scratched his face and showed a troubled expression. This made Gu Ming Di Ju curious. What's wrong? No. Wu Yen smiled helplessly. Originally, I wanted to invite you to a banquet on the surface. Who knew that you don't like to run around? Banquet. Gu Ming Di Ju was stunned. Banquet. Gu Ming Di Ju looked very interested. Di Ju saw something called a banquet when Di Ju went to the surface. It was very fun. Banquets are for fun. Wu Yen patted Gu Ming Di Ju's head lovingly. How about it? You want to go? I want to go, I want to go. Gu Ming Di Ju shouted without hesitation. Di Ju wants to go. Di Ju. Gu Ming Di Ju frowned and scolded her. You can't be so rude. Sister, let's go to that banquet. Gu Ming Di Ju looked pitifully at Gu Ming Di Ju. Di Ju wants to go, but Gu Ming Di Ju was in a difficult position. If you really don't want to go, I won't force you. Wu Yen comforted her. As for Di Ju, if you trust me, how about letting me take care of her? No, it's not that I don't want to go. Gu Ming Di Ju shook his head and sighed. It's just that, will the people on the surface welcome us? Hearing this, Wu Yen remembered. Previously, the demons in the underground world had brought some trouble to the surface. Even the laziest Ling Meng was busy for a period of time. After that, Ling Meng banned the demons from the underground world from entering the surface. It was no wonder that Gu Ming Di Ju thought so. Leave this to me. Wu Yen patted his chest. I'll make it clear to Ling Meng. I see. Gu Ming Di Ju was slightly moved. After seeing Gu Ming Di Ju's pleading look, he nodded. Wu Yen smiled. Chapter 1866. Fantasy Village, Lost Bamboo Forest. Step by step, Wu Yen walked on the mountain path leading to the Eternal Pavilion. He seemed to be reminiscing about the environment in the Lost Bamboo Forest. He didn't use spatial magic and walked like an ordinary person. His gaze was focused on the area in front of him. Wu Yen took a good look at the brand new house that looked a bit strange. In the courtyard of the house, Ling Xian was holding some herbs and identifying them with a troubled expression. Master, which herb are you looking for? As Yonglin's disciple, Ling Xian's fighting strength wasn't that great. She wasn't even at the 9th level. She was just hovering around the 8th level. It wasn't that Ling Xian didn't have any talent. Yonglin didn't want Ling Xian to become a disciple with great fighting strength. Instead, she wanted Ling Xian to be her successor in the medical field. It seemed like she wanted Ling Xian to inherit her medical skills. Ling Xian, on the other hand, had been with Yonglin for quite some time now. When it came to herbs, Ling Xian believed that it was almost impossible for her to not recognize them. But every time Ling Xian thought so, Yonglin seemed to be able to see through Ling Xian's mind. She would find some plants that Ling Xian had never seen before and let Ling Xian identify them. Clearly, this time, Ling Xian was stumped by the herbs that Yonglin had found from God knows where. Don't tell me they aren't herbs? It was inevitable that Ling Xian would have such doubts. After all, there was once when Yonglin grabbed a bunch of weeds outside and asked Ling Xian to identify them. Ling Xian studied them for a dozen days, but couldn't figure out that they were just ordinary weeds. It wasn't that Ling Xian was stupid. Yonglin was too smart in her heart. Ling Xian didn't expect Yonglin to trick her by grabbing a bunch of weeds. She mistook them for herbs. Thus, Ling Xian didn't think that they were weeds. She thought they were herbs that looked like weeds. Wu Yan chuckled when he saw Ling Xian struggling with the plant. His laughter attracted Ling Xian's attention. Master Bai? Ling Xian was startled by his words. Then, he quickly stood up. He bowed respectfully to Wu Yan. Lord Bai, good morning. Ling Xian. Wu Yan beckoned to Ling Xian. Are you busy? I'm not in a hurry. I'm just identifying some herbs. Ling Xian replied with some awkwardness. Are you looking for Her Highness? Then I'll go and report to Master. I am indeed here to look for Huey. Wu Yan said strangely, but I'm looking for Hui Yi. Why are you reporting to Yonglin instead? Ling Xian hesitated for a moment, feeling a little awkward. Then he said carefully, Master said that if Lord Bai comes to look for Her Highness, we must report to her first. This Yonglin. Wu Yan was speechless and had no choice but to compromise. There's no other way. Although it's very troublesome, this is the only way. Thank you, Lord Bai. Ling Xian smiled gratefully at Wu Yan and walked into the Forever Pavilion to report to Yonglin. After waiting for about 10 minutes or so, the bored Wu Yan sensed an extremely restrained but strangely powerful and mysterious familiar presence slowly approaching him from within the UCI Pavilion. A few seconds later, the door of the Forever Pavilion opened, and Yonglin walked out. She looked at Wu Yan and said with a smile, What? You want to look for trouble in the Forever Pavilion after fighting with the flower demon in the sunflower field? Wu Yan flinched when he heard this. He was surprised by this. I know. Yonglin shook her head. I think I'm not the only one in the fantasy village who knows. Many people should have sensed the aura you leaked when you fought with the flower demon that day. Yonglin subconsciously glanced at Wu Yan. She's a bit surprised by his reaction. That day, when Wu Yan fought with Fengjian Yuxiang, Yonglin sensed his aura and secretly paid attention to it. Although it wasn't something that could be casually mentioned, Yonglin saw the entire battle that day. Naturally, she also saw Wu Yan's combat power. To be honest, Yonglin didn't expect Wu Yan to be able to fight Fengjian Yuxiang to a draw. That's a result that Yonglin might have to risk everything to achieve. Yonglin knew that Wu Yan wasn't strong enough to fight Fengjian Yuxiang to a draw. Wu Yan was barely qualified to fight her, let alone fight Fengjian Yuxiang. Coupled with the fact that she saw Wu Yan using the power of realm manipulation that only Yukari can do, Yatsuki guessed that Wu Yan must have used some sort of method to temporarily increase his power. That's how he achieved such a result. However, no matter what, Wu Yan had the ability to fight Fengjian Yuxiang, Yakumo Yukari, or herself. This was basically confirmed. Yonglin felt that it was necessary to re-examine Wu Yan. That's the ability you got from the system, right? Yonglin looked at Wu Yan with eyes that seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. The method that allows people to temporarily gain power beyond their own, and Yakumo Yukari's ability. Wu Yan smiled awkwardly when he saw Yonglin's eyes that looked like she wanted to dissect him. Rather than saying that I got it from the system, it's better to say that I got it from my own bloodline. Yonglin narrowed her eyes slightly. Vampire's ancestor? You even know that? Wu Yan was puzzled by her reaction. Since you know everything, why are you still asking me? If I could really know everything, I wouldn't have let you have such a relationship with the princess. Yonglin's tone was a little cold. It's just that I've seen a creature of the night, just like you over the eons. I don't know how long ago. Have you seen the ancestor? Wu Yen mused for a bit before he finally said something like that. Have you seen the dragon god? Dragon god? Yonglin didn't expect Wu Yen to ask such a question. She frowned slightly. You mean the dragon god in Fantasy Village? You must be one of the oldest existences in Fantasy Village, right? Wu Yen stared at Yonglin. The dragon god appeared in Fantasy Village for the last time when Bori was building the barrier. If it's you, you must have seen the dragon god, right? Fantasy Village used to be a remote place in the world before it was isolated from the outside world. In other words, Fantasy Village existed before the dragon god appeared for the last time. If Yonglin was already in the Fantasy Village at that time, she should have seen the dragon god, who appeared in the Fantasy Village for the last time. However, Yonglin shook her head while Wu Yen was thinking. No, you're wrong. I haven't seen the dragon god. Wu Yen was stunned. Indeed, the princess and I already existed in the Fantasy Village before the Great Barrier was built. Yonglin sighed. But at that time, in order to avoid the people from the moon, the princess exiled the entire Forever Pavilion to the world of Forever. It wasn't until recently that the Forever Pavilion really appeared in Fantasy Village. You know this, so neither the princess nor I have seen the dragon god. I see. Wu Yen nodded with disappointment. Then there's no other way. Why did you suddenly mention the dragon god? Yonglin Yagi asked in confusion. You're not the kind of person who would miss the gods that are almost forgotten by everyone, right? Well, there are all kinds of reasons. Wu Yen said perfunctorily, then smiled bitterly. By the way, I'm here for Kagaya. Where is she? You're looking for the princess because of the banquet, right? Yonglin glanced at Wu Yen. That crow seems to have gotten the news from somewhere and is spreading it everywhere. The Forever Pavilion also got the news, so you don't have to run around anymore. Just go back and prepare. Paparazzi. Wu Yen was stunned, then pursed his lips. I almost forgot about her. I should have just let her invite her, so I don't have to run around. Just like that, the news that a grand banquet was about to be held spread throughout Fantasy Town. The venue of the banquet was Bori Shrine. Chapter 1867. Fantasy Village, Bori Shrine. Today, early in the morning, there were people flying in from afar and landing in front of the newly built Bori Shrine. In fact, although they were called humans, there were only a few real humans among the many existences that came to the Bori Shrine. The rest were all monsters, fairies, spirits, and other races that only existed in fantasy villages. There was only one reason why so many monsters, spirits, and other kinds of existences would fill the open space in front of the Bori Shrine. That is, today, a grand banquet will be held in the Bori Shrine. It was precisely because the banquet was held in the Bori Shrine that so many monsters, spirits, and other kinds of existences came. After all, if there is a place in Fantasy Village that is the most famous, it is definitely the Bori Shrine. Although the Bori Shrine is not the only shrine in Fantasy Village, the importance of the Bori Shrine to Fantasy Village is even more important than the various races that live here. Not for other reasons, just because without the Bori Shrine, Fantasy Village would not exist. The Bori Shaman, who managed the Fantasy Village, was here. The Bori Shaman was also the one who established the Great Barrier and gave birth to the current Fantasy Village. Not to mention, the Bori Shrine also worshipped the highest level god in the Fantasy Village, the Dragon God. Of course now, in Fantasy Village, except for those who have lived for a long time, basically no one knows about the existence of the Dragon God. This was not surprising. The Dragon God had never shown his miracles, unlike the Guardian Arrow Shrine on the Demon Mountain. As long as someone offered faith, the god there would definitely give back a certain miracle. It made people wonder whether the so-called highest-level god in the Fantasy Village really existed. And this is also one of the phenomena that made the Purple Association doubt whether the Dragon God still exists. No one knows whether the god worshipped exists or not. In addition, the Bori shrines, which is lazy all day long, they were cold and indifferent to everyone. On the way to the shrine, monsters that were good at attacking humans would appear from time to time. Due to various reasons, very few humans would come to the Bori shrine to worship. However, this does not affect the popularity of the Bori shrine in Fantasy Village. Even if the god they worshipped was no longer around, there were only a few worshippers. Magus Bo Lee was the manager of Fantasy Village on the surface. Furthermore, she would come out from time to time to deal with troublesome demons and resolve any anomalies. The most well-known place in Fantasy Village was undoubtedly the Bori Shrine. Therefore, even though the Bori Shrine was not very popular, there were still many monsters, and even great monsters who liked to visit the Bori Shrine. Needless to say, the moment they heard that the Bori Shrine was going to hold a banquet, basically all the well-known, unknown, powerful, and not so powerful monsters in the Fantasy Village came here in groups of 2s and 3s, filling the open space in front of the Bori Shrine with people. Standing in the hallway of the Bori Shrine, Ling Meng looked at the noisy area in front of her. There were at least a few hundred demons, and Ling Meng fidgeted with her jet black hair, almost causing the huge red bow to fall off. Is it so difficult to spend a few days leisurely? Well, isn't this good? Marissa stood beside Ling Meng. Unlike the resentful Ling Meng, Marissa appeared to be in high spirits. This banquet is sponsored by the little brother from the Yakumo family. You don't have to pay for it. Furthermore, you can eat and drink for free. That's very enviable. We can eat and drink for free, but we can forget about the banquet. Princess Ling Meng did not hesitate to say those words. It wasn't easy for me to rebuild my shrine. What if these guys cause me trouble again? What should I do? It seems that Wenwen and I have been the ones who have been rebuilding the shrine. Marissa laughed dryly and muttered, "Besides, it's not like you don't have any benefits." The bow on Ling Meng's head shook slightly, and she snorted coldly. However, no matter how one looked at it, it seemed like she was faking it. "What are you talking about?" Hee. Marissa let out an extremely mischievous laugh. "Do you think I don't know? The little brother from the Yakumo family has already paid you for the venue, right?" How is that possible?" Ling Meng's face stiffened slightly, and she put on a fake smile. "How could I possibly agree to lend the venue to such a troublesome person? Is that so?" It was rare for Marissa to speak in a tone as if she had the upper hand. She was immensely pleased with herself. "Stop hiding it, Ling Meng. When the little brother from the Yakumo family came to borrow the venue from you, he said that he would pay you for the venue. Wenwen saw it and told me everything. You can't lie to me." Wenwen? Ling Meng was startled, and she clenched her teeth. "It's that damned paparazzi again. See, if I don't teach you a lesson." "Ling Meng, just confess." Marissa patted Ling Meng's shoulder and said in a gentle tone, "Why don't I go find the little brother from the Yakumo family and tell him personally that you won't be borrowing the venue for this banquet? You won't be charging him for the venue either. How is that possible?" Ling Meng's eyes widened. "I am the noble Boli, which, how can I let the gold in my hands fly away?" Hearing this, even with Marissa's thick nerves, the corner of her mouth couldn't help but twitch. Let's not talk about the relationship between gold coin and the witch. Just the words noble character and unquestionable integrity, when used on Princess Ling Meng, was already worth pondering over. You actually hid such a big matter from me. On the other side, Remilia was hovering in the air in a corner of the noisy crowd. She angrily shouted at Wu Yen, whose ears were hurting from being yelled at. "Why didn't I know that you were planning to hold such a big banquet? Calm down. Calm down." Wu Yen hurriedly waved his hand in an attempt to calm Remilia down. I saw that you were holding a banquet in the Red Devil Mansion, so I didn't tell you. That's that. That's that. Remilia yelled in a frenzy. Such a big banquet. If others find out that the Red Devil Mansion's butler paid for it, and the Red Devil Mansion didn't contribute a single cent, where am I supposed to put my face? You said it yourself. This is this, and that is that. I didn't hold this banquet as the Red Devil Mansion's butler. Wu Yin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Besides, if it doesn't work, I can just tell others that the Red Devil Mansion is the one behind this banquet. I'll write your head. Remilia's anger didn't lessen. It won't take long for people to dig out the truth about this matter. Do you think that paparazzi has been faking it all this time? Remy, come down first. Patrice silently closed the book in her hand. She seemed to be annoyed by the ruckus and said helplessly, "The banquet is already held and most of the invited guests are here. The banquet will officially begin soon. Even if you keep making a ruckus here, it won't be of any use." "Yes. Now isn't the time to quarrel?" Remilia snapped out of her daze and glared at Wu Yen before turning to Zui Yi. "While there's still time, Zui Yi, hurry up and prepare some dishes and wine for the banquet. At the very least, these things should be provided by us. That way, others won't have anything to say." "Yes, miss. Eldest young miss." Bu Yi bowed, and with a flash, he disappeared on the spot. Wu Yen could only roll his eyes. In about half an hour, the banquet would officially begin. Even if Zui Yi had the ability to manipulate time, it would be very tiring to prepare all the dishes and wine needed for the banquet during this period of time. This Remilia actually made Zui Yi work so hard just for a bit of face. It seems like I have to find some time to teach her a lesson. Wu Yan's gaze wandered between Remilia and Patrice for a while before he asked, "Right, where's Fran?" Just as Remilia was about to reply, a series of hurried footsteps entered Wu Yan's ears. Not long later, Wu Yan felt a weight on his back as two petite figures appeared. "Big brother." Fran's face was slightly flushed, and she seemed to be very happy. "Big brother." The other was Gu Ming's love. Chapter 1868. Lian Lian. Looking at the naughty Furan who was lying on his back with her head peeking out from his shoulder, Wu Yan laughed. "You're here?" Gu Ming Di. Lian nodded his head heavily, his little feet dangling in the air, swaying nonstop. "Lian Lian is here, and there's a lot of people with her." Gu Ming's love, who had come to the surface more than once, naturally had seen the scene of the banquet. Moreover, after the mutation caused by the monsters in the underground world was resolved by Ling Meng, the fantasy paradise held a banquet as usual at that time. Gu Ming's love had also participated. However, the scale of the banquet then was on a completely different level compared to this one. Putting everything else aside, the number of monsters attending the banquet alone was so large that even Gu Ming's love was surprised. "Where's your sister?" Wu Yan pinched Gu Ming Di, Lian's nose. "Don't tell me that you abandoned your sister and ran over here by yourself. That's not bad. Lian Lian is not that bad. Besides, I won't let Lian Lian come alone." Gu Ming Lian wrinkled her nose and pointed in a direction. "Sister is over there." Wu Yan, Remilia, and Patrice looked in the direction Gu Ming Di Lian pointed. Gu Ming Di Lian was looking around with Spirit Wu Lu Kong and Flaming Cat Phosphor. They seemed to be looking for something. Gu Ming Di Lian scanned the surroundings, nimbly passing by demons and walking towards them. "Sister." Gu Ming Di Lian shouted, "I'm here." Gu Ming Di Jue looked over when he heard Gu Ming Di Jue. When he saw Furan and Gu Ming Di Jue lying on Wu Yan's back, he couldn't help but grin as he walked over. Sorry to keep you waiting. Guming Di Lien smiled. I'm not late, right? Thank goodness the banquet hasn't started yet. Wu Yen greeted Gu Ming Di Lien and waved at Spirit Wu Lu Kong and Flaming Cat Phosphor. Hello, you two. Facing this one and only friend that their master thought about every day, Spirit Crow Lukong and Flaming Cat Phosphor did not dare to be negligent. They quickly bowed. Why are you two here? At this moment, Remilia frowned and glared at Wu Yen. You even informed the people of Earth Spirit Hall, but not me. What is the meaning of this? Oh, please. You know, they live in the underworld. They'll need some time to get here. Of course I have to inform them in advance. Remilia seemed to be brooding over the fact that he didn't inform her beforehand. Wu Yen didn't know what expression he should show. Also, it's not like I didn't inform you. It's not like you came uninvited. So why are you still brooding over it? I don't care. Remilia said willfully, if there's a next time, you have to inform me first. You hear me? Yes. Wu Yen could only reply helplessly. Patrice, Guming Di Lien, and the others found it funny. And in just a short while, another familiar figure appeared on the scene. Lord Bai. Following this voice, 3 figures appeared in Wu Yan's vision. One of them is a girl with bunny ears who greeted Wu Yan just now. One of them was a young girl with a cold and elegant temperament walking at the side. There was also an elegant young lady who walked in front of them. She was dressed in a Japanese outfit and had long, silky black hair that flowed like a waterfall. She looked like a princess. They were Penglai Mountains, Hui Yi, Yonglin Ba Yi, and Ling Xian. How lively! Penglai Mountains, Hui Yi looked at the lively scene and seemed to be lost in thought. How long has it been since this concubine saw such a lively scene? Since betraying the moon, Huey of Mount Penglai had been living in the Forever Pavilion for a long time. He did not even appear in people's sight when the Forever Pavilion held an exhibition. He hid in his room and lived an otaku life. Thus, Penglai Mountains, Hui Yi didn't know how long it had been since she went out. She also didn't know how long it had been since she saw such a lively scene. Yonglin Ba Yi also seemed to be reminiscing. Now that I think about it, it's been a long time since I saw so many people. At this moment, these 2 girls who didn't seem to be over 20 years old were filled with an aura of vicissitudes. It was hard for people to get used to it. Wu Yen was the only one who teased him. Now, you finally know how much of an otaku you are. This sentence was naturally directed at Penglai Mountains, Hui Yi. As a lady of a noble family, it's not strange that you don't go out. Penglai Mountains, Hui Yi finally recovered from her absent-minded state. She dragged her long sleeves and covered the corner of her mouth. Her beautiful eyes curved into crescent moons. Besides, the human heart is very complicated. For a weak girl like me, if I run around, I don't know when I will be abducted by a strange uncle saying these words. Mount Penglai's Huey still acted as if it was a serious matter, tenderly stroking his cheek. Without a doubt, Mount Penglai Kagaya was a great beauty. She was a woman who was much more beautiful than those who called themselves beauties. Otherwise, she wouldn't have conquered an entire era with her beauty and written her own monogatari. When such a great beauty touched the side of her face, it was indeed breathtaking. Even Remilia, Gu Ming Diju, and the other young girls couldn't help but cast sidelong glances. Wu Yen couldn't help but retort, let's not talk about whether you're weak or not. Only a little lowly would be abducted by a strange uncle. You're not a delicate lowly. You won't attract a strange uncle. Don't worry. Allah, have you forgotten my ability? Penglai Mountains, Hui Yi smiled slyly. My ability is to control forever and for a moment. I have already recorded the moment when I was still a lowly. I can reproduce it at any time. How about it? Do you want to see it? The lowly version of Penglai Mountains, Hui Yi, asking if he wanted to see it or not. Of course he wanted to. For a moment, Wu Yen almost wavered. But when he saw the sly expression in Penglai Mountain's eyes, his heart suddenly turned cold. Intuition told Wu Yen that if he really answered yes, he would definitely be tricked by this two-faced princess. Thus, Wu Yen flatly refused. Forget it. You should find someone else to see it. Is that so? Penglai Mountains, Hui Yi shook her head in disappointment. A trace of vexation surfaced in her eyes. Clearly, it was because Wu Yen didn't fall for her trick. This made Wu Yen rejoice. HM? All of a sudden, Patrice lifted her head and looked in a certain direction. She paused for a moment and knitted her brows. What's wrong? Noticing Patrice's change, Remilia asked. Then she turned to the direction Patrice was looking at just now. The others also looked over curiously. Soon after, everyone present saw another familiar figure flying towards them in midair. There were two palm-sized people floating beside him. Wu Yan's spirit jolted as he raised his hand, and without thinking, he yelled out, "Alice!" Hearing someone calling her, Alice, who was flying over, turned around and met Wu Yan's gaze. Her pretty face quickly turned red. It couldn't be helped. Not long ago, when Wu Yan invited her to the banquet, she placed all her attention on Eve's heart and ignored Wu Yan. As a result, she was viciously dealt with by Wu Yan. Alice still couldn't forget the scene where Wu Yan placed her in 18 different positions. In the end, she could only beg for mercy due to exhaustion. While Alice was furious, she also fiercely glared at Wu Yan. Even so, Alice obediently brought Shanghai and Penglai to land in front of Wu Yan's group. Alice didn't realize that she was getting more and more used to interacting with Wu Yan. She was no longer as distant as before. This made Wu Yan secretly delighted. If it continued like this, sooner or later, Alice would be willing to accompany him by his side, and it would be a matter of course. However, this joyful mood collapsed at the next moment. After landing in front of Wu Yan, Alice didn't look at Wu Yan immediately. Instead, she looked at Patrice. Wu Yan could only curse inwardly. These two girls with Yuri plots, they wouldn't quarrel, right? Oh,